Aw, yeah! This is happening! Yeah, for more reasons than you think. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. The show took a week off last week, but we're back with more classic gaming goodness, and it is once again Super Sonic Game Saturday, the initiative I have for 2021, where we are playing a Sonic the Hedgehog game a month, at least for 1 week. But in this case, we're doing it over 2, because this game is a little longer. As you've seen right here on the screen here, we're playing with the Dreamcast. I do not have any streams that I have saved that have been playing with this thing, because I love this system to death. Sega's last console before they ditched the hardware business and went to software. But when the system launched in 1999 in the US, and in 1998 it came out in Japan about a month after its launch, we got Sonic Adventure, the first truly 3D Sonic game to ever come out. And after about 5 years, from my perspective, of where's the next big Sonic game, where's the Saturn's entry to that went and never came out, the Sonic Extreme being that case. And we'll get into that when we do stuff with Saturn, which I think we're going to be able to have a way of doing. But yeah, after that time, this was the 3D Sonic game. Sega knew we have to have Sonic, our flagship character, the character that built the house of Sega and really shot them into the stratosphere in the 90s. We need him here, and they gave us a terrific 3D entry to really get us going with it. We are playing this on the Dreamcast. It also came out later on the GameCube, the PC, the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and the PC again. They're all terrible except for this one. In fact, even the Dreamcast version in Japan is not very good, for reasons I'll get into. But, yeah, we're Dreamcast or bust on this baby, but I'm looking forward to this. Also, I am up on the Dreamcast screen because I do want to show one other thing. This is a little bit of why I was off last week, sort of. Seen up there, what is this input S-video thing? Well, I mentioned before that I was going to be purchasing a RetroTink 5X device. You see that little bunny up there. And, actually, let me quit out of this, hit the back. Okay, I didn't want to do that. Here's the thing. It's an upscaling device that I bought for the purpose of streaming, or having a better output to HD television. So, all those problems I had with having to switch televisions based on the system, not happening anymore. All the situations I had with feed cuts for disc switches on systems like PlayStation and feasibly with Dreamcast, I guess, I didn't actually test with that, gone. This was a $300 device. It was worth every penny. Let me tell you, this is going to make streaming so much easier, and all the problems I mentioned of the technical backgrounds of this, not happening anymore. But I'll tell you what is happening. We're playing Sonic Adventure, and I'm closing the disc tray that has the disc in it. And we're going to do the disc check, and when it does the transition in the game, if there's going to be a change in resolution, that is not going to be a factor. Or if it is going to be a factor, you'll see like a brief flash, but it's not going to be doing anything. You're also going to be hearing the disc grinding of the Dreamcast, because I do have my Dreamcast over there on the shelf where my television is. Here we go. Let's get started with Sonic Adventure. Published by Sega and developed by Sonic Team. Yeah, with the same voice thing they had running nights, but yeah. This was the next big Sonic game. And Sega was taking a lot of ideas of what they were going to do with this after Sonic Extreme fell through on the Sega Saturn. And I guess also the idea of what they were kind of, sort of having some ideas with the 3D section of Sonic Jam, which you can show that off at some point, especially with this RetroTink device, which is going to be a godsend. But in the meantime, we have the opening cutscene showing that there is a flooding going on in this city, and it seems like it's not conducted to Sonic, but there is the logo. This is Sonic Adventure. This was the first case of having fully 3D elements with Sonic, telling story, having human characters in the game, along with all of Sonic's friends and a bunch of new ones. And of course, his old enemies and some new ones as well. And this is really the birth of 3D Sonic, which tends to be considered by people to not be nearly as good as the 2D stuff. I'm not going to necessarily argue against that in the sense that the 2D stuff was terrific, but this made one hell of a great first impression as far as showing what 3D could do for Sonic, and hopefully Sega can pay attention to this and come back to 3D to do it right, starting with music here by Mr. Crush 40, or Crush 40 being the band, with Open Your Heart. We'll hear more of this later. This is Johnny Gioli of the band Hardline as the lead vocals of this band, singing this title theme of the game. Sorry, I'm stuttering on this because I am going totally nuts. I love this game. I remember seeing this, getting my Dreamcast in 1999. This is the first game I played for it. I put it in, my jaw hit the floor, and my ears were delighted by the music and everything else coming out of the game. Yeah, we're definitely going to be opening our hearts to this one. And I guess in some ways defending some of the elements of this version but also explaining why it's still better than the versions that came out later. Although, I will say, if you don't have a Dreamcast and still want to play this, get the 2010 re-release on the PC and get the mod that basically turns it into this. But there we go. There is Sonic Adventure, and yeah, I'm gonna have a great time playing this one. So let's hit that start button and get our VMU selected, the Visual Memory Unit. And select our file, not this one. This is my completed file that I've had since 1999 with all 130 emblems. We're starting fresh. Oh, and we also have an internet option because this game does have sort of online. What you can do is you can connect to the Sonic Adventure website using the 56K modem that's built into the Dreamcast and download content for this, like challenges and things and some other stuff. I don't know if you can really do that effectively now. Okay, I didn't know that in the menu actually starts singing the vocals for Open Your Heart here, but yeah, the internet, yeah, I'll show that off at some point later because we're playing this game over 2 weeks, but it's not going to work because I don't have anything connected. I think you can feasibly make it work, because people have been doing that for Fantasy Star Online, get that playing online with private servers, but that'll be for later. But right now, we're going to get started with the adventure aspect, because that is in the title of the game, and we have 6 characters to play. We only have Sonic to start. We also have Tails, Knuckles, Amy Rose, Big the Cat, who we'll see later, Iwano Togema, and, well, Sonic we're starting with. And we're going to go through instruction on how this works. But we hear Mr. Ryan Drummond as Sonic in his first appearance in this franchise, from what I'm gathering at least.
How to play as Sonic.
Yeah, and this wasn't the only game he was doing lead vocals in, or lead voice work in. He was also the main character in Blue Stinger, which also launched on the Dreamcast the same day as this did. Here we go. Here's how you play as Sonic. There is the Dreamcast controller there. It's basically 2 buttons, spin dash or attacking on the X or B button, and A for jumping and homing attack as well. Hit that when you're in the air and you lock onto an enemy. It's going to be a godsend. But you also pick up things using either X or B or use Y. I'm going to use the Y button for that, but we'll get into that. But
The rules for the action stage.
Alright, they tell us what the rules of the action stages are, because this is split into 2 sections of this game. There's the adventure fields, you'll search around areas, they're kind of like the hub worlds in Mario 64, and then the action stage where you do all the Sonic stuff you're expecting. But yeah, go get the capsule to start, but we're not going to be seeing capsules for a little while because we got an opening cutscene and an opening boss to be going through as we start in Station Square. As we were glitched there, if you see that flashing of like, hey, it's showing Sonic standing in there as if you're going to start playing, but no, it's going into the cutscene. We hear this terrific piece of music for the town and seeing this great night sky atmosphere. I'll tell you, this is what this game does terrifically above all the other things I'm going to say, the atmosphere. Well, we're wondering, like, what are all those people about? What's Sonic all about? Where is he? Well, here he is. And here we go. Aw, yeah! This is happening! I promise I'm not going to quote the entire game, but let me tell you, it is so hard to fight that urge because I have this game completely memorized and I love everything about it in terms of its voice acting. Even if it's very cheesy, some people have said to me, oh, Sega games have really cheesy voice acting, and was there one that ever had really good voice acting? I'm sorry, I'm going to argue that this one is. But yeah, here we go. With Sonic hearing the police coming around, and we're seeing what's going on with the Station Square Police Department.
You are completely surrounded! Surrender yourself!
Alright, so yeah, they're seeing that weird creature up there, and they got their guns drawn at the ready. And I love the lighting, I love everything about the way the scene is set up. And again, the atmosphere it creates, it's so wonderful. But yeah, these police officers are willing to pull their guns out and start firing right away, but yeah, the bullets aren't going to do anything.
Oh no! Our weapons are useless! Retreat! All personnel, fall back!
Oh yeah! This could be fun!
And it will be fun. And Sonic's here to the rescue, and he's giving them those eyes. And let me tell you, I just love this shot here, with Sonic looking there, the police car sirens going, the lights there, the lighting effects, which are enhanced, well, quote-unquote, in the later releases, but they brighten them too much, so it kind of looks washed out. And they changed Sonic's model. But anyway, here's Chaos Zero. Just do a homing attack on him. That's all you gotta do. Do it 3 times, and you're set. And collect the rings to keep yourself alive, because if you get hit without rings, you're dead. We also hear the sound of the rings. They are not tinny the way they are in the later releases of this. I don't know what happened with that, but yeah, when you hit... Whoa! Yeah, the camera sometimes goes squirrely in this game, but not nearly as bad as some of its re-releases, or the Japanese version of this. Because they did actually go to the trouble of fixing the camera in this when they released it for the US. So Sega realized, yeah, we can't screw this one up.
Hey, I'll play with you some
But,
other time.
anyway... Yeah, it's weird that, as far as like some of the lighting effects that they changed in that other version and the character models, but they don't look as good as this. This just looks much brighter. But here we go. We got Chaos. He is going away. We will anyway now.
On your big trip. Where you going?
Yeah, and there you go. You get that playful, but, you know, snarky attitude of Sonic perfectly captured here. As he wonders what's going on with that water god. Or, okay, fine, I gave away what it is, but we'll understand what that's all about later. And I'm going to assume people played this game. But then again, also, a familiar face is going to tell us who he is now.
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
And that is Dr. Robotnik, voiced by the late Dean Bristow. He voiced Robotnik for this game, as well as Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Battle, and Sonic Advance 3. And unfortunately, he passed away in 2005. He was pretty young. He was in his 50s. It was definitely a sad case, and that was part of the impetus of when they changed the voice actors. Well, they had to in his case. And they brought in Mike Pollock, who's been Eggman for the Sonic games ever since. Now we're back at Station Square lounging by the pool, but
Huh?
Sonic's noticing something. A low-flying plane.
What? Tails?
Yeah, that is Tails, his best buddy, but watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah! I love this so much. I'm sorry. I think it's terrific. Tails. What am I gonna do with you? It is that cheesy aspect of Sonic, but still, you know, serious enough. He's gonna make those snarky things, but he'll go out there and take care of things. That's only people. Yeah, that's the big deal as far as the hub worlds here. They're kind of small, so it's not gonna be really a big deal. Go around, talk to people, hitting the Y button. Came here to relax. Yeah, so the swimsuit girl is wondering what's going on. The girl in the pool, who does have clothes on, don't worry about that. I'm assuming I missed what happened. By the way, you can also turn the camera around using the left and right triggers, but we'll be doing that a little later. Also, this kid, called Mr. Know-It-All, he knows everything about Sonic. Got the spinning rings, okay, as long as you got rings, you'll be okay if you hit hazards. And don't worry, the view changes, does that sometimes. I guess you could argue that's defense against the camera feasibly, because it is a little weird in this game, although it doesn't get stuck as much as it does in the later releases or the original Japanese version. Alright, so there we go. And our first action stage is over here. Tails did go into the distance, so we gotta go after him while doing the spin dash and going into the sand to Emerald Coast, our first action stage. And a perfect one to start during, you know, the end of the summer right now. We got all this hot, sunny weather. You want to go to the beach. Well, we're going to the beach to rescue Tails and also to find all the enemies. You do homing attacks on them, and animals will pop out. You pick them up, you actually will have a reason to use them later. In the meantime, just start running and start enjoying this terrific music by Mr. Jun Seno, who had done music before for Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles and the Genesis version of Sonic 3D Blast. But with this one, this is where I'm basically giving him the keys to the franchise as far as the music's concerned. And him and all the people who contributed to the soundtrack really came out with gold as we're running through and having such a great time just going. And also avoiding the weird programming of that area there, which you can feasibly fall through, particularly in the later releases. In this one, you sometimes can, but you really have to work it. But the later ones, I ran off that when playing on the 360, and you just die. And it's horrible. It's like, hey, you got it right on Dreamcast, why'd you screw it up all the other releases? But anyway, as you avoid the whale there, which is a great sight again. And that's the thing about this game. I think this is another case of iconic elements of Sonic, particularly for 3D. It's like every other Sonic game in 3D, it seemed like, would pull from that. Including Sonic Heroes in 06, they were going through, getting 100 rings for a life. And going to the next area. And hearing this great music again. I just love every piece of music in this soundtrack. The use of the real instruments, the melodies, even some of the classic remixes we're going to hear a little later. And it's like right there, like when you get the life, it goes the when you get the Chaos Emeralds in the other game. Whoa! Okay, that was weird. Yeah, as I mentioned, there's some weird collision detection things, but I never got launched like that. But thankfully, it's not going to cause me to die. At least not yet. Yeah, this game is going to be pretty much going a mile a minute as far as our run through, but then again, that's the Sonic appeal. while I'm enjoying playing it with the Dreamcast controller and that great analog stick, which just feels right when you're moving around with it.
Jump on panel number 1.
And learning from this glowing orb of light about panel jumping. We're also getting the items over here. Yeah, what happens with the panels is you see the number 1, press the A button on it, you jump to the next one. Jump on the next one when you land on it. If you don't do it in time, you'll fall down. So in that case, we're good. Oh! Yeah, but unfortunately, coconuts. Oh, shit! Alright, I was just talking about... Oh! Okay, I was just talking about going through things with collision detection, so... Alright, yeah, I told you this version has some problems still, but again, it could be worse. It could be the other ones. But I got really lucky. I did not know there was an air draft down there, so... Another point for, Sega being fair with this. And not killing my, high that I'm getting from running across the sand like this. And seeing the great attention to detail of running through and seeing the footprints of Sonic running in the sand. I remember when I first saw this. I'm going to tell this story. I remember seeing this demoed in a store, like at EB Games in New York City. I think about a couple months before it came out. I saw that detail saying, oh my god, look at this. This is incredible. This was the next generation of systems beginning in 1999. Yes, the Dreamcast died against the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, but yeah, Sega did not go out without a fight, and they were going to show everything they had when you went along, including even the idea when you're in the water like this, yeah, you get wet sand footprints. But there is Tails over there, so we got to go get him and see another glitch for when you go through it the first time. It adds 10 seconds to the timer for some reason when you hit the end. I don't know why it does that. But anyway, there we go. That is the end of Emerald Coast.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. We did rescue Tails, feasibly, or I guess Tails is fine. We'll see in another perspective when we play as Tails. But in the meantime, we got to go back to the hotel and see what's going on with Tails. Why did he crash? Because we've seen him handle the plane before in Sonic 2 and 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. So what happened here? And of course, long time no see, the line you'll hear in basically every 3D Sonic game.
What happened anyway? You're too good of a pilot to just crash like that.
That was a test run using a new prototype propulsion system. It's got a few bugs to iron out.
Why not just use my plane, the Tornado?
And this is the confirmation that the plane of Sonic's from the other games, the one with Sonic's name on it, is Sonic's plane. But yeah, he has something else. And he has a Chaos Emerald to power it.
Whoa!
You get those mouth movements there, which are great.
Yep. I just happened to find one of the 7 emeralds during one of my test flights. This thing's got unlimited power, you know. So I figured, why not use it to power my plane? Supercharged!
Can't argue with that logic. Of course, with Tails being, the mechanical genius, which we're emphasizing again like we did last month with Tails' Adventure, but we're gonna go to his workshop now in the Mystic Ruins.
This way is by train. Let's go!
And that it is, Corey Bringus who voices Tails, who is a very young child, or sort of young child. Is actually, I think he was my age when this game came out, voicing him. He didn't really voice Tails for long because he grew up. I think his brother then voiced him in Sonic Adventure 2 and in Sonic Shuffle. But actually, Corey Bringus went on to be a camera worker in movies. He did the camera work in a movie called End of Watch, which admittedly I'm not a huge one on, but a lot of critics are. And it did have an interesting style of its kind of being like a found footage concept of like police officer movies, like Training Day or something like that. But yeah, he said we have to go to the Mystic Ruins, so we're going to go out into town and go to the train station. There's a bunch of areas we can't go to yet. We could also feasibly go down... Okay, we can't go down that way yet because there's police cars and an invisible wall. But we can also go to the newsstand. She's the newsstand the saleswoman. Or the first one to read the news. Alright, I wonder what the news is in Station Square. Is he gonna say? Mysterious monster was sighted, but Sonic drove it away. Isn't he amazing? Yeah, you're damn right he's amazing. Hence why we're dedicating a whole year to him and his exploits, and his friends' exploits.
The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
Yes, it will, but I want to see if I can't get something... Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this the way I'm doing it, or just say screw it and get it with Tails. There's an emblem over there. We got the emblem for beating that level in Emerald Coast and finishing the mission. But there's another one over there on the opposite side. I'm going to have to fly to it, but we'll do that with Tails later. Because we can play with him now, by the way. But we're going to be continuing with Sonic. How this is going to go, by the way, just to give you an idea, is that since this game is too long to cover in a night, we're going to come back to it next week. We're going to play about 4.5 hours tonight. I think we'll probably play as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles and go through all their stories. and then we'll quit for the night. But in the meantime, we're just going to keep going with Sonic.
If it isn't Sonic!
And run into Dr. Robotnik again, and with this dialogue, this is how his name changed for the US. Or we called him Dr. Robotnik, but he was called Dr. Eggman in Japan. And this game made it fully official that, no, he's Eggman now. Kind of like how Super Mario 64 did with Princess Toadstool becoming her Japanese name of Princess Peach.
That's no good. Now what do you want?
I want all of the Chaos Emeralds!
Which, of course, is how it usually is with Robotnik. He always wants those Chaos Emeralds, but definitely a different case as to why this time.
Or else I'll take them from you by force! The hard way!
Although, Robotnik usually doesn't know who he's dealing with, I guess. Or he does know who he's dealing with, but he keeps trying anyway, and yeah, it wouldn't be a return to form for Sonic without one of Robotnik's weird contraptions. And here is the first of a couple we're going to see tonight, and I guess as we play through this game. We hear this great theme of Eggman as well. Alright, this is the Egg Hornet. There's a drill on the front of it, as we'll see in a bit. But yeah, I'll just gotta run around and wait till he shoots the missiles out to avoid them, and then drill into the ground. And of course he'll say a great quote of, "All systems full power!" And now you're homing attacking him. You can feasibly just keep homing attacking into him. But I was like, yeah, you know what, fine, I'll beat him the actual way. You're supposed to do that just 3 times. You can feasibly just rapidly hit that homing attack and spam it that way, if you're careful. If you're not, you can feasibly hit something and get hurt. In the meantime, just running around having so much fun.
All systems, full power!
What's in behind is the end. There we go, and he blows up. Oh, I thought it was going to fall off. I don't remember if you can fall off the edges or if there's an invisible wall there. Oh, there's not, so never mind.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Yeah, indeed we will, but in the meantime, he went down pretty easily. And yeah, just to give you an idea, there's a lot of cutscenes in this game, and unlike the later versions, you can't skip them, which, okay, that is a point, I guess, to the other ones, but hey, I love watching the cutscenes for this game anyway, and for the purpose of showing it off, we're going through them all.
Well, that wasn't so hard.
It wasn't, but yeah, he has got a hook to steal that Chaos Emerald out of Tails' hands.
Come on, Chaos! Time to eat!
Chaos?
Yeah, the Water God guy we saw a little earlier. Yeah, this is the whole point of why Robotnik is collecting the emeralds in this game.
Oh, isn't that the same monster I saw the other day?
Sure is. He's feeding him the Chaos Emeralds because with all of them, ancient manuscripts say that he'll be able to take over Station Square and build Robotnik Land.
Oh, yes! It's just
Which we'll see in Sonic Unleashed, but he's definitely going to try on this one. And every time he gets a Chaos Emerald fed to him, he gets, you know, increased in power.
I feed him a Chaos Emerald! With all 7 emeralds in here, he'll be invincible! And work for me! Together, we'll destroy Station Square! And on its ruins, I'll build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city, where I will rule it all!
Well, there you go. Some things never change, I guess, with Eggman, but yeah, he's going a little bigger and bolder this time. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to destroy an entire city. And throw out, I guess, a smoke ball or something to make himself disappear.
Sonic! We can't let him get away with this, can we?
Yeah, we're not going to let him get away, and we're going to have a great time playing this. Already I'm having a fantastic time, even just about a little under half an hour in.
Emeralds before Eggman does, huh?
Alright, so there we go. We're going to be going to get the Chaos Emeralds, and here we are in the Mystic Ruins. This nice ancient area that is themed after South America, because from what I understand, Yuji Naka and the team at Sonic Team went around to get, you know, previews of ideas of what they wanted to do with this game, so they went on a trip to South America to get a concept of some of the areas and also to kind of do some research, and that's the basis of it here. By the way, I'm coming down here to get this egg, because if you push in that thing over there, that structure, a silver egg pops out. And I'm actually going to, you know, before we go on to the next area, I'm going to show this off briefly. And we'll go back to see this. But yeah, you take this with you and climb up the platforms here. Because this was also the first game to see the chows. And you have a little virtual pet concept. It was kind of an extension on what Nights into Dreams did with the Nightopian elements of that. Although this is more like a virtual pet concept. And this is one aspect that would be improved in the later games, particularly when they brought these to the GameCube, because then it had this, you know, really robust system, particularly when Sonic Adventure 2 implemented it. And then when Sonic Adventure DX was ported on GameCube, they then had the same system across 2 games. Also, by the way, when you come here with your animals, they pop out, but also with the egg, we're going to throw it out. And out comes a Chow. There you go, this little cute guy. You can also throw him around and make him scared. Have him swim around or be nervous about him swimming, but, yeah, not much to do with him right now. We can come back later and do some racing with him. We'll show that off briefly. I'll only show a little bit of that in particular, but we'll do that later. I just want to bring the egg over here so we'd have him there. And feasibly, I think we have the animal there. I think they stay when you drop them, but we'll see. I mean, I guess I'll probably come here at least once with each character. So that was Sonic's time, but now we got to go to the next area. Yeah, we do have the hub worlds here, but it does give you a lot of ground to run. So, and you do move fast enough, so it's not going to be something that, oh man, it's going to be torturous the way something like Sonic 06 is. And also, they're small enough and compacted in that you don't run into cases where it's like, oh yeah, you're going to have to haul yourself across the entire area and be annoyed by that. What you do is you come up there, you get the wind key, and you follow the bridge over to the right. Or the logs over to the right in here. These ancient explorers are trying to find this area. They never found it, but yeah, leave it to Sonic. Toss the key right here onto this and go into the next area. This is Windy Valley, which is home to more terrific music, including one that will be very familiar to you if you're a Sonic 3D Blast player, particularly the Genesis version. But I love this track in particular. The use of the bells, the light guitar going, the in the background. It is so wonderful. In a lot of ways, this is one of my favorite soundtracks in this series, just because of the variety of its music, the instrumentation quality, the melodies, the vocal stuff, all of it. Alright, by the way, that white orb there is going to tell you what you need to do if you ever get stuck. She says just run through the gate and you'll be safe. And bounce on the trampolines. Just look at this. I mean, look at the colors. Look at how rich the greens are. Look how deep brown, like, the walls over there are. And I mentioned, the later releases of this kind of changed the color palettes a bit, so it looks really washed out. But yeah, for selling people on the Dreamcast, this 128-bit system of Sega's, this is the way to do it. It's like, you just look at this, and I just remember seeing this game in stores and things and saying, like, taking out my fandom of Sonic, I just want to play this so badly, and it looks wonderful. Alright, I'm waiting here for a couple reasons. One, because I want to let the music go to one area, but I also want to spin dash across the bridge because it will collapse, and I won't get the life. Also, yeah, we got some dark clouds going, and it looks like... Yeah, I'll go over there in a second, but... I'll at least get the seal over there. There we go, and yeah, we're caught in the tornado and being taken in, so yeah. I mentioned the Wizard of Oz every so often, so here's another take to that. But we don't die from going into this, thankfully. We get to go up the tornado to climb and use the panels right there to do it. Just keep hitting jump button on those and you'll be good. Hit the spring here, and I just love how dynamic the camera stuff is when you're in these sections. It just looks terrific, but even when they take control out of your hands, it still feels like you're weirdly in control in ways later Sonic games in this style did not. But anyway, when you hit that spring coming out of the tornado, we're in the sky, and if you played Sonic 3D Blast on the Sega Genesis, yeah, Green Grove Zone Act 1, this is that music, and it is a terrific remix. In fact, you know what? We're going to speed shoes, though, here in this great piece of music, because then it'll also reset the main stage's music as well. And just seeing the great sky here. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record playing this game, but God, the atmosphere is so beautiful in this game. It really is. And it makes every area feel distinct and so much fun to go through. In the way that you always want out of Sonic and what made Sonic so popular to begin with. Just running across it, seeing the loops, and wow, I mean, just look at that. Just the way the camera is changing that way. But yeah, I'm not going to be running into a case with this. Yeah, I'm falling off and dying. With the way I'm handling this game, I'm not. So there's that as well. I pick up the electric shield, which does not, you know, give you a double jump like it did in Sonic 3, but it does attract rings towards you. As you run around. And also I'm doing the spin dash. That's on the X button, by the way, and you can do that as you're running, so you can kind of pick up speed really fast, and that is the beauty of this game. When you get it going, you just get the speed running insanely fast in the way that you always like to do with Sonic, and it's terrific stuff. Especially as you're going, well, down, or sort of down. Woo! Yeah, there we go. Look at that. The spiraling thing there. Whoa! Yeah, it's like, it really epitomized the idea of Sonic being like a roller coaster ride, and it's so wonderful that way. Especially the way this game handles it compared to other ones. Ooh, I got lucky on that question mark ring box. By the way, when you see the question mark, it gives you a random number of rings of, I think, 1, 5, 10, 20, or 40. I got lucky. 40's the most. And let's get the Chaos Emerald. So there we are. We're done with Windy Valley for now, but we'll probably come back here with other characters. That's going to be the other case, because other characters will come through some of the same areas, but go different paths, including paying attention to the fact we have Tails there, who, by the way, if you have a second controller, you can put it in, you control him in this 3D space, although, unlike Sonic 3 or Sonic & Knuckles, he doesn't fly, or you can't really fly with him, and because of how the game works in 3D, it's really hard to keep up if you're playing the other player that way. So it's not really much of anything, unfortunately. So imagine a 3D Sonic game where you could do that and do it really well, but given how some of the 3D Sonics kind of went downhill after this, I mean, not Sonic Adventure 2, that's still really good, although it had issues with its camera in ways that even this game doesn't. And Sonic Heroes as well. I don't know if they do that right, or if Sega even wants to try again, because let's just say it, when Sonic Adventure, or not Sonic Adventure 3, that's what Sonic 06 is, though, let's be honest here. When Sonic 06 came out, it was pulling from this heavily, and it was such a train wreck, and people knew it that way. And Sega's probably thinking, well, we don't want to go this way, so they went to try different things. I guess we'll see what they do next with Sonic, but who's to say what that's going to be? I mean, mostly it's really going to be that Sonic Rangers game. I guess that's what it's called, or going to be called. And the Origins Collection, and I guess Sonic Colors Ultimate, which is out in a couple of weeks. Alright, so that ball light's saying we got to go to the sewers, so we can go down this area now to get there. And avoid the cars, although here in this case, let me show this. They'll stop on a dime, so you're fine. There are levels where they won't, and they hit you and you get hurt, but you can't get hurt when you're in the adventure fields. Also, you can go into the burger shop. And there's an emblem over here. Yeah, you can find a couple of them in the action stages, just pick them up. Speaking of picking up, yeah, let's pick up this. Yeah, it looks like I'm picking up a person, but it's actually a statue. But I always thought it was funny, just thinking like, oh yeah, here's a person who can run around and throw him. Yeah, but since he's just a statue, he's fine. Actually, I easily could have taken him to the sewer, but here we go. We have to go to the sewer, by the way, for where we're going. And that's an area we can't get to, but another character can. In the meantime, go to the left and come down this way to the sewer and get a new pair of kicks.
Now you've got
Lightspeed shoes.
Press and hold the action button to store up power.
Alright, so basically when you do a spin dash now, you're able to build up your power and then do a Lightspeed dash where you go across a trail of rings.
You race toward rings at light speed. As long as there's a trail of rings, you can go just about anywhere.
Unlike the later games, though, this one you have to be doing it from a standstill. In this case, step on the button, or actually, you know, let's hit the ball here.
Use the light dash to run along the paths of rings.
Alright, they're telling me just to do that.
And let go when you have enough
Alright, so just keep holding that X button down until he says, ready, and then get towards the rings, let go, and go! There you go. And you come out and into the shop over here. That, by the way, was closed, so that's why this happened. In fact, let's talk to this guy. Hey, don't use the back door. Yeah, too late. Also, the other thing you can do is you can feasibly rob from this place for this egg, although I need a stone to bring back here to trade in place. And so, like, hey, here's this nice stone. I'll get that gold chow egg, but we can do that later. But now, I guess we took so long in the sewers, it is night, and I love the night look of this. Again, the color palette. Oh, it sure fooled me. The statue in front of the burger shop. Yeah, that's the girl there who is emphasizing that, so, alright. Because I told you about it before she did. But with it being night in Station Square, and feasibly night soon, where you might be watching in your neck of the woods, or in mine, feasibly, let's go into the train station again. I guess fitting when the last time we played a game for the show, we were doing some gambling, so let's go do some gambling. Alright, there's the casino, but before we go... Okay, that's something we're going to come to later. But yeah, oh actually, wait, no, there is one thing we have to do. I almost forgot to do that. Because I got the Lightspeed Dash, but there's an optional upgrade that you're going to want to get in the hotel. Actually, I went there a little earlier. We go up here and hit this button. We hit that button, it opens that door over there. We hit this button, it has a trail of rings, and you do the Lightspeed Dash charge up. By the way, that will also hit that button rapidly. But you then want to hit it there, and you can keep holding X to... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the ring trail goes away. There we go. You gotta get through quick in order to get through the door. I just got through it and get this.
This is the
Crystal ring.
This reduces the time needed to store power for the Lightspeed Dash.
So basically now it'll take a lot less time to charge that Lightspeed Dash up. Let me show you. Yeah, that's why you want to get this. Oh, whoa! I just went through the... I went through the wall. Okay. Alright, so I guess I can, you know, break this game in some ways. And yeah, this is not necessarily a bug-free game. I mean, I'm definitely emphasizing that, but, yeah, compared to some of the later games of this series, yeah, this is way better. But in the meantime, we are going to go gambling at the casino. Just do the Lightspeed Dash with that ring and open the door. Here we are in Casinopolis, which is host to another great music. Oh, here's the thing. I'm just going to say this. Anytime I go into a stage, I'm going to say the music is incredible, because it is. And if you're one of those people who likes going to casinos hearing like that jazzy kind of guitar music and piano stuff, yeah, you're going to love this track. If you've never heard it, you're also going to love some of the references we're going to have in here as we hit the slot machines here and cause rings to pop out. They have visual security guards saying, you know, get away and stop doing that. I'll keep doing that because the whole deal here is you want to get 400 rings. In fact, let me show you that. Yeah, I want to go in the vault. It's right here. Hit the button, and, well, when I get back up there... Alright, come on. There's tails just flying in air like that. I've never seen that before. And I'm literally having the ring shaken out of me. So good to see Tails, and so good to see you, Dolly Finn. Welcome to the show, and welcome to Part 1 of Sonic Adventure. We are in Casinopolis. We are going to be going gambling, or sort of gambling. Well, yeah, no, we're going to be gambling. The way you do this is you have to get 400 rings to get through there, to get to the Chaos Emerald that's up there. And it's invisible, so you have to get the 400, I think. We go in here, we're going to be playing some pinball, which is a fitting one for Sonic, and there is a slot machine in the front. And depending on how I hit that, we can get things going. But here's the deal. Yeah, you have 3 balls when you go through this. You have to have at least 100 rings at the end of your 3 balls. If you don't, you get tossed into the trash. Actually, I will show going into the trash, but in the meantime, there we go. Yeah, trying to get combinations on there. You don't want to get the 3 Robotniks, otherwise you're going to be losing rings, feasibly. Yep. Ah, just missed it. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the luck of the draw, and unlike actual slot machines, you can actually control how the reels are going to stop. And unlike Sonic 2, actually, for that matter. Or Sonic 3. Yeah, I'm not getting good luck, but either way, I can keep going with what we got. And just enjoying this wonderfully jazzy piano piece. I just love the music of this game so much, as if... Look, that's going to be... Every 2 seconds I'm going to be saying that with this game, because it's just that great. Alright. But I want to try and at least have 100 rings before that, and open the other areas up to show what those are. Okay, there we go, perfect. There we go, get a nice light show, and the lighting effects, which are very nice for this game. Whoa! And if you hit it right, you come through there. I got a life and I got 100 rings, so when I lose my last ball, I will not be going into the trash, but I do want to show going into the trash at some point. Feasibly. In fact, you know what? We'll show coming out now. And if you get 100 rings, or have 100 rings when you lose your last ball, you're dropped in front of the vault, and you can let it, you know, pull the rings out of you once more. So I'll do that, and then we're going to go show off the other table. And I'll show off the trash as well. Alright, so we did the Sonic pinball over there. That's slot pinball, but we also have card pinball. Yeah, Knights! Actually, this was my first exposure to Knights before I played the actual Knights game. And you do have the instant replay music going from the actual game. That's so cool. Well, thank you, and I remember feeling that when I played this game for the first time in 1999. I got this game with my Dreamcast, and it was quite a great moment of being able to see Sonic back after it seemed like, after all the years that were going past since Sonic and Knuckles, like, where was Sonic? Where was the Sonic representation on Saturn? It was kind of there, and we'll have Saturn representation to show at a later date for the Super Sonic Games Saturday segment we're doing. But yeah, how this works, by the way, for the Knights Pinball is you collect the cards, and if you get a combination of some sort, based on the characters there's Puffy. We have Knights up there, we have the Knightopian. You open that door in the back, and if you can go into the back, you go to this new area, or there's another area where you can get more cards there, and hopefully hit the side there, so I can get carried off by Knights in particular. Let's see if I can do that. Whoa! Alright, got a pair, but I do want to have him take me through the rings. Whoa! Okay, maybe not now. If you fall out of this area, you go into this area, and you actually go to Spring Valley from Knights. And we played Knights, sort of, when we did the HD version, which is on the YouTube site. At some point, we're going to have to do the Sega Saturn version, especially with that Retronic 5 I have running now, where all our streaming problems with Saturn and any of their system are going to be a thing of the past. Perhaps the best $300 I've ever spent. Well, some of the best $300 I've ever spent, anyway. Great special effects, yes. And I think that was the idea with this game, that Sega really wanted to show what the Dreamcast was capable of coming out, because let's go into that. Because Knights was a Saturn game, and it was a great Saturn game, but it's also the case where the Saturn suffered significantly its sales against the PlayStation 1. And I think, at least in the US it did. Japan it did better. But I think for the Dreamcast, Sega was saying, like, this is our last gasp. And really, Sega made a lot of mistakes with Saturn and 32X, and Sega CD to an extent as well. So for their last-ditch effort with the Dreamcast, which it turned out being their last-ditch effort as far as a hardware case, they said, we're not going out without a fight. We're going to show off what this thing could do. We're going to kick off the next generation of gaming at that time. And man, did they do it. And I remember being an owner of the Dreamcast when it came out and into the last couple of years of its life, which was not much. It only lasted about 3 years before Sega retired it, but with some of the aspects going on the PS2 at the time, I was a very happy Dreamcast owner with a lot of the games I was getting, and a lot of the games I'll be showing off for this system as we go along in the future. Because I got a lot of memories of the system and other games to show for it. But I do want to get over there and have Knights take me away. Usually you go over to the left where the rings are, but it's very specific sometimes when you have to do that. Alright, come on. You also go to the special effects and the artistry of this game, but also of Knights itself, because a lot of this comes out of Knights specifically. Also, by the way, if you're seeing that shaking of the table, if you move the analog stick, you're able to do shaking of it to kind of move the ball around and move Sonic around, and it will not tilt the machine, thank God. So you can do it as much as you want. Alright, well there's Knights again. I want to show that off. And you know what, I'll try again because I'm close to the 400 rings I need. Can you still buy games for the Dreamcast? Yeah, you can go on to eBay and get anything, although feasibly, I think you can feasibly find new games depending on where you go, even on Dreamcast. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, I bought Typing of the Dead, which is a terrific game that I'm definitely going to have to show off, which is a typing simulator that's taken from House of the Dead 2. They turned it into a typing game, basically. I bought a new copy of that, and it was cheaper than buying a used, and there aren't not many used copies of that game, interestingly enough. So, in a lot of ways, that's the way to buy that game, as far as it. I don't see a lot of people want to get their used copies tossed. But yeah, you can go on eBay, you can go wherever you want, and feasibly find games for this. I've still seen stuff on Dreamcast. I've still been buying things for this every so often, although I think the last game I bought for this was about 2 years ago, I think. I bought Test Drive Le Mans from Atari, which is a great racing game, great-looking racing game that I missed, and it was also dirt cheap. And that's the other thing about the Dreamcast. A lot of the games on it the prices are going up for some of them for sure, but they're also things that you can still get a collection going for a decent amount of money, or for a low enough amount of money anyway, without spending too much. Although there are games on this thing that do cost a fortune. And to be honest, Sonic Adventure is kind of getting up to be one of them, sort of. Even though they made a lot of copies of this, I'm seeing this for like 40, 50 bucks, sort of, when I go to like used game stores and things. And Sonic Adventure 2 is like almost 100, although maybe it's because, well, people really want to have them. We're gamers now. Okay, so I guess, I don't know if I contributed to that or not, but glad to hear that and glad you're enjoying the show and the discussions of the show and what you're adding, because as I mentioned, the point of the show is we'll play a game. Me and the audience will watch, or sometimes people will join me for the show specifically. But yeah, tell me your experience of this and of any of the games, and I want to hear what you have to say about whatever you got on your mind gaming-wise, whether it's talking about elements of the Dreamcast or other things. You know what? Alright, we're going to show going to the trash. If you get less than 100 rings, you come down here. Yeah, this is the trash heap of the casino. And hear this amazing piece of music. Let me also do one other thing. There is a ring trail here. Use the lightspeed dash, hit that, and get the bomb, which blows up all the enemies in the area. You get all the animals there. They do this great music. They call this dilapidated highway here. This doop 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 boop 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 doop. But I got hit by the spike ball, so that's not good. But it is so great. In fact, I'll also tell this story. I will actually do like a DJing of my office Christmas party, and I'll do like, you know, holiday music and things that fit to that. There are times I'll like get some like easy listening stuff, like instrumental things. I've played songs from this soundtrack before. In fact, the music we hear in the casino hall, I played that music. This nice piano, you know, jazzy thing. And I remember someone was saying, like, I love the music you selected. And I think he's someone who's annoyed that his sons play video games like Call of Duty and things. Like I said, would it kill you to know this comes out of a video game? And he's like, it does. But he's like, no, it's still really good. And it shows that idea of the great music can come out of it. Also dash across there to get the invincibility and coming out, and Sonic wiping off, you know, the dirt that he has there, all the stuff going on as a climb up the ladder. But by the way, when you go into the trash, you come out into the casino's showers, and yeah, I'm taking a shower right now, although feasibly I'm wearing the shield, so the water might not be getting in there. But yeah, like, yeah, we have Sonic, you know, having the water going and him having a nice shower. Yeah, probably one of the more, I guess, stream-friendly elements of showering I could be showing, feasibly, of games I know that have shower sequences in them. But yeah, there you go. I think with that should be enough, although... Oh, by the way, also, I guess I'm glad I showed this off. I hit 10 minutes. This is another change from the other Sonic games. The other Sonic games, you have a 10-minute time limit. That stopped with this one. Okay, Sonic 3D Blast also stopped with, but this one in particular. There we go. Put the rings there, and we are set. Alright, so with that, we got enough, and we can come and get the Chaos Emerald. Is there a best Sonic game to play if you're a beginner? Actually, this is a pretty decent one. As far as that, I would say now, Sonic Mania, which came out a couple years ago for the PC, Xbox 360, or Xbox One, Switch, and PS4. In that it plays like the other Sonic games, but it also is something that is very easily approachable in a lot of ways. And this game, I'd say, is kind of that way, sort of, too. But I would say, yeah, that would probably be a good primer. I mean, interesting enough, the Sonic games don't tend to have, like, difficulty modifying elements to them, usually. But they're the kind of things, in a lot of cases, they're easy to pick up and play. And it was like me when I first played, because I was with Sonic from the very beginning, while being accosted by Eggman. But, because usually the mechanics can be simple, and for the really good entries in this series, they're the kind of things that there's not too much you really have to manage starting, and then you can kind of get used to how some of the other mechanics work as well. Granted, that's not always the case with Sonic, and some of the other Sonic games are pretty bad, I'm not going to lie. I love this franchise. There's some really bad games in this franchise still. Even bad ports of the good ones, like Sonic Genesis, as I mentioned. On the Genesis, it's great. On the Game Boy Advance, that one, ooh, boy, no. But Sonic Adventure is a great game. On the Dreamcast, at least. On the GameCube and Xbox 360 and PS3, absolutely not. There are a lot of problems with that as far as clipping and other elements and aspects of the graphics they change, so it's not so hot. But yeah, there we go. We got... Yeah, we had a rough night out, feasibly, with Sonic and Tails getting accosted, or getting gassed, as it was. I guess that's the joke, really, there, is that, well, Sonic and Tails got, like, purple gassed, they got knocked out, and now it's morning, and we gotta go and take care of Eggman because he has our other emeralds. I'm taking notes. Well, alright, this is definitely an interesting one to take notes on, but I guess to go back to your question, I'd say a lot of the early Sonic games would be doing that, like Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles. When Sonic Origins comes out next year, that would probably be a great primer. Whether you've come in the series new, or haven't played a whole lot of them, or just want to get, fresh ones. And that would be a great case when they announce what systems it's going to be on. Or one like Sonic Mania, which is readily available. And I'd say feasibly this one as well, although in this case you also have to deal with other elements, because those other ones are 2D games, this is a 3D game, so you have to kind of deal with aspects of running around an area, controlling elements of the camera, because usually they're a left and right trigger to do that, using the D-pad to go into first-person view. And to be fair, the camera in the 3D Sonic games can be a problem in a lot of them. And even in this game, it kind of gets stuck in certain ways, but in other cases it can be even worse, because sometimes, like, I'll change it like this, but then when I start moving, it'll just snap back in place. And so it can be a problem. Actually, feasibly, you want to take a look at that, look at Shadow the Hedgehog on the YouTube site. I did a play of that back in April, which has big issues with its camera. But anyway, we have the Ice Stone, and what we're doing is got to bring it over here and drop it in. Now, with the key floating, it's going to lock in place. Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm glad I've been able to be of, I guess, sort of a service. Here's the thing, I don't want to necessarily be like someone I'm propping myself up saying like, oh, look how much I know, look how I'm, educating people out there as far as this, or saying like, look how better I am. No, absolutely not. I think it's all a communal element and understanding certain aspects. There's a lot of games I have blind spots with, as far as franchises or companies. But anyway, we're in Ice Cap, kind of a nod to Sonic 3, which had that. But in this case, we're in this icy area. We hear this great track. We don't hear this for a long time. So, I'm going to kind of stick around a little. You're helpful. Alright, that's what I try to be. And honestly, that's really what I kind of want to do with this show, as I mentioned. When I started doing this last year, it was just kind of as a fun thing, because I wasn't seeing a whole lot of friends and family. But I said, alright, let me just stream games I have, just to, get that going. And I realized people came to the show. I'm doing that jump there, but I'm going to jump off because I want to run through the actual part of this. It kind of came to the idea of people coming in and saying, like, hey, I really like these games, or I like what I'm seeing, or I want to play this, or I have memories of playing this game growing up, or other things, or hey, I want to play this, where can I get it? And in that way, that's kind of been the beauty of where the show has gone. And in all honesty, I've mentioned this before, this is not a stream that millions and millions of people are watching. And honestly, I'm fine with that. But what I really want to do with this is just kind of, as mentioned this before, kind of be a casual, relaxing hangout at the end of a week. You might have a lot of things going on in your life, whatever that might be. Well, there might be a lot of things feasibly. But you come in and you just have a nice relaxing time. We have a discussion. We bond over elements of gaming, or kind of learn new things. Because I learned a lot from you all in the chat. It's not just me realizing stuff like that. So in that case, that kind of became a great thing about it. So it's kind of helpful in a lot of ways, whether, I guess I might be to you, the camera's going to be going outside that way, or you to me, because I know in a lot of cases there are games I played on the recommendations of people that I hadn't played. I mean, we did that with Top Gear a couple weeks ago, and so in that way, it's like, I guess I'm giving back in that way, but they're kind of giving to me as far as expanding my horizons of gaming. Although, mostly this month, it's just going to be this game for tonight and next week, and then Mario RPG, and then in September we got a bunch of other things lined up. Actually, I guess I may as well go on this while we're climbing through the ice cap and going into the deep cave where the music has changed. Be a little more atmospheric, but good stuff still all the same. While we're jumping on the icicles, you want to basically aim yourself backwards and then jump over that way to go on the icicles and avoid the spikes. For those new to gaming, really, it's encouraging. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that because... And that's an interesting case, and I'll tell you, it kind of contrasts with something with Sonic when Sonic came out, because I mentioned we're doing the Super Sonic Game Saturday streams, a bunch of Sonic games this year, because this year's the 30th anniversary. It was 2 months ago. We had that. And I think about, how did the landscape of gaming change from the past 30 years? In a lot of ways, it's been tech reasons, enhanced graphics and things like that. In a lot of cases, it's been people coming to games who maybe had thought, well, at the time, they were intimidating, which is weird because they were a lot simpler back then, feasibly, in terms of the idea of the controllers being more simplistic mechanics, like Sonic being something you could easily pick up, Mario, things like that, too. But now there are people who want to come to games now, it's like, hey, there's so many options now, what do I play? And if I'm seeing something older, how do I get access to that? But that's also where, like, the idea of game preservation is coming from other companies, of saying, like, hey, we're going to port this. And that's why I also go on this game, because, like, they don't port this game very well, honestly, in other places. So I kind of would like another one as good as this, although feasibly there's a PC version and there's a mod that basically turns it into this. So, there you go. By the way, I'm going through here, and we are going to be going down because we got an avalanche. This great guitar track while we're jumping on the snowboard, which is the snowboard from Sonic Triple Trouble. Interestingly enough, there's a power-up that Sonic gets in that. You snowboard down the mountain, and now we're snowboarding going towards the camera away from the avalanche, which will not hurt you, by the way, if you hit it. We don't think it will. You know, let's try it. Well, I think you can feasibly get caught at the back of it and then get hurt, but so far, we're not. This is so cool. Yeah, Dito. Pun not intended. Well, pun intended and not, because cool because of the cool, you know, ice thing. Ooh, that weird element of the camera. And also because of the fact that, yeah, it is nice to be doing that. And that's the idea of Sonic. Sonic exemplified the idea of what cool was. In a lot of ways, he's like the Elvis Presley of the gaming industry, including a lot of the darker ways if you really want to think about it. If you really want to draw that parallel with some of the worst or bad games in the series. But definitely the idea of, like, yeah, when you're doing stuff like that, you're doing snowboarding, yeah, you're jumping off the side of that, hitting the A button right there, doing a nice trick, and having Sonic say, like, yes! Or, okay! Like, there you go. It is fun to be able to enjoy that way. Either while you're playing, or feasibly watching, or hearing that great music. We have this, like, jazzy music going with, like, the horns and the saxophone. As we're going down through, I guess, somewhere in Europe, feasibly, or wherever this is. Because we're around Angel Island, feasibly. We'll see Angel Island a little later, as it ties to Sonic 3. Yeah, we're just snowboarding down the mountain, hitting into the, icicles and everything, the glaciers. We're gonna be fine. Sonic can handle that as we go along. And it does give great variety for this game in particular, because 1 minute you're running around on the ice as we've been doing, but also then, okay, I missed that jump, unfortunately, but we'll see this again later. But then you can be snowboarding, you'll be doing some other things as well. And that's the thing about this Sonic game in particular, they give you a lot of great variety to it. So in that way, in fact, we'll see that more, particularly when we come to it next month. And yeah, the camera's getting caught a lot, but you're just kind of seeing through. It's not, you know, impacting my gameplay, at least. There we go, we're coming down the mountain, and we got another Chaos Emerald. So there you go. But again, going back to what you're saying as far as the idea of gaming...
Yeah, not bad.
And that landscape, I'm glad you kind of went into that, because it is something I've been thinking about a lot, really. And I guess going back to some of these games, thinking about... Look, I played some of these games when they were new. I played this in 1999 when it came out. But there's stuff that doesn't always be the case with me. So, but it's interesting kind of contrasting, like, okay, what was I like growing up playing it, and then what is it like now, and also where we've gone with gaming. And also, I guess, where Sonic's gone feasibly, and where he's going to be going, including, I guess let's go into some Sonic stuff going on as far as, like, news and things. The biggest news, I guess, was, and it kind of ties to this game, we're going to see him in a second, Knuckles was announced for Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie that's coming out, or the sequel, the movie from last year, it's coming out next year. And he's going to be voiced by Idris Elba of Beast of No Nation and the Suicide Squad fame. In fact, here is Knuckles, we're going to see. Voiced here by Michael McGaharn, who's done some voice work, I've noticed. He was Jansen in Lost Odyssey for the 360. And also, he voiced Ken in a couple of Barbie games, the Detective Barbie series on the PC, interesting enough. But, yeah, we're going to hear Idris Elba voicing him in the movie, which is going to be an interesting case.
What?
And in the movie as well, it's going to still be, God, the name of, I'm trying to remember, Ben Schwartz, who is, Sonic in the first movie from Parks and Recreation as him. But alright, here we got a boss battle with Knuckles. This is insanely easy, because you just have to homing attack into him, and he'll say... Oh no! Oh god, I love that so much. I know people said, like, the voice acting has been something of ridicule, even by me, but it's like, it's so earnest and genuine. It's like, oh no! So there you go, like, just homing attack into him 3 times and knock the sense of him, just like we did in Sonic and Knuckles, and you're like, hey, you stole the emeralds, give them back. I'm like, no, we're not. You're being tricked by Robotnik. And that's the case here as well, and yeah, we got the emeralds knocked out of ourselves again, and, well, here's Robotnik, or Dr. Eggman as they start calling him with this game, coming back to steal them.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Alright, and again, that is Dean Bristow voicing Robotnik. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us. He passed away in 2005. But he did do a good job as Robotnik for sure, especially as we'll hear when we play with the other characters, because they changed... Some of the cutscenes we're going to see are going to be the same, because we have Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles here. We'll see the cutscenes, but they changed the wording of the cutscenes, and they also changed some of the intonations, so it's kind of interesting. But yeah.
What about you? Way to go, Knucklehead!
So that's Sonic basically saying, yeah, Knuckles, we had this happen in Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles, why did you, fall for it again? The idea is that Knuckles is usually very, gullible. Although the later games are turning into him kind of being dumb, which is very weird that way. And then Sonic Mania came out and showed that no, he's not dumb, because he remembers something very specific from that game, and it's actually very funny. And I might show that when we do Sonic Mania at some point. The characters look so good. For the time, for sure, because this is aged, for sure. And this game came out, God, like 22 years ago now. But for the time, it looked terrific, and it still looks nice as far as the color and the art direction. And I think that's what some of the other ports of this, remakes of this later, missed. I think that's the other thing. Like, Sonic is all about the spectacle, so hey, we want to get people into that. And here is one of the aspects, because, yeah, this is Chaos 4. That number 4, by the way, emphasized the idea of how many emeralds he has in him. We're in this puddle over here on the lily pads. You gotta jump around and hit him in the face doing the homing attack. And actually, one of the things they said when they were doing the development of this game was, hey, we were thinking that we want to make Chaos for something that we couldn't do on the other systems, making this amorphous, like, water creature, and doing, like, that split thing. So basically, just keep homing attack and jumping on the lily pads, but you're kind of stopped by the water. If I sink down in the water too much, I get hurt, so I don't want to do that. Although, one, I guess, potential challenge to that is they're saying, like, hey, you couldn't do this amorphous water thing on all your systems, but The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time had Morpho in the Water Temple, which came out the year before that. Or actually, it came out a month before this in Japan, actually, because Sonic Adventure came out in 1998 in Japan, and we got in 1999. So that had an element to it, but to go to the graphics and the art direction and the colors, I think that was the idea. Sega knew, like, hey, if we're going to be coming out swinging against what Sony had with the PlayStation 2 that was on the way, with what Nintendo and Microsoft were going to be doing, which they didn't know yet what that was at the time, that would be the GameCube and the Xbox later, they said, like, we have to impress people. We have to get people like me, Sega stalwarts, people who grew up playing Sega Genesis and other systems, and saying, get them excited about Sonic again. Get them excited about these other franchises that we're bringing back, or new franchises, as we saw with stuff like Shenmue and Jet Grand Radio, and other things of the sort at the era of the Dreamcast. Which are also ones that definitely emphasize almost the graphics, but also certain things about what they're doing with the gameplay and it being very uniquely Sega. By the way, he'll also knock down the lily pads there, so just keep doing that. And when he submerges like that, hit him again, and one more hit and he's done.
I'll play with you some other time.
Okay, and Sonic's head is being clipped through by the lily pad. Yeah, so you do get some little unintentional elements to that. So yeah, there's definitely elements of the clipping polygons, although compared to some of the other versions of this, it is better. And also, frame rate. Let's talk frame rate. This game runs at 30 frames per second on the Dreamcast. It runs at 60 in the later releases, but particularly on the GameCube, it does not hold that 60 consistently. This one does hold it more consistently. It's interesting, because I've been getting into this with the re-release of Sonic Colors that's coming out next month. Or a couple weeks, actually. It's September 7th that drops. It's not running at 60 FPS on Switch, which is very weird. I'm thinking, like, the Switch should be able to handle a remake of a Wii game from 11 years ago. But, alas, no. But yet, here I am saying that here I'm playing this at 30 FPS, and I like this better than the 60 FPS of ports of this, or re-releases of this. But I think it's also maybe the feel of how it plays, and also just because it seems like it's more consistent how it runs it. But anyway, this is the Egg Carrier. This is the latest contraption that Eggman or Dr. Robotnik built, because that's how he does. He builds these contraptions that cost him feasibly a lot of money. I don't know how he gets the money for it. That's come up in past streams we've done. Like, where does he get the money for this? I don't know. He probably... well, I guess it's like maybe he does work on the side, like his science experiments or something. But he has this warship that he's coming around to take things away for. And we gotta go take it down. I guess it's like the Wing Fortress, I guess, from Sonic 2. But yeah, we're gonna go and take the Tornado to go get him.
I have some unfinished business to take care of.
Alright, so Knuckles is gonna stay behind.
Knuckles, we'll take care of everything here.
Come on, let's get going.
Also, I don't know if you're hearing this, but also there's the disc grinding, the of the Dreamcast, because yeah, the Dreamcast does have a loud, thing to it. But it is interesting to at least point that out. So like, yeah, we're doing Super Old Game Saturday, the whole 9 yards of classic gaming elements.
What's the matter?
Including how it grinds anytime there's voice acting. So yeah, like, Knuckles is saying get going. Alright, we're gonna get going. Just go up to Tails' workshop and we'll be set. Whoa. Don't want to fall off yet.
Sonic, wait here for a second.
Alright, so Tails crashed his plane before, when we first met him at the beginning of the game. But yeah, we're taking to the skies again with him. See, I guess here's the thing, like, that was out of character for Tails, and even Sonic said it, because Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, he can handle the plane no problem. Or Tails can, anyway. And he's wondering, like, what this is about, but yeah, Tails' workshop has, I guess, those fake palm trees there, and a runway. So yeah, Tails has been busy with his mechanical elements. We showed that with Tails Adventure last month. But yeah, this game really emphasized that above anything else. And this is the one that people played more than Tails Adventure, specifically. But anyway, so there is the tornado, Sonic's plane, and we're going to be taken to the skies to take the egg carrier down.
Sonic, hop in.
Or hop on, as it is, because Sonic, always rides on back of it, because I guess, Tails doesn't have another, or Sonic didn't put another seat. But yeah, Sonic can handle, you know, standing up that way. And off we're flying. And, the elements that are going next, it's an impressive looking game. Yeah, it definitely is, especially for what Dreamcast was doing. So there's that as well. We're Sky Chase Act 1, which is named after the Sky Chase theme, or the Sky Chase level from Sonic 2. But yeah, it's a plane shooter now, like Star Fox or Panzer Dragoon. You're kind of flying around and just holding the A button down to get the lock on target going, and then let go. Actually, it's a lot like Panzer Dragoon, honestly, from the Sega Saturn. Which I've shown off a little bit with the port of it in Panzer Dragoon Orta for the Xbox, which is on the YouTube site under the SuperOldGameSaturday Shooter Showcase. But yeah, we're doing it here with the tornado just flying around on, I guess, the rails elements here. And you're right as far as the look of this. And I know, as I said, there are games you can see today that look incredible. Even other Sonic games that look incredible, like Sonic Unleashed, as far as visual elements. I guess feasibly Sonic Colors Ultimate when it comes out next month. But there's something, and I mentioned this, I think it's the art direction, some of the other aspects they're doing with this, the bloom effect of going into the sun. Where the idea is like, hey, I can kind of stare into the sun, and it's going to blind me. Going by land, sea, and air, and that is true. We definitely are, because we did start on the beach in Emerald Coast. We did run on the land with everything, and we're snowboarding, and now here we are on the plane. So yeah, you definitely get around a lot in this game, and it covers a lot of nice ground. I think that's the other thing about this one that in some ways makes me like it even more than some of the later 3D Sonics that came around, like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes in particular. And those had interesting areas that you were going to as well. But also with this one, I think there's something about just the style of this one that makes me really, really appreciate it. Although I still do like those other ones, for sure, for what they do as well. Like with Sonic Adventure 2, you're going to the cityscapes. That's based on San Francisco in a lot of ways. And Sonic Heroes is kind of a bunch of places too. This one actually, I might have mentioned this before you jumped on, Dollyfin. I'll reiterate it to you now that you're here. Yuji Naka, who was involved with Sonic Team, the developers of this game, and also the people who were involved, they actually went to South America to do, like, research for this game. Because, like, hey, we're doing the Mystic Ruins and things. We want to get that feel of this, and also the ancient civilization of the Echidnas, which we'll see later. And they wanted to get that attention to detail, so they actually went on site to get a sense of, hey, let's get some ideas as far as how the look of this is going to look, and, like, the art direction and some of the stuff over it. And that weird, you know, aspect of the Sonic model there. But and I think maybe that's where the atmosphere really comes from, where their homework really paid off doing. Yeah, we shot through the area of the tornado, but yeah, we got a laser beam shot out, and unfortunately we're not planning for that, so boom. Yeah, so yeah, that's misstep number 2 for Tails. We got 83% hit, by the way. So yeah, we're crashing again. But I got an emblem because I got enough hits for that. The emblems, admittingly, are kind of like the Power Stars in Mario 64, although unlike that, you don't actually unlock things for grabbing them, just for, hey, you've completed a mission. But with that, we're crashing to the ground. And you're hearing that cartoon sound effect as I am crashing down into the beach. Boom. And I'm feeling the jump pack, which is the rumble element of the Dreamcast, going on the back of that. But yeah, Sonic's fine with this. He's been there before, as like landing in the sand, actually in Sandopolis in Sonic & Knuckles, so...
You're not who I'm looking for.
Yeah. He's fine with that. Yeah, his eyes do that weird thing. It's like a slot machine. I don't know what that's about.
I wonder if he's okay.
And then, yeah, that kid is not Tails, so we got to go find him. The color's incredible. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's the other thing, though, why I like the Dreamcast version more than the other releases that came later, because, just to give you an idea, what the other versions did is, first they changed the model of Sonic to kind of make him more in line with the thinner design of him for the later games. It started with this one, sort of. He still has the pudgy, chest, sort of like the old Sonic. But also what they did is they brightened up elements of the graphics and some of the lighting, but it looks washed out in a lot of ways. Even like when they high-defed it to the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, it still looked really kind of weirdly off, whereas maybe too abrasive. Whereas in this one, it's maybe a little softer as far as how the colors are looking, maybe not popping as much, but it creates this great, element of lighting. Even the idea is like, yeah, we're in the sunset of the city, but it just looks really nice as far as the idea of, you feel like you're in a sunset city almost playing this. Alright, unfortunately there is a train strike and they want to, have better conditions to their workers. So basically what that means is, actually I didn't emphasize that before, but yeah, we can't take the train for that. So let's see, what does the Orb of Light tell us to do?
Try going to the casino.
Yeah, okay, that's, not bad advice when things are going down and your train workers are on strike. Go gamble your problems away. Or hit into the invisible wall. But anyway, let's go to the casino and see what's going down.
Sonic, wait up!
Oh, right, okay, we are getting another new face, or a sort of new face.
Long time no see.
Oh yeah, we're hearing that line again.
Amy.
What's wrong with you anyway? Listen, this birdie
Alright, this is Amy Rose. She was the girl we saved in Sonic CD. And, yeah, that birdie, she's holding on to her. We'll find out later, because we're going to be able to play as her as well. But, yeah, she wants, Sonic to protect him. And, Amy is in love with Sonic, by the way, so that's the idea. That's why he doesn't want to do it. Usually Sonic's like, yeah, I'll help anybody. But it's like, well, no. He's thinking Amy's going to be getting in the way. And that is, Jennifer Doulard, who voices Amy. And from what I've understood, because I was doing looks into this as far as voice work, and the people who did other things, I didn't find anything else for her. I don't know if that's because she only did stuff for this and then maybe retired, or if there's something else, or, well, I hate to say this, if there's maybe a seedier side to this, the way there was with the voice actor for Teasel Bond for the Mega Man Legends when we started that. Which, yeah, if you go to that video, I have to go into the comments elements as far as I was putting it into those videos to explain that, yeah, he was arrested for something pretty vile. So, yeah, that was... and I didn't find that out. It was actually Chad who let me know. And it's one of those cases where I kind of half wish I didn't know, but also I'm saying, well, that sometimes comes with the territory. We asked. We didn't know, like, the history. And then we found out, oh, he was convicted of child pornography. So, like, oh, boy, I'm sorry. You'd have to go into that. But I hopefully there's nothing around with Jennifer Doulard. I mean, if I have to put something weird into that for the video to explain that, I'll do it. Go on the record. We're going good, bad, and ugly of gaming if we have to, feasibly. But, yeah, we'll get off of that now. And see, that robot, that's Zero. Not to confuse Zero from the Mega Man X games, but that robot's going to be chasing Amy Rose. We're going to see that later, but something's happening. But she knows there's a sign over there for Twinkle Park that says, cute couples get in free. By the way, we couldn't go here, by the way, until we got her. Because, like, yeah, we're, I guess, a cute couple. But Sonic doesn't really want that. Because Sonic usually is his own hedgehog. He'll be nice to Amy. He'll help Amy. He'll say, like, oh, she's a pain. But he just kind of wants to, do his own thing, pretty much. Which, actually, we'll hear when we get to the main piece of music for him. Because each character has a theme song. So we're hearing Amy's theme now, which is... because we'll hear it more next month, probably, when we play as her. My Sweet Passion by Nikki Gregoff, who did, she actually did backing vocals for Britney Spears, Lady Gaga, and Joe Jackson, so I read. But, anyway, we're at Twinkle Park, and we're hearing this great remix, spacey remix of Panic Puppet Zone Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast from the Sega Genesis. And the reason, by the way, for that is because Jun Seno did the music for Sonic 3D Blast on the Genesis. And so, yeah, since he's doing the music for this game, he said, let's remix some tracks I did for that, and they sound terrific. But we are going go-karting. And what you want to do for this, pick up the rings to keep your speed up, or get your speed up. And hold, I think you can hold the left and right trigger to do tighter cornering, I think. But maybe it's a placebo effect. Maybe it doesn't do anything, but I'm convinced it does. But anyway, go around as you're hearing the... I remember when I heard this, say like, oh my god, this is from Sonic 3D Blast. Oh, by the way, if you hit into the coconuts, the little monkeys there, if you're not careful, I think you have to hit them very specifically, otherwise you'll lose rings, like I did there. Or you can jump on these things here and go, woohoo! And like, yeah, there is Sonic, going, getting really excited about, the go-kart realm. The spacey element there, and it does look very nice. And it makes every area look distinct, as I mentioned, or as chat was mentioning. So, there you go. Alright. Just keep hitting the speed boost to keep going. And you'll also understand maybe why we're, on the go-kart for this stage. But yeah, we're doing the loops, because yeah, you can't have a Sonic game without loops, especially for one like this. Like, hey, this is Sonic's first 3D outing, fully 3D. I mean, Sonic 3D Blast is an isometric game, so it's kind of a little different. And we're going to play Sonic 3D Blast either next month or the month after that. So you'll understand what I'm going about on that one. But for now, yeah, we're going through here. And yeah, they wanted to get that going to show those loops. But yeah, we're going into Twinkle Park. And oh my god, the music here. As we're riding on the roller coaster across this beautiful park. And you're hearing the guitar going... And seeing like the floating ships there. Yeah, talking about great colors or great sights. Yeah, here we are in the theme park, and it is just lovely, and the music especially. Which is actually, there was a sort of a remix of this sort of, ooh, yeah, but gotta be careful of the exploding barrels. There's a remix of this in Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2, sort of, in White Park Act 2. But yeah, we also have bowling. You time it right, hitting right in the center, get a strike. Get that nice fanfare, and when you do that, you get a bunch of rings out of the crown here. Yo, Galactverse, good to see you. Welcome to Sonic Adventure, Part 1. We'll be playing this next week as well, because we're not finishing this game tonight. But I hope you've been doing well. Great to see you. I'm having a great time so far playing Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. And just to let you in on one other thing that I mentioned at the beginning of the show, is I make another strike to get more rings. Our streaming concerns, I've mentioned many times before, hey, what about streams, cutting feed? What about systems we can't use because of changing resolutions like Saturn? That's done. Oh, okay, the camera's going flaky because I can't see anything, but alright, fine. This is a great game, I swear to God, despite what I'm saying with that, or despite that shot. But, yeah, there's gonna be no more. I have a RetroTink 5X that's fixed it. It's upscaling everything to glorious 1080p, including this game. So yeah, anything I've got, old retro systems, Saturn, PlayStation, anything, Dreamcast, it's all set to go. Any aspects of disc switching is not gonna be a problem anymore. So yeah, we're not going to be having that concern. And I will show that off at some point when we do for other systems. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going through Twinkle Park, enjoying the wonderful, wonderful music and wonderful sights of going across these wizard towers, I guess, and failing, feasibly. But also getting the invincibility right here. But yeah, I'm having a great time playing Sonic Adventure for Dreamcast. Let me know, chat, Electverse, Dollyfan, anybody else, what your experiences are with Sonic Adventure, if it's on this system or if it's on others. Oh shit, no! Alright, that's my first death, so there we go. That was my fault, because, like, yeah, I was, not being careful. But I was like, alright, we're, back there. And by the way, when you die, you go back to the checkpoint, as is wont for Sonic. And I did not get lucky on the question mark box. I got one ring off it, but it's okay. Man, I got 20 lives. We're gonna be fine. And 0 just counts as life in this game, so no issue there. As I mentioned before, and yeah, I hope I don't offend people feasibly by saying this. Yeah, I like this on the Dreamcast. I do not like the other versions of this game feasibly, but there are things feasibly that are unique to them, at least. Like the Game Gear games in the GameCube release, and that PC version, you can basically mod it to play like this, and look like this. So there you go. And 60 FPS, but it's not always consistent. But anyway, so we're going. We're almost at the end of Twinkle Park, and this is always a weird case. You jump up here, you hit the button, there's a ring trail. You don't necessarily need to follow it. You can do a light speed dash across it. Let's do it on one of them. Ooh. You can also feasibly, roll up the mountain or roll up the roof. I got to experience Sonic Adventures thanks to my cousin. Okay, so the idea of families getting you into a game like this, was it this version or was it one of the other ones? Do let me know. I would like to hear it and any other memories or good memories you might have with this one. As we're finally reaching the Pleasure Castle, or the top of the Pleasure Castle, as we're seeing that. Actually, wait, I can't do that yet, so, yeah, we'll do that later. Get it on the Dreamcast. Alright, which is where I started. I started with this in 1999. This is the first game I picked up for the system, because I was saying, I'll go into this again. 5 years after Sonic and Knuckles. I didn't have a Sega Saturn at the time. I had N64, so I'm thinking, where's the next big Sonic game? We didn't get it on Saturn. Or we didn't get Sonic Extreme anyway on Saturn, the next really huge one. But Sonic Adventure was there, and this was exactly what I was asking for. Even though it did start a dark element as far as the later Sonic games having aspects with his camera and things that were off, this was a great first impression. And even some of the later ones going next, particularly Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes, still were good stuff, despite the problems they have. And this is not a perfect game either, but still, it is a lot of fun, and it has great atmosphere. And can I go in here? Alright, because I do want to show this off briefly. Yeah, this is Twinkle Circuit. You come in here, you can come in here with any of the 6 characters you can play as, and you get to do a mini game of driving. Okay, this part does run at 60 FPS, so that's weird. Okay. Alright, so fine. I said this game runs at 30 FPS, but yeah, this part runs at 60. I guess maybe because there's not a whole lot of assets that it's really having to do, but you also hear this great remix of Sonic's theme, It Doesn't Matter, which you hear in its full form at the end of the game. Basically, this is just a mini-game, and as I mentioned, as we've gone along, we have a bunch of mini-games going on to give more variety to this, along with, you know, the fast, you know, running element that we love out of Sonic. Just got back from the Golden Corral. Okay, so having a night out with friends, family for a meal. Yeah, definitely something to do for Saturday night, especially when you're able to be doing that more. So yeah, definitely a good time for sure. So yeah, I'm definitely glad to hear you're doing well and are having a good time as far as life and gaming and other things as well. For my mom's birthday, there you go. Well, that's definitely very nice, and those oftentimes can be the nicest things as far as that. The idea of getting with family, you know, having a nice, relaxing time for that, and it is great stuff. So there you go. It sounds like she's very lucky to have you as a child of hers, for sure, of what I know of you. So there you go. And thank you very much again for showing up on the show and adding to it, everybody in the chat. But especially to Luck first, because you're here now, you just arrived. So just to reiterate that as you're going along with Twinkle Circuit. And just seeing this going, and yeah, I'm telling you, I'm just definitely waxing nostalgic all over the place on this game. Even though I'm noticing, hey, there's things that have aged for sure, but I am just having a blast playing this. As I mentioned, the first game for Super Sonic Game Saturday, that is not going to be done in one night, so that's why we're going to do it next week as well. We're going to go about, I'm going to guess, probably, it's saying, from what I've gathered, it's like a 9-hour game, about. We're not doing the whole 9 hours. It was a lovely celebration. Yeah, I definitely second that as well. Woo!
Yes!
And there, with that, we got our third lap. It was, so there you go. So, glad to hear that. But yeah, I'm just having such a good time playing this. Next week, as I said, we'll be playing this game again, the rest of it to finish it. And then the week after is Super Mario RPG. And then we have the stuff we'll be doing in September, which, actually, as far as the Sonic thing, yeah, I'm kind of a couple minds of what I want to do with Sonic, but I do know, just to go into this since we're going to be running around to other areas, the itinerary for September specifically is going to be, I'm stuffed. Well, that's good. If you're going to be going out for a meal, definitely something to be, you know, happily full. And we got a nice key card over there. Oh, and okay, yeah, there we go. And it's night again, we get to see the nice nighttime sky. But anyway, as I was saying, we have, as far as the itinerary of the streams coming up, next week is the rest of this, and then the week after that, Super Mario RPG, we might be able to finish it feasibly. If not, we'll continue September, or if not, we'll start Kingdom Hearts, which was your next RPG you want to play. By the way, you pick up that ID card, bring it in here to get the ID check to go into the next area. And then September, the other stuff we have is, you know, hold on to the card, which actually, now I'm noticing that's the same, you know, hold that he had in Sonic CD. Why are we playing the Dreamcast version? We're playing the Dreamcast version because A, it's the one I own. B, I want to try it with the Retronic X, or Retronic 5X. This is the first thing I'm streaming for this. And by the way, we're Speed Highway, so start running and love this cityscape as we go. But yeah, we're doing that because this is the version I have, and I think this is the best version, personally, of this game. I mentioned this is on the GameCube and the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and the PC. Despite the fact that they upped it to 60 frames per second on those versions, they have a lot of concessions to them, particularly with elements of its physics and its clipping polygons and things. And even the fact that the GameCube version has much more slowdown than even this does. I mean, there's some here. This runs at 30 FPS, but there's parts that slow down. But nothing like that one did. And I think the other reason then is, well, oh shit! Oh, that was close. yeah, see, me bad-mouthing feasibly the other versions was like, yeah, no, the game was like, no, stop doing that. Like, okay, fine, I will, but I have to explain to the audience feasibly why. We'll get the speed shoes for the speed highway, but, yeah, we're doing this one for that reason, and also because, yeah, this is the one I want to show this game off feasibly this way, although, as I mentioned, if you don't have a Dreamcast or the Dreamcast version and you really want to play this, yeah, by the way, don't hit the helicopter blades, you're going to be in trouble, but grab on the side and go. But if you do want to play this and you don't have a Dreamcast, the 2010 version was on PS3, Xbox 360, and PC. The PC version does have a mod to it, so that it does replicate aspects of this, particularly the lighting, because the other versions, they brighten the lighting up so much. I think it kind of feels washed out, honestly, if you ask me personally. So, uh-oh, this is going to be close. Oh, there we go. While I'm going through and avoiding the police cars. Oh, hitting the bomb will blow them all up. Maybe PlayStation Now does have it. Yeah, that's true. That version is on PlayStation Now. And, yeah, I mean, if you haven't played Sonic Adventure, it's not a horrible version, feasibly, although there are a lot of elements of clipping that were not in this version. Because here's the thing, I think maybe the reason for that is, well, we're running down the side of a building, because this is definitely the Sonic thing. You're hearing that, whew, music. Yeah, we're going down, hitting the glass. But, yeah, to go to that version, I think the reason maybe some of the other versions were maybe worse off to my mind is because when this came out, in Japan, there were a lot of bugs in it. Yikes, yeah. Sonic, though, he can handle the glass. He's fine. But when it came out for that system, initially for Japan, it had issues with collision detection and bugs and things. When they released it on the Dreamcast the year after, Sega actually went back and they fixed some stuff with it. It's a butcher version of the GameCube version. Oh, right, the HD version. That's true. Because, and that's another thing also, because that version does have some of the stuff the DX game had on GameCube, which was like extra missions and things. But it doesn't have the Game Gear games that the GameCube edition had. It doesn't have 16:9 support. We're playing this in 4.3 because it was in 4.3 on Dreamcast, but they didn't add it for that HD version. And also that DX thing, you have to buy that as DLC. It's like $5 extra, which is not horrible, but I'm like, well, why just give me the whole thing for $10? It was $10 as it was, and it was $5 for that. But, ooh, that was weird of me sliding that way. But I think, honestly, I get the sense that, because when they, as I mentioned, when it was on Dreamcast for Japan, they fixed it when it came over here. I get the sense the later versions, the later releases, were basing off that old Japanese version. I played the PC mod, which is how you play it. There you go. Thank you for emphasizing that. By the way, hit the bell, you get rings. And I'm going to go into how amazing this music is later when we come back with Knuckles, because it's so good. You don't hear it often enough right now. But yeah, they did mod that PC version, so it gives it widescreen support. It has the aspects of the Dreamcast version as far as the color. It does have the frame rate that the other versions had of 60, and I believe it changes the physics a little, although maybe that's me, because, as I mentioned, on the Dreamcast, and we mentioned this with the Saturn before, the 3D controller, that analog stick not feeling other analog sticks, the Dreamcast is kind of the same way for that very reason. I get the sense maybe the GameCube, the way they did it on GameCube and PS3 and Xbox 360 just didn't feel right. PC all the way. Yeah, I mean, I get that for sure, for that very reason. You're absolutely right, because you can mod that thing and specifically run it as well or better than this. So in that way, yeah, if you're willing to just download the PC version off of Steam or Epic Store or wherever it might be, I think it's on Epic Store. I know it's on Steam. And then just mod it, basically, you're all set. Or it's sometimes the idea of what sometimes people say, like, hey, when a major company drops the ball of something, the fans pick it up again. And yeah, the Sonic fan base will pick that ball up again, feasibly, if they have to. So, there you go. I mean, after all, without, you know, the fan community of Sonic, Sonic Mania wouldn't have existed. Or the iOS Android versions of Sonic 1, 2, and Sonic CD. So there we go. Yeah, we're going back to the casino. We're hitting the casino a lot, despite us only going there once.
Where can she be?
But, yeah, let's see where Amy is. Alright, yeah, she's being carried away by Zero, the robot. As I mentioned, not to be confused with Zero from Mega Man X, or there's another Zero I'm thinking of in gaming. It's skipping my mind. Chat, help me out here if you remember. Anyway, I guess the worker strike ended briefly, so we can get the train taken to the Mystic Ruins to see what's going on. And to help Amy out, which I guess is a familiar thing for Sonic CD, which, well, we'll see the parallels of Sonic CD for this later, aside from even this one. But back to Mystic Ruins we go, as we see what's going on. And getting that now saving, so there you go, that's the other case. Which is emphasizing the idea that, okay, I have a memory card in here, our VMU as is. And then the jump pack, which is the rumble. And just to give you an idea, I'll put a video, or a clip, a picture of this on the YouTube site when this uploads in a couple of days. The Dreamcast controller has 2 slots to it, the front for the memory card, which has the screen on it, which I'm looking at, and you get these, like, digitized LCD looks of the logo and characters. And then the back is the rumble pack, or the jump pack is. And now the graphics have gone dark. But that's intentional. Because here's the egg carrier once more.
Stop!
Alright, so there goes Amy, but we have to get up there to the egg carrier, and I guess Sonic doesn't want to go in the beam, which is probably a safe thing.
Shoot! I've lost her again!
I mean, to be fair, I mean, he still isn't losing her in this game as much as he loses Elise in Sonic 06, which pulls a lot from this game, honestly, as far as elements of its story. And, I mean, although in that case, it's also the aspect that that game is worse in certain ways, as far as how it's basically a worse version of this, if you even really think about it. And then definitely undercooked and not well thought out as far as aspects of story. But yeah, we gotta chase the egg carrier. And how we do that is come out here, and there we are in the area where Angel Island is. You know, let's go take a look at, behold, my floating masterpiece, the egg carrier. Yeah, I'm going to be quoting every line in this game, pretty much, but I walked off of that rock to grab this. This is the Ancient Light. Get this, and you get the light speed attack. You do the light speed dash towards an enemy and you destroy it. We'll see that in a second. But yeah, keep hitting me with all the quotes of the Sonic games. But actually, you know, I'll do what you did when we did Sonic Fighters and you were doing the I Found You Faker thing from Sonic Adventure 2. By floating masterpiece, the egg carrier. But it pales in power comparison to chaos. Adieu! I'll see you again, my friends. And then he goes off. But alright, we gotta go off to the Red Mountain, which is over here. I do love the aspect of the voice acting. See, it's funny, I'm gonna tell this story as well. I got a discussion with someone. By the way, you do the Lightspeed attack on that monkey cage, it busts, and you go into Red Mountain. I was gonna have a discussion with someone saying, like, hey, is there a Sega game that's ever had good voice acting? And my knee-jerk reaction is, they all do. And it's like, but then I was thinking, like, okay, maybe what he means by that is one that, you know, people aren't gonna debate. Because, like, I'll debate strongly saying, the voice acting in this game is great because it's earnest as anything, and it's done with a lot of energy by everybody involved in the voice cast. But then again, it was also a challenging thing, like, okay, what would be some good voice acting games of, you know, Segas that you wouldn't consider that way? To which I think we eventually agreed on Jet Set Radio, which is like, okay, fine, fair enough. By the way, we're in Red Mountain. You're hearing this nice, you know, jazzy piece going as we're just doing the climb up on the mountain and hitting switches. You're hearing the beautiful piano on this, and God, I love the music, again, on this game for the quality of the instrumentation as you go along, and it just has this really nice feel that captures the idea of, hey, I'm climbing up this mountain with the fire on it, with all the spikes there, and finding all the hidden paths. So you get that like the other Sonic games, you go along saying, like, hey, let me take the high path and bounce over here, get items, and no, fall! I fall through the mountain. Alright, yeah, see, I was supposed to feasibly walk onto that and grab the zip line. I didn't. Maybe I didn't hit it well enough, but alright, let's try that again. Because that's something that feasibly would happen in one of the worst versions. Sonic Adventure is my favorite 3D Sonic game, and you know, I would probably agree with you, honestly. Wait, why am I not hitting it? Oh wait, let me jump in. Up it. There we go. Okay, I guess you have to jump into it. I would agree with you, I think. I do really like Sonic Adventure 2, although aspects of the camera, and we'll get to that when we do Sonic Adventure 2, kind of hurt it in my mind. And, okay, that was my fault, you know, homing attack off the mountain. But we'll be okay. And then Sonic Heroes, I know they changed aspects of the controls so that it doesn't feel as right. This one, I think, the feel of this, yeah, it's aged, as I've mentioned, and there are the clunky things we're seeing. But I think there's like a great primer for the idea of, if they wanted to go full 3D with Sonic like this, how do you do that? And I think this was kind of the right way to go about it. And I wish they would have built on it even more. And Sonic Adventure 2 was kind of a point in the right direction. But then I think with Sonic Heroes, they kind of ditched elements and went another way. I guess with most of the 3D Sonic games now, it's mostly mixing like 2D elements and then 3D running things like with Sonic Colors and with Sonic Generations and Sonic Forces as well. But it is the kind of thing I would like to see them maybe take another stab at this, although I think maybe because Sonic 06 and Shadow the Hedgehog were so badly received, particularly 06, the thought is that they don't want to try again, and in that way I don't blame them, but on the other hand, I'm also thinking there are a lot of great ideas that could be mined from this. Can you imagine the idea of, and like you mentioning, the PC version, they've been modding that like crazy, not just the one I'm talking about, just other aspects of that game, and Sonic Generations as well, but with Sonic Adventure, can you imagine the idea of taking the shell of this, putting it with, you know, an enhanced engine, or having other aspects to kind of really capture that feel of full 3D movement like this, with the Sonic speed or the Sonic aspects that you really want, and I guess even feasibly, if you want to go about it that way, have the other gameplay styles, which to me never really bothered me too much, in that, well, yeah, you're not necessarily always doing super fast stuff, but first of all, the Sonic stuff is the longest as far as the story for this. 2, like Tails and Knuckles play like they did in the Genesis games, and they still have that speed going. And even the other ones, they come up with ways to kind of make that interesting and unique, even in, well, sort of with the, okay, maybe not so much with the fishing, although even then, it's like, well, at that point, it's like, well, you know what, I'm fine with the variety, because in that way, it's kind of what we talked about when we did Sonic 1 a couple months ago, which is that, yeah, we have the speed going, we have all those other things, but you have the elements of slowing down, which kind of makes you appreciate the speed that much more. It's like, okay, I have to go through this, and then I get through the next speedy section, or speedy character element, and I guess with Big, at that point when you're done with him, you go into the last part of the game, which is all about going speedy, and man, does it live up to, you know, anything you might have had to go with fishing. But, yeah, we'll do the fishing next month. We're not going to do that now. We'll do that later as we're going through this underground hellscape. Actually, I guess it feasibly is hell in the sense, so you got those demon things there. We also have, like, the jail cells that we saw of, like, spiders and things within them as we're going through here. And, yeah, I'm going to wait. Whoa. And you know what? Oh, no, we did the, no, I'm thinking ahead. The Lightspeed attack. Yeah, and also avoid going through that. Also, okay, there's the spiders. I don't think they hurt you. Yeah, they don't. Okay. Which is good. I was thinking also, because the other thing is there are other missions for the levels here. And for the Sonic stuff, the last mission is always time-based. They ask you 3 minutes on this stage, which is one of the hardest in the game to do. I can do it. I have all 130 emblems out of this, and I guess one of the other benefits of it on PC and the later releases, you do get something for getting all 130. This one you don't. So, you get, I think, Metal Sonic, I believe, yes? In that one. So, in that case, you at least get something else to it. But, yeah, I remember trying to go for that. That one, and then the one for Lost World, which we'll see a bit later. Yeah, we finished Red Mountain, but hey, look, here's Tails again with his upgraded plane, or the plane he was building. The Tornado 2, as he's calling it. But there is the egg carrier. We are in sight, and I guess Tails is hell-bent on making sure that we don't have what happened to us last time happen again.
Ready to roll, champ? Let's go!
And you see right there in the propeller, he has a Chaos Emerald, and we are going to be taking this thing down again as we take to the skies once more. Well, once more for Sonic, we're going to be doing this again with Tails, but yeah, Sky Chase Act 2. Alright, so here we are in the night sky, and we're going along to take care of this, which, I mean, I guess let's go back to some other things of this. Because you're saying, yeah, this is your favorite 3D Sonic game, and I would concur with that feasibly. I would also say that in a lot of ways, maybe with the 3D Sonics, it seems like, except for when they did the 2D, 3D stuff, sort of, at least with colors anyway, it seems like in a lot of ways Sega was always chasing this one in a lot of capacities. Because Sonic Unleashed had a section like this, well, in that case it's a QTE button press, which also has an achievement behind it, or a trophy on PS3 that's insanely hard to get, but I did get it, so there's that. Or the story elements of Sonic 06, and I guess some elements of Sonic Heroes to an extent. I guess, in fact, they're tying to Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. But I think in a lot of ways, and the story with Unleashed too, so I think in a lot of ways, maybe Sega was thinking like, hey, they sort of got it right the first time, even if maybe nowadays the dialogue has shifted and people thinking like, hey, this isn't a very good game anymore. To which I'll say I agree with them on the other versions, except maybe PC with that mod. But on Dreamcast, there's something about how this feels even still, even though I'm playing it right now, 22 years after its release, that it's still... it's the Super Mario 64 argument, sort of. It feels like it's aged, I get that, but at the same time, I'm still really able to jump back into it and still get a good grasp on it and still admire the things it's doing. But yeah, Tails' plane has transforming, and it has a, as the Stone Cold Johnny channel put it, a get Sonic out of the way button. Hold him on hook, and there we go. Now we're in combat mode as we get that sound, which I think is right out of the Jetsons, actually. But anyway, so now we're in combat mode, and we are going to be destroying this ship feasibly. Yeah, as I was mentioning, I think coming back to this still, there's something about the way it plays on this system. This is, I guess, the other reason of why I'm playing on the system, aside from the fact that this is the only version I own, and because I haven't figured out how to stream PC, and I keep saying that, and I have to get myself down to business to do that. I'm just going to sit down at one point and make myself do it. It's like, we're streaming PC, damn it, for the show. I just have to figure out how I'm going to do it, and when I do it, we'll do it. But anyway, in that case, like, that's why we're doing the Dreamcast version, but just, I'm thinking feasibly aside from that other one, it's like, well, I can come into this and it feels great, or great enough as far as how it's going. It makes me wish that, I mean, the thought is, well, the next Sonic game coming out, Sonic Rangers, I guess that's what it's called, is going to be open 3D specifically. I'm hearing the rumblings that they might be going a Zelda Breath of the Wild direction with that, which would be interesting for Sonic, feasibly, although then the question becomes, how do they design that as far as the overworlds and things? Do they make it like this game where you're going fast enough to run around it, where you feel like, okay, I feel like Sonic, but I also don't feel like it's a chore to get around the way it was in Sonic 06 or Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Although at least Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, it was positioning itself as, okay, we're not going super speedy with it, but then again, it kind of also sort of wanted to have its cake and eat it too anyway, so that was also a problem. And the bug factor, so hopefully that doesn't go into cases either. Alright, by the way, we are fighting the cannon of the egg carrier right now. Just wait till it opens and fire. It's gonna open, yes? Oh, it was taking a long time to open. Actually, I think you can confuse just keep hitting the fire button and it'll keep hitting it when it's open. But, yeah, we can get it out in just one more second. There we go. Whoa! There we go. Yeah, there's a little flashing light, although in all honesty, this one doesn't seem as bad as other games, feasibly, as far as the thought of maybe there's going to be like a seizure concern to the audience. But anyway, we got it, and we damaged it enough so we can land on it while getting a 76% hit rate. Fire! Fire! Don't let them through! Yeah, from Star Fox 64. Yeah, the Star Fox 64 parallel fits here, including with the earnestness of the voice acting, and also Panzer Dragoon as well, as far as how this plays. So yeah, and that was a great playthrough, by the way, we had of Star Fox 64. By the way, to Dolly Finn and anyone else in the chat who didn't see the Star Fox 64 playthrough, if you haven't, that was one of my favorites this year, and we have Electric First to thank for that, so thank you for that. It was a great time, so it's well worth watching. But Tails made a mistake when he was designing the plane. He forgot to put in landing gear. Although, to be fair, Tails is 8 years old, and his priorities, I guess, were focused elsewhere. But we landed on the egg carrier still, with the wings sort of there. And there we go. We are on the egg carrier. Be right back. Alright, take your time, and we'll keep going, as we have to find where Amy is.
You're right, my friend. So here we go!
Alright, so we're going to get going. There's the plane. It'll be fine. Here we are. And talk about the atmosphere as well here of, well, the wind going on. We also have another cutscene going.
You haven't seen the power this vessel really has.
No, we definitely have, because now we're going to have to get a load of this. Yeah, we're going to hear that line a couple of times as we go along, and it is good stuff. Very earnest, for sure, but what he's talking about here is that the egg carrier can transform. It goes into battle mode, so it changes the landscape of it.
Oh, wow! It's changed shape. Did you see that?
And then Sonic just gives him, like, the eyebrows there.
This makes it harder for us to get to the bridge.
I hate it when he doesn't listen.
Yeah, but, yeah, Tails is even noticing the idea, like, no, Sonic's so preoccupied.
The only way you can get to me is through the sky deck.
Alright, so Skydeck is where we're going. It's through that door in the center. I was like, well, yeah, where'd Sonic's eyes go? Okay, they were at the top of his model. There's some weird stuff to go with his eyes, but either way, we're all right. Okay.
This must be the way to the sky deck.
That always was weird to me, like the idea they put the fact like I'm running up here and then you have like 2-second cutscene of, hey, this must be the way. But we are going to the sky deck, which is the 8th action stage. I'm surprised we're going through Sonic's side of things so quickly. But yeah, we are on the egg carrier. And we're going through and oh my god, the music here of the heavy metal guitar going on here. It is so good. Oh my god, it's great. And especially when it gets going as it goes along, it's just fantastic. I think that's the other thing going back to music. The fact that all the real instruments they used, all of the quality they got with it is terrific. By the way, you jump on the side of these things and they will let you jump up a little bit, but you have to be careful, and be careful when the egg carrier goes into dark clouds, because you'll be blinded a little bit. I mean, I do love the music again for this. It is so good. Yeah, and I'm going to be a little careful that way. You can also kind of walk on the side, by the way. But yeah, we're not going to do that. Alright, sorry, Tails. Air go up here. Whoa! Yeah, this is automated, but man, does that look cool. Just kind of going, well, up and down and all around as we had when we were at, Speed Highway. Didn't really go into that when I was going to... But going down here is kind of a tough proposition. So kind of just pay attention, jump downwards. Alright, so we go, and I do love the other thing along top of this. Well, the fact that, yeah, these things kind of collapse, so you have to kind of climb your way upwards or downwards, or go backwards, as Sonic is doing. But just even, like, the way the graphics are going as far as the wind there. So it really creates a sense of, yeah, we're in this flying airship, it's over the cloud cover, and yeah, we're gonna be in trouble if we fall. Yeah, you die, by the way. If you fall, oh, boy. Yeah, sometimes the homing attack will get in a circle like that. Oh, also you have the Orbinauts from the other Sonic games. Oh, you know what? Let's read the television. They haven't really done that a lot. Warning, intruder alert, power cannon standing by. Deactivate them, use the rocket by the step ladder near the 4th pillar. Alright, sounds good. As we're getting our animal elements going for the Chow Garden later. Okay, this is where it goes here. You also use the other thing, I guess, about the camera. Sometimes they'll put it in like 2D as far as positioning the camera this way, while you can kind of just run to the side, although you're still at the 3D movement. So, in some ways, I'd kind of like to see some of the other 3D Sonic games do something like that. And this kind of showed the idea of, like, how to do it in a way that does work really nicely while, trying to avoid the cannons there. And I do love that shot. And it makes it really cinematic with the idea, like, hey, the cannon's gonna shoot, I gotta be careful, let me run, and get over here to the rocket and shoot it in front, or in the words of Sonic Colors, rocket! But yeah, that destroys it, and we're going to the next section where we are on the top of the ship, but we also have to hold on to these areas here when he says, slow the ship down. Well, okay, when he says that, it slows down, but then also say, get ready, full speed ahead. In fact, let me find one of those and do that. Alright, let's go up full speed ahead. Never mind. When that happens, by the way, the ship will go up, and if you're jumping, it'll affect your movement like that, and you can feasibly fall off if you're not careful, although, admittedly, it is pretty wide around here. Oh, Jesus! Yeah, I forgot just how many cannons are shooting out here, although, to be honest, I've rarely kind of stood still here. You know what? We're going to use the light speed attack to destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Oh, but get blown away because the ship is slowing down. But, yeah, I get to show that off at the very least. I need some rings, though, otherwise I'm going to die. But, yeah, in a lot of ways, you saw that going there. It's definitely better than what Sonic Lost World Sword did with that. Because, honestly, again, I think they were pulling from this. Because you have the homing attack in that game that targets multiple enemies in that same way, but you can't control it. Whereas in this one, it's like, well, I can do the homing attack with the jump button like that and then hitting it again. Or I can do that charge up to do that. So it's like, okay, I have more control that way. I think that's really the idea of what Sonic is all about, the control. And also this way, like, hey, these parts of the ship are falling down, and there are the jets there. I gotta be quick, otherwise I'm gonna fall to my death. But there we go, we're set. And try and hit this next cannon. Get to aim at you and then fire. Alright, here's the last section. We're in the center of it with a new piece of music. Whoa. let's try going on the ring trail. Although then again, since there's an enemy there, it's going to go up the enemy first. Whoa. Yeah, in this case, we don't have wind to worry about, but we have to still be careful because it's kind of tilted a little bit, kind of fighting to walk up that way a little. Also see the hook there from Sonic 2. Jump right in the center, or right in the center here, and you'll say, yes! There we go. Go down here and drop. Yeah, this is where it's getting a little wonky because, yeah, the ship is bobbing left and right, and the parts of it are shifting there. In this case, if you can jump carefully, you'll be good. Also, I'll show this way. You can spin dash to skip this, or screw up the camera doing that, but alright, fine. Let me show you how that actually is supposed to work. So when I did that, I passed a barrier that put this on its side. So I have to climb up now, or go down this way. Okay, I've never been down this way before. Uh-oh. Did I screw myself out? Uh-oh. Whoa. I might die falling downwards. Okay. Okay, I've never been up this way before. Yeah, we're tilted. We're tilted. We're gonna see if we can get through this. Or, okay, the ship normalized itself. Alright. Well, okay, I'm glad that happened, because I've actually never seen that happen. So, alright, it normalizes itself if you go backwards, but the idea is that the ship is gonna shift a little, but, alright, so... That was a unique one. Oh shit, I can't make that... I'm overthinking that element of jumping. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the other reason why I love even doing a game like this, or playing a game like this, because I'll still learn stuff even if I've played it for 22 years. Alright, so let's not skip that part that way. Let me show you how it's actually supposed to work and actually do it right without me getting in trouble. Yeah! Or, yeah! So that's, yeah, the Sonic way. And you get into that mindset when it comes to the Sonic element. I think that's the other thing about Sonic. You just get into that element of, wow, look at the cool element of what's going on with this. Look at, you know, the shifting element of the ship, all the places we're going, all the things we're doing. And it's here with this great music as well with the great guitar work. Oh, okay, but I'm going up there, that's fine. Alright, so, alright, what's supposed to happen is that that's going to tilt, or, yeah, it will tilt, right? There we go. So now we're going on the side. And the camera will shift up there so I avoid getting hit by those things. But I guess climb backwards to get to the top. Yeah, I was showing you how to skip that feasibly if you're going speed strategy, and if you're going for the A mission for this, which is a 5-minute timer, you want to do that. Also, okay, I think I got hit by that. I think I just stopped. I don't think it hurts you. But we'll see. I mean, I'm just throwing caution when I'm just going. So if I get hit, we'll see what happens. But so far, I think not. Because actually, I think I got hit because I just couldn't move at that point. But there we go. There's a checkpoint. And I'm going down this way. Just run down the straight that way. Now the ship is going to shift once more. You fall in the center that way. And this is where the goal ring is. Or the animal capsule, I should say. Actually, yeah, goal ring was not a thing in this one. It was until Sonic Adventure 2 we had that. Although, I mean, I guess technically Sonic 3D Blast sort of had it. A little. Because there's that transportation ring you have. But we'll go into that when we play Sonic 3D Blast. Though, when we play Sonic 3D Blast, we're not playing it on the Genesis. We're playing it on the Saturn. And the reason for that is, as I was saying earlier, for the remaining Super Sonic Game Saturdays we have for this year, of which there's only going to be 4 left. Surprised we're that far into the year so far for that. But I want to cover the other Sega systems we haven't played something off of as well, for at least 2 of those. So that means Sonic 3D Blast for Saturn is going to be our Saturn representation. And then Sega Master is going to be the Sonic 2, which I have for the Wii Virtual Console. So that's going to be at some point. I don't know when I'm going to do which one. And I'm thinking I might do Sonic Mania at some point, but chat, let me know if there's a Sonic game you want to see for the remainder of the year. And also, don't think, also another thing, which is that, okay, you have to go hit a puzzle here. You know, let me do this, because I want to drop the animals off in Chow Garden. Don't think that, oh yeah, we're going to stop playing Sonic when this year is done. Absolutely not. I'm absolutely going to be playing more at some point, but yeah, this year's been the initiative. So that's what that's going to be about. Okay, you type out Eggman and open the door. But I've definitely loved doing these Sonic streams in particular. Not that I'm saying, like, oh, I don't like doing the other ones. I absolutely love doing those too. But the Sonic ones have been an interesting one to say, like, hey, we're doing a celebration of a series. And it's kind of doing that way with the RPG stuff we're doing. And I guess whatever initiative I might do next year, aside from the RPGs, if you want to see some of that. Alright, there are the animals. I want to, you know, one thing I'm going to do since I'm here. Yeah, there's a VMU. You can take the Chow out to your VMU, pull it out of your controller when you're done playing, and do Chow Adventure as it is. Where is... Okay, there's the... Oh, right! I forgot, because I have this Chow. Let me explain this. It saves your Chow data across every file you play for this game. So I've had this Chow feasibly forever, if you're thinking about that, or since I've been playing this in 1999. So yeah, you come here, you give it animals, and what you do there is it increases its stats, and you use that for racing. In fact, we'll show off a race since I'm here. This is, he has animals there, which he's very happy to see. And I think the other thing is, can I do the pet on him? Oh no, you pick him up, and you kind of shake him, or, you know, gently, you know, rock him around. In the later ones, you could do, you know, elements of petting him on the head. It basically is like a virtual pet. And that is one thing I will say. Oh, yeah, also, don't spin dash into him, otherwise he gets hurt, and his you know, the Chow's head goes like swirly eyes. Or gets upset and he throws a tantrum, but yeah, we'll, you know, calm him down a little bit. That is one thing I will say about the later releases of this game, on the GameCube in particular, because they enhanced the Chow system significantly for that. Whereas this one is kind of like a little bit of a rough draft of sorts, kind of building off of what Knights did, sorta. But with that one, they added many more mechanics to it, because it pulled off what Sonic Adventure 2 had, and they integrated the Game Boy Advance for it. So you can use that GameCube cable to connect to the Game Boy Advance and do it that way. Has nice stuff. Alright, I guess we're not going to be able to show off the Chow Garden yet. We will. I'll do at least one race, because that's all you get for this one. You don't get the other stuff that was in the releases. So yeah, I am saying it's better on the Dreamcast as far as Sonic Adventure, but I'll give points to the other ones for the Chow system. Which, if you want to get into Chow elements at all, those are definitely the way to go. And also, the other thing is, with the Game Boy Advance connection, you don't run on the case with the VMUs for this system where they run on, like, watch batteries. And you take them out of your controller and play them as, like, a portable thing, they don't last very long. They'll last for, like, a couple hours if you're lucky. But then they run as memory cards, no problems. You don't have to worry about it for that. But yeah, if you're going to use that as a portable thing, yeah, it's not going to last you long, but Game Boy Advances, they will. So there you go. Alright, so now we're out of Sky Deck. We're going up to this deck of the Egg Carrier to see what's going on and where Amy is. Oh, there she is. And she's being confronted by Robotnik.
They're too late.
Are they?
Not the birdie!
Alright, he took the bird. We'll find out more about what's going on with that when we play as Amy, but for the time being, he took that bird.
Chaos Emerald!
Because it had a Chaos Emerald in it, apparently.
Be gone, all of you! This is all I really need.
Alrighty, so here we go. So Gamma,
What is your wish,
Master Robotonic. Yeah, they spelt that wrong. I think all the versions have that. But okay, this is E102 Gamma. This is a robot that Robotnik created in the E100 line. We'll see more of them later. Right now, he's here, and we gotta take him down.
Get rid of these pests! Show them what you've got!
Alright. That being said, it is a character battle, so it's gonna be insanely easy.
Disappoint me, or else!
Yeah, but yeah, he is armed and dangerous, so we gotta take care of him. And it's like the Knuckles fight, just go into him and homing attack him. Do that, boom, boom! And we beat him. Okay, now we beat him, never mind. Yeah, these things can go really quickly if you're, prepared. Alright, but yeah, he is, emitting electricity. Now it's time to land the finishing blow.
Stop it, Sonic!
Wait, what? Alright, yeah, Amy wants us not to hurt him.
Step aside, Amy. Out of
And I guess he's feasibly flipping her off for that? I don't know. Look at the hand there, feasibly. Look back on the YouTube site when we put it up there. Alright, but she's saying he helped her somehow. So, alright, well, I guess we'll let him live.
You must have your reasons.
And we'll find those reasons out later. Probably next week we'll find them out. With that rumble, the ship is losing altitude. So we gotta get out of here. Or Tails and Amy are gonna get out of here. I'll find that Eggman and put him out of commission. Alright, so let's go. I'm back. Well, alright, and we're back just in time. We just finished beating up E102 Gamma. He's right there. Let's see what Amy has to say.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I tore through him, no problem.
Auto recovery system activated.
Okay, actually I never heard that dialogue out of him before, so alright. So he'll be fine. Tails is panting like he's very nervous.
The egg carrier is losing altitude.
Yeah, indeed. Take Amy and get out of here. But we need to get to the center of the egg carrier, and to do that, we got to change it back to what it was before.
I need to change this ship back to its original shape. There must be a switch somewhere on the bridge. I've got to find it now.
And we will find it now in this door. I guess the other thing is, since we're on Dreamcast chat, you're hearing the disc grinding probably of that. That is intentional. And you hear that anytime you have voice acting in this game.
Ready, go!
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't do that right. I have to be right in front of the ring. Or if you screw up, you also can hit the button and the rings will regenerate.
Ready, go!
There you go. Also, I mentioned, unlike Sonic Adventure 2, you have to do this from a standstill. But yeah, just sit in Robotnik's chair, which I guess is a train engine, apparently. Flip, and hit the button in the back. Now with this out of the combat mode, we are going to the center once more.
The alert has been cancelled. Resuming monorail operation.
Alright, there's a monorail in the center of the egg carrier, which we'll see later. But for now...
Robotnik ran away toward the front of the ship. Hurry up and catch him.
Yeah, do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to Sonic. He can definitely figure this out. But we have one more new face to meet, and actually the last character we're going to unlock as far as playability is concerned. We're playing with Sonic, and Sonic's story is the longest. We also have Chaos there. Wow, look at him.
Oh no! Not again!
Alright.
Chaos. Could this be the same beast?
Yeah, there's a frog inside of him for some reason, but we'll understand why in a little bit.
Sonic, now! Froggy? I must say Froggy!
Alright, that's Froggy, who's stuck in Chaos. And this is Big the Cat, who is voiced by John St. John, Duke Nukem. That is who this is. And he's since admitted, yeah, I only did this for a paycheck, but you know what, still, he still puts it into it, and you get that, you know, idea of like, Froggy! I don't know if I'm doing the good Big the Cat in this case, but I think later, I think he eventually got sort of retired, but he was also in other games. And actually, Team Sonic Racing brought him back. And it was kind of interesting to have the idea of like, oh yeah, Big the Cat is in this game. Actually, the comics also did stuff, the Archie comics. But anyway, we gotta fight Chaos 6. He has 6 of those Chaos Emeralds in him, and he works a little differently than before. He'll spit out these, you know, spike things. He'll eat them if you hit him, and he'll freeze. And if you do the light speed attack, you'll tear him apart. That cuts half his health off. You just gotta do that twice. But I'll also show the actual way you're supposed to do this, you know, normally. Usually those things will, you know, be electrified, so you homing attack it, pick it up, and then when he starts sucking in with his mouth, while avoiding the tail whip of him, or do you just throw it into... No, you just throw it into him, just in general. And then just do the homing attack into him. But yeah, there you go. He's not too hard to beat when you figure it out, and he definitely goes a lot faster if you're set. Alright, ready? Oh yeah, you can still pick that up. Oh, okay, I was able to toss that even while in the homing attack state. Alright, there you go. Now he's toast. Or he's, icing. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. I was just sitting in the air there. What happened? As I said, I might be saying I like this better than the other versions, except for the PC edition with the mod. But yeah, this is not a bug-free game. But I do like that I'm finding all these weird things, including what we found on the egg carrier. Or not the egg carrier, the sky deck. But anyway, this is the egg carrier, so we did find something here. But with that...
No way! I can't believe
Yeah. I love that line. No way! I can't believe this! And suddenly Knuckles.
Hey there, Knuckles. Glad you finally made it. I thought you got lost or something.
So we'll find out where he was soon.
Stop! Come back here!
Yeah, I guess this is where we're going. We're going to see what's going on with Eggman. We're going to stop him. We got this nice, triple view of us, jumping off the egg carrier. But remember, Sonic is usually one who's fine with falling from heights. We saw it earlier in this game when he slammed into the sand. So yeah, this is going to be no problem for him to jump down. Now back in the Mystic Ruins, but we're in a bit of a different place for the Mystic Ruins.
I hate Eggman. Where's this?
Alright, there's a temple there. We gotta get in, and I'm trying... Oh, no, I think you do need the key still to get in there. Because that's where we're going next. And this area coming up is probably the hardest level in the game to do the A rank on, or the A mission on, feasibly. Unless you take a lot of shortcuts. In fact, I think they designed it so, like, you have to take pretty much every one. How does he survive that? Good question. I would say... Well, I mean... We had earlier in the game, he fell in the sand, and that happened to Sonic and Knuckles. He was fine that way. I don't know, I mean... I guess he's got, like, a springy element to him. Or, I guess, the main character perspective. But alright, that light orb is making us go over there, saying we gotta go that way. Yeah, I don't know. What's your answer as far as, that? I guess I didn't necessarily think too much. Okay, no, we can just go in. I'm thinking later we have to get a key to open up. I think for Knuckles. But anyway, we're in a lost world now. I mean, Sonic survived a lot. He survived a lot of damaging things. He's survived bad games, great games, other things as well. So yeah, he handles that in stride, I guess, feasibly, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, we're in the lost world here, going through this, ancient city area. And I love, the music of this and, the temple atmosphere of this as you're going through and run across and being careful to avoid the fire. Now, in my case, not avoiding the fire, or running up on the top there, which you can do, feasibly, and the way the physics of this game work is that it's much easier to do that. Well, okay, what was that about? Okay, so much for that. I guess it handles the ceilings weirdly, but even then, it's still better than some of the other Sonic games when it comes to run on the ceiling, but that's the other thing. Maybe Chaos Energy. Yeah, that's true, and that was... Oh, let me get out of here before I die. Yeah, given how this game operates, yeah, that would not... No, that's actually a good explanation. So, you're probably right. Or also, the answer behind that, the orb of light there, which we'll find at the end of the stage, so I'll hold in suspense if you haven't played it. I know people played this game, so you know damn well what I'm talking about. But yeah, we'll get into that. Well, that's probably the other reason as well. So, for this game, you're right. I think that's the reason. So, good job for that, or pointing that out, because honestly... Because maybe I sort of thought about it a little, but not completely. Alright, so what you gotta do here is you have to ride the, ancient snake here. This is the hardest part to do if you're going for the A rank, because what you have to do is you have to hit these 3 switches to open the path up there. But you're often beholden to just waiting on that, so you have to kind of be right in place when that happens, and hit the button to get the water up, so that when the snake comes here, you're jumping on the back of him. And he will not hurt you, but you can feasibly fall off, so you do not do that. Be careful jumping there to get the shield, or the electric shield. That's the second one. I do love the... Oh, no! Uh-oh. Actually, okay, fine. I'm kind of glad this happened because I get to show underwater. Think about it. In Sonic Generations, there's no super form that's needed to beat him. Yeah, you're right. And Sonic Generations is canon to this franchise, and this one is too. So, there you go. Although, then again, I was going to say how Sonic 06 worked, but Sonic 06 retcons itself, but then Silver's still there. But yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, so, yeah, good point. And that is the only time where he does not need Chaos, or the Chaos Emeralds to super form to take care of him. Although, feasibly, I guess, well, okay, there wasn't so much, Sonic's fight. I was thinking with the Bio-Lizard from Sonic Adventure 2. But it's not quite that. That was Shadow's fight, specifically. But yeah, you're right. But that's the other beauty of this chat and us going into stuff with the Sonic lore. Understanding certain aspects, like why certain things happen, why they don't. Alright, here we go. This is what I need to do. I hit the button there. I'm going to try to make that jump. There you go. Yeah, you can kind of do that. And because of the way the physics are in this one, it's much floatier than even Sonic Adventure 2 is. You can feasibly get away with doing some fancy footwork like that. And be quick enough with the cutscene coming up, or coming off of that, so you can jump on the snake again. Whoa! Alright, where is the way on? Here we go. Alright, so here we go. I guess speaking of Chaos, we're going to get some answers more about him, and I guess the ancient civilizations going on in this next area. So we're getting the franticism going a bit. And slow him down a little bit, but again, I think in a good way, because in this case you have to point the mirrors over at, you know, the reflective light there and light the way. And they definitely brightened this up for the other versions when they came out later. Which, in some ways, I guess might be better, but I think in this case I do like just how it looks. And you can also take another path feasibly. You can shine that way, we also turn the camera this way and go here and get a shield. Or an electric shield, or a magnetic shield, I think is what they call it for this game. It is a little harder because you have to be careful of the twisting platforms there. Also, one other thing I'm just realizing, me having the magnetic shield is going to make, yeah, this interesting. The game might not like me doing this, because when you have this, the rings come towards you, but if I'm doing a lightspeed trail on this, it might get a little jittery. Alright, fine, I'll go in a little bit of a wave. Yeah, in other Sonic games, you do that, usually you probably die. Oh, okay, maybe not in Sonic Adventure 2. Heroes, that happens. Shadow, that happens a little. When we did Shadow the Hedgehog, I didn't really have problems with that, interestingly enough. And Sonic 06, that also happens. Alright, here we go. We're getting into our Indiana Jones again. Run past, or away from the fiery boulder. You can actually let that outrun you, by the way, and I think then you're stuck. Or you're not, either you're stuck, or you... I kind of want to get over here so I can twist the camera a bit, but I can't, I guess. Yeah, and I think either you can't get past, or it's something you have to do something really specific to get through. But yeah, we're almost at the end. Alright, so for this area, keep hitting the button until the panels line up that way, and when they go dark like that, they'll light up, and you can run up the wall. And that's the other thing about this one, that mechanic, but also even like how you handle running on ceilings and things. I kind of wish they would have done that more, or looked into that, how to figure the physics of that more, because I think this is a good start for something like that, because I think you'll want to run on the ceiling and things like that with Sonic, and getting that going would have been great. I mean, Sonic Heroes kind of tried it again, but then you ran into the case of the special stage being weird. Whoa! Maybe he absorbed Chaos Energy because when he turns Super, perhaps a small portion stays and he gets stronger, as does the Chaos Energy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that. And actually, I think, well, Sonic Adventure 2 goes into that as well, because Sonic Adventure 2 goes into the idea of, like, what are the idea of the wavelengths of the Chaos Emeralds, the idea of Chaos's energy, how that ties into everything, how is it that they can, you know, take care of the aspects of the Bio-Lizard if it's, you know, built from, you know, remnants of what Chaos was like. And I guess feasibly also with Sonic Heroes, because Sonic Heroes goes into that, because Metal Sonic ties into elements of Chaos. So I think you got it exactly as far as what that is. And this is an interesting thing to think about of the lore of Sonic, which, honestly, with this game, it's not that the other ones didn't have a lore for Sonic, but I think with this one, this is where they really kind of made a lot of things official with elements of the story. And in that way, I think that's where things get really interesting. Yeah, definitely something to think about for sure. Whoa. No, I just checked something. Oh, Kappa. Yeah, definitely so. Alright, so we're going to get a little bit of a plot element here as we're seeing what is going on with Chaos. What is going on with the ancient civilization here? Why did that ball of light guide us?
What's this?
And what's that mural on the wall about?
A mural.
Okay. So yeah, that does not look like a good omen, feasibly. Although, technically, we sort of saw it in the opening cutscene, but we'll get more answer to it later. But as we're seeing what's happening... Yeah, and this is another... Actually, this is the first time we see this happen. We don't see this happen a lot of the times. And on the other releases, man, is this washed out.
Where am I? This is really...
But yeah, we're going back in time to another world where you can be mine. But in this case, we're not hearing the lovely dulcet tones of Miss T.J. Davis. But we are in the past here at the Chaos Shrine, which does look a lot like the one in Sonic Adventure 2, because this is the same one. Or that was the same one pulled out of this. And yeah, we got Chows that are feasibly dead, hurt, and places on fire. So what's happening?
Why did this have to happen?
Alright, the place is on fire, and that girl...
It's terrible. I must stop this now.
Alright. This is Tikal, by the way. She is a ancient holder or ancient controller of the Chows, as is. We'll understand that a bit later. She's voiced by Alara Disler. I was looking back into this, as far as the voice performances of things. She voiced Princess Dar in Frogger the Great Quest. In fact, there's a lot of voice acting from that game in this game, too. And she was Illumina in Sonic Shuffle. And interesting case is that she's also now a filmmaker. Her and her husband, who is Rick Bowman, they made a documentary this year called The Holstein Dilemma. I just learned about this today. It's basically a documentary about animal breeding, which was kind of interesting at that idea of, like, okay, it's kind of going into something feasibly deeper. I don't know, maybe it's the idea of, like, hey, Tikal doing something specifically as far as elements of, like, maybe, I guess, the morality and the logistics of how animal breeding works. But yeah, that's who voices her. And with that, we're going down into the city, or feasibly looks like a city there as we're going on the trees. Okay, let's take a look at that cityscape, feasibly. Ooh, wow, look at that. It's good stuff. Because Eggman is here, and we gotta take care of him. Now we're getting into the final egg, and actually, let's go into Sonic CD. Actually, no. Well, actually, I got a couple things here. There is Silver Sonic from Sonic 2, both versions of Sonic 2. That's busted out. And there is Metal Sonic, who is unlockable in the GameCube version of this game, and actually every other version, aside from this one, when you get all 130 emblems. But yeah, there he is. Yeah, in the Stasis Tube. A nice callback for sure. Alright, so to get to Final Egg, you have to do a little bit of a puzzle. Press the button, and the lights go to the other, buttons that are adjacent to it. Just hit that way, there, and there. Get all 6 lit, and you're good. So that went a lot smoother than it usually does. Usually that takes a lot longer to go through. But yeah, this is Final Egg. This is the last level for Sonic. Okay, you have to get to the center of this base quickly, and if you have the light speed attack, you can go through the game not getting it feasibly. I mean, you have to get the light speed dash, but you cannot get this. If you have that, that's going to be your best friend at parts here, like, especially with the turrets. Hey, this terrific track of Mechanical Resonance is what's called on the soundtrack. And it's this great, kind of mechanical sound with the great guitar music. It's so great. Also, it makes it a lot easier when you use that light speed attack to go through here. We also have these rails. We'll show this off.
Hey, let go!
Yeah, they get you caught in there, and you'll be in trouble unless you jump your way out. But yeah, the hooks can also hurt you, so also be careful of those. Yeah, definitely the mechanical resonance going on here with all of the stuff here. And there are things here, so let's see, we've got rings, and a life. Yeah, but I have 32, or 33 lives, so yeah, we're not getting game over. And to be honest, there's not much of a fanfare when you get game over. Honestly, the music we heard when we ended the Twinkle Circuit mission is all you hear, and you just get a black background, so there's nothing necessarily fancy, which is kind of surprising. Uh-oh. Galaga, huh? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. They have the capture beam. Although, yeah, that'd be nice. I should probably like put something in on the video on that. They put the sound effect on that. I should do that. That's an edit I think I'm gonna have to make. Thank you for the inspiration. I'll look into doing that when I put the edit of this up in a few days. Whoa. But yeah, you're right. So that idea. So yeah, Sonic deals with that before he dealt with it when he was in Super Smash Brothers Wii U and Ultimate, which is where they introduced the Galaga power-up. Yeah, we're in the next section, but I missed the jump. But there is technically a level down there, so yeah, I missed that, and I guess that counts as a death zone. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to be a little more careful this time. That was admittingly my fault. There's not the homing attack screwing me out, because that can happen in some of the Sonic games, not this one. Whoa! Yeah, the camera is not always able to keep up with Sonic, because damn, he is fast. But there you go. Alright, there we go. So, yeah. And usually the camera is pretty good as far as putting it in areas like, alright, fine, I gotta be able to see what I'm doing. But also you can kind of still adjust it, and it doesn't snap back the minute you change it, the way Sonic Adventure 2 did. Because I do really like Sonic Adventure 2 still, but yeah, that is a problem. And even at the time, I thought, I was like, yeah, I can get used to it, but I kind of wish I didn't have to. But anyway, here we go. Why does Sonic faces God so much? Yeah, another good question. Yeah, we're getting all the good questions as far as Sonic is concerned. But here we are. Final egg. Level 2, isolation wall, open. But anyway, okay, that was risky for me to do that. I'm glad I made it. But to answer your question why he faces the God so much, or God so much, I would think, I guess if we were going to really go into this that way, the fact of, let's talk about Dr. Robotnik, what his whole idea is that, starting with this game, the idea is that, well, okay, he's always wanted to have world domination elements, but he also is, as the lore of the games go, very intelligent. He has an IQ of 300, but he can't defeat Sonic, so I think that's the joke you could make at that. And he keeps making these things that are going to defeat him, and they never do. But I know that it probably plays to his intelligence feasibly, the idea of like how, I guess, feasibly well-read he is to understand. And in this game and all the other ones, he's looking at all the manuscripts. So at that point, he's saying, like, alright, the Death Egg didn't work, the Winged Fortress didn't work, all these things I tried didn't work, and feasibly, I guess when you really think about it, okay, I wasn't good with the camera, but alright, that was good for me to be able to make that jump down, but I would think that, feasibly the reason he would do that, or why he'd face the gods so much, is like, okay, Robotnik is saying, let's try this, let's get deities involved, because I can't stop Sonic, maybe they can, with the power of the emeralds and things. So that's how Sonic is, and he's just rolled with that ever since. Although I was going to say that this is canonically, I'm trying to think of this, because it is canonically in connection with the Sega Genesis Sonic games. But I know that since Sonic 4 Episode 2, that's changed the time a little bit. We'll go into that in a second, but Chaos, Dark Gaia, Mephiles, Iblis, Solaris, and Time... No, yeah, Time Eater. Yeah, time from Sonic Generations, that would count. Yeah, you're right, and, is there any other ones I'm thinking? Let me think about that. Well, what was the one he faced in Sonic Forces? That was also, you could debatably make that case too. Yeah, you're right. And yeah, the Sinister Six from Lost World, I wouldn't say that specifically, but yeah, most every other one's, and except for Lost World, except for Colors. Yeah, I think those are the only two that are not facing that. You're right. He's getting involved that way. Infinite, thank you, from Sonic Forces. Yeah, because Infinite kind of had something going on, kind of a middle ground of sorts between, I guess, sort of what Mephiles was doing a little. I mean, I know you mentioned you played Sonic Forces feasibly, or started playing it because it's on PS Now, and I have an Xbox One as far as when we play it. Did you finish it? I mean, it's not a long game feasibly, but I mentioned that multiple times. But I mean, that I think is where I've gathered where that's going with that as far as what Infinite is like. And again, Sonic facing a deity. Which is, yeah, I mean, that is interesting because that never really happened with the other ones. No, okay. But yeah, there's something that go into that, and feasibly when we do Sonic Forces at some point, that can be the way we look at that. Because I know there's something they say about how that works. Oh, yeah, this is a little tricky, only because it's like, well, yeah, I have to hit the fans, but it didn't. But yeah, I mean, it probably goes to, I guess, Robotnik doing that, and then they're just coming up. I think maybe at this point, it's like, hey, Sonic has the reputation. He gets involved with all the gods, and like, well, maybe all the ones... I mean, because, remember, in Sonic Lost World, I mean, even if you haven't beaten that game, and I have not beaten that game, crap, I'm falling again, but even if you haven't, the whole point of that game, and see, it's funny, it's a flaw with the story when you think about it, because the only reason that, Zavik and the other, you know, Sinister, not the Sinister Six, the, is it the Sinister Six? No, it's the, something Six, it's some other Six, Sinister Six, I think Spider-Man, but, the other, they, say in a lot of ways they kind of just want to, you know, I mean, they're working with Robotnik, but they also kind of just want to do their own thing. They kind of just want to get in Sonic's way a little. And admittingly, as I've mentioned, yeah, there's a lot of problems with story on that game. Tonally, especially. I have a big problem with tone on that game. And, you know, character motivations and things. But if we're going to take that story at face value, and we may as well, because they made it as it is, can't really change it unless they make another game that retcons it, I would think that they kind of just wanted to just be that, I mean, I guess, get in Sonic's way to a certain extent. I mean, they wanted to do this stuff with Robotnik, but they said, hey, that's the way we want to do this, on top of everything else they sort of wanted to do. So let's go around the corner and let the camera catch up. But yeah, definitely, see, it's funny because you think, well, and that's the other interesting thing with Sonic, because we were talking about this at the beginning of the stream tonight, the idea of where this franchise has gone, but the idea of, you'd think, with Sonic, do you necessarily need to have a story of it, or would it have a lore to it? But the answer is, yeah, it kind of does. And it's interesting that way, in the thought of, like, people putting it together of, like, what it is, because I don't know necessarily if Sega's gone into saying what is specifically the lore of the game, as far as, like, how does it all line up, how does each game line up, do all the games even line up, the way that, say, Nintendo did with Zelda, with the Hyrule Historia, which is fitting, because I'm playing through Skyward Sword now. Now on the Switch, my coworkers are playing the Switch version, so I was like, hey, I have it on the Wii, I haven't beaten it, let me go back and play it. I'm having a great time with it, specifically still. But then in that case, they put together what the story is, and actually, Skyward Sword is the first one. Whereas with Sonic, some of them was like, well, do they really fit in and where? Like, where does Sonic Labyrinth fit? Because, like, yeah, Sonic has the house, and, you know, where's the idea of, like, Robotnik and his goons sneaking in? Or I think Some Call Me Johnny said it best when we reviewed that, saying, this emphasizes a couple things. First off, Sonic has a house. That means that Sonic and the Secret Rings is now officially canon. I'll have that South Island Historia ready before the 25th anniversary before you know it. So, there you go. But, alright, so there is, I believe, the Egg Viper. We are going to get him. This is the final boss for Sonic. For the rest of the night, I think we're going to do Tails and Knuckles. I guess, or feasible, we'll get where we can get within 4.5 hours. Because I started at 7, as we want for the program. I will see where we're going now. But here's the Egg Viper. This is the last boss for Sonic. And in Sonic 06, they pulled pretty heavily from this boss, for sure. But, better done here.
Get a load of this.
Of course, you hear him saying, get a load of this.
Get a load of this.
I do love those quotes. And we get this nice, you know, kind of symphonic piece, sort of.
See if you can make it.
Or, alright, I cut him off from saying, ha ha, see if you can make it here, Sonic. Well, see, here's the other thing, is like, yeah, Robotnik's supposed to be sort of goofy, but at the same time, he still sounds sort of menacing here, and he'll sound more menacing with what we're going to do next. But, yeah, he has the laser shot. Be careful. Alright. Whoop.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
No problem. Just hit the buttons with the homing attack and hit him and go to the other side. And this is the other aspect. Yeah, you're switching sides this way. And thankfully the camera is in line when it's focusing on the boss this way, which we've seen that sometimes, and that's not always something that it's able to do well. But I think this one did it pretty decently as far as that. Whoa! Yeah, that will spread out, by the way, that shot when it hits the ground, so just get out of the way and you'll be okay.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic. Take this.
Wait, he was going to say something else. Like, I don't think I'd ever heard him say that one, that take this. But before we, yo. Yeah, I'm doing okay going through that. And that's the other thing, as I'm mentioning, as far as the way this game is working. It's like, yeah, I'm in a confined area. Feasibly, I can't really go fast, but I still kind of can, just as far as how some of these things are, so it works nicely. Oh.
It's no use. Give up.
Okay, that's better, it's no use than Silver's of, it's no use! I still remember having some of my coworkers play Sonic 06, and they handled it pretty nicely, pretty decently for never having played it, when they went through Tropical Resort, or Tropical Jungle. Tropical Resort and Sonic Colors. But then I said, you have to play the Silver boss battle. I still remember one of my coworkers saying that when she was getting caught, constantly that, saying, like, it's not fair. I was like, yeah, you're right, it's not fair. I'm not disagreeing. I'm like, yeah, you're right, it absolutely isn't. But yeah, alright. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, crap. Alright, so what I was trying to do there is I have to jump on the platform there and, right over there. But yeah, alright, if you die, you gotta start the fight again, but it's okay. We should be fine. And I guess one thing this game doesn't do, and this is one thing that Sonic Adventure 2 does a little better than this, is that when you die at a boss in Sonic Adventure 2, you get a little bit of a hint saying, like, oh, wait a minute, maybe try this. And they get progressively more, you know, clear, until it eventually tells you, oh yeah, try this if you keep dying. So it does make it so it works out pretty nicely. Although, to be fair with this game, I don't think it necessarily needs it, because it's pretty clear to a certain degree of what you're needing to do. And honestly, the voice clips of Eggman kind of help that. Then also, I guess, feasibly the lights of where it is on his Egg Viper. Lip. You do that screeching thing, which actually I didn't go into that. That I think this is the only 3D Sonic game, unless you sort of count the Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast, which when you're running fast like that, or running slow motion like that, he does that kind of like the old Sonic games did, the old Genesis games anyway. All right. Yeah, I have to be careful when he does the thing with the, spike side. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, pulled back, like, uh-oh. You see, it's funny, even when the camera does weird things in this game, I kind of am more willing to say, like, okay, I shouldn't have done that. Because even when, in other cases, usually it's gonna handle itself okay, and even when it goes crazy like that, it's also usually the case that it often doesn't cause death in this one, where in other cases in this franchise it does, so... Yeah, count your blessings, for sure. Whoa!
Give up.
Now, we're not giving up. We gotta keep going.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
As I said, when I go back to the video on this, I'm gonna love perhaps hearing the disc grinding of the Dreamcast. I mean, it's picking it up on the mic. Because I was doing test audio check on this earlier. I was picking it up. Just the idea of, with so many voice clips here, it's like, that disc is grinding like crazy. Oh, here we go. Oh no!
No!
Okay, I never had that happen before. Alright, yeah, this is bad. Okay, sort of bad. I mean, just because I'm dying a lot. I'll get through this. It's not a big deal. It's just I'm being reckless. But then again, with Sonic, sometimes you'll want to be reckless. I think that's maybe where I'm getting at here. And to be fair, I'm willing to say that, okay, that was my fault because I got knocked back. It's not like, oh, the game screwed me out. So I'll say that. Though if this game does screw me out at any point, I will point that out and say, like, yeah, you know what, give it my, or I guess, to quote Elton John, I'm ready with my middle finger. Or whatever it is, the line from Made in England. And after all, you're not going to have many Sonic streams referencing that song or that album from Elton John.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
I will, just be careful when we get to the part with the spinning platforms. Which, in my case, I was just jumping too early.
Get a load at me.
Although then again, the fact of the voice acting, that makes it pretty good, so when you hear that, it's like, oh yeah, it's a signal that, hey, I should do something. Usually. Or if you see like a light there. So in that case, it's kind of telling you how you should play it above anything else. Probably the best boss in the game. Yeah, I would say that is a good choice. I mean, I'll get to that point feasibly because we're gonna play everything as far as the bosses and everything. But yeah, I would say that. Oh no, or oh no. No, that would be in the Knuckles case. It was like, oh, we're not Knuckles, so it's like in Sonic's case, it's gonna be, oh no. But we'll handle it. Whoa, shit, no, no.
No.
Okay, yeah, indeed, no, indeed. All right, I gotta. Okay, that was weird. There, you see that? The ring tally or the ring icon next to the ring thing went away. Okay, God, oh God, no. I'm not gonna say this is a recording curse exactly, but yeah, all right, fine. We're gonna do this. And besides, we got time on this, so don't worry. I guess it makes up for the fact that I've gone through some other aspects of the game as quickly. All right, okay. Let me personally apologize then to you, like first. I'm making the display of the best boss in the game seem embarrassing. In fact, I'm dying. It was like, all right, fine. That's what can happen to you, but. I'll say this, compare this to the variants of this, I think the Egg Wyvern, I believe it is, in Sonic 06, where it's A, really, really slow, and B, it's the kind of thing you go through. That boss can take about 6 minutes. And especially if you get near the end and you screw up, it's pretty demoralizing. Whereas in this case, it's like, well, alright, it's not too bad to be able to, you know, start again. But I do want to have more rings, feasibly. Whoa.
Get a load of this!
Alright, so I'll be a little more careful then. But again, that goes to something we've said with Sonic before, with Sonic 1, which is that you want to be going fast with Sonic, but sometimes it's probably better not to. But you still have the speed in cases when either you want to show off, or you want to throw caution entirely to the wind. Or when you want to, you know, get yourself back up to speed later. Whoa. Alright, so there you go. So I gotta pay attention because this is where it's gonna happen. Or the other thing I could do is just stand underneath him. Actually, that's probably what I should do. I just go to the end and stand underneath him.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
I, of course, love all the Eggman quotes going like, "Ugh, he's not gonna get away with this." And we'll hear that in a few minutes. If I don't die again. Okay, here we go. Actually, you know what? The disc grinding. Here's the other reason playing the Dreamcast version. You hear that disc grinding, that kind of is your signal, honestly. On top of the voice acting. So it's like... Oh, right. The other thing is when you get him down that low, he destroys the other platform there. So now we're stuck on this one. Uh-oh, and he starts destroying this one. Oh, no!
It's no use. Give up.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. Alright. Alright, this is giving me much more trouble than I expected, but okay. But there you go. I mean, sometimes that's the, experience. But we'll be done with this. We're gonna get through this. Don't worry.
Get a load of this.
But imagine doing the Egg Wyvern in Sonic 06. It's way worse than this. And this one's actually fun. Even as I'm dying, I'm still saying, like, no, I'm having a great time playing this boss. Just because of how well modulated it is, and also all the elements that come into it. But yeah, he throws some nasty tricks later on.
Get a load of this. Get a load of this. See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
Actually, I think the other thing is that with that, I think he will shoot that, like, energy laser at you. I don't think I've actually ever seen him do that. If you don't, you know, homing attack to him quick enough. Alright.
See if you can make it through here, Sonic.
Yeah, thank God the homing attack works well in this game. Because, yeah, imagine the ones that doesn't playing like this. Like, oh boy. And actually, going back to the Egg Wyvern, I mean, look, I may as well just, you know, get everything out on that one before we do that game at some point. But on that one, the problem is that, stay in the center. Yeah, I'll take the hit, I don't care. Stand in the center. But in that one, it's like, you have a lot of wonky mechanics with that. It's a Viper, they can't fly. Why is that be able to do that? Eggman makes it work. I guess feasibly then, you know, I'll answer the question feasibly. I think because he has his, you know, egg thing in it, or his egg capsule, or egg carrier, not egg carrier, egg-o-matic within it. How can it? Robotnik makes it work. There you go, alright, yeah, just listen for the disc grinding. And then he says, no way, I can't believe this. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Eggman's gotten a lot of weird things to work that nobody would ever think work. I mean, remember, we played Shadow the Hedgehog, he had the egg dealer, which is that roulette thing, or the slot machine. I keep saying roulette every so often. There's just grind, there you go. And here's that. One more hit. Uh-oh.
He's not gonna get away with it.
There you go. Yeah, the disc grinding is helping, but there you go. We got him, sort of, but, as the call's gonna tell us...
Watch out! He's up to something.
Yeah, this is a massive fuck you at the end of it, because he comes crashing, and if he hits you, you're gonna die, or you can fall and die and have to do the whole fight over again. But we finally did it. Okay, it didn't take that long, but yeah. Hey, I'll play with you some other time. There we go, yeah. I didn't make it look very pleasant, but, that is the Egg Viper, ladies and gentlemen, and it is done. And we are done with Sonic for now. We're not done with the night, or with the night for the stream tonight. But we're done with Sonic's story, which is the longest of the stories in this game. So next up, we're going to be playing as the other characters. We're going to do Tails, I think, next. Alright. So there is Robotnik getting away. As we're listening to It Doesn't Matter, which is sung by Mr. Tony Harnell, who is the leader of the band TNT. And actually from 2015 to 2019, he was the lead vocalist for Skid Row. You know, the band behind stuff like Slave to the Grind and 18 in Life and I Remember You, which is my favorite, actually. But yeah, so, like, they were getting a lot of semi-famous voice or music talent going on in this game. I mentioned that with Nikki Gregoroff, who did back vocals for Britney Spears and Joe Jackson. We're going to have this with Ted Polly later, who's, like, the vocalist of Danger Danger. Crush 40, we mentioned, was at first Open Your Heart. Johnny Gioli was of the band Hardline, and I think he was involved initially with Eric Martin from Mr. Big, actually, of like To Be With You fame, because they did a track for what was it, Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition. Sons of Angels was actually the initial name of Crush 40. So there you go. Does Eggman wear flame retardant clothes? I think there's a game that might go into that, if I remember correctly, where I think he's able to handle it. Actually, I think it might be... It might have been Sonic Lost World. I think there is one. Or maybe Colors. There's something that goes into the idea of that, but yeah, he's able to survive what it is. I think there's one where he does show himself charred. Actually, no. Sonic Advance 3 does that, sort of. Because he shows himself charred if you beat a boss. And actually, that was the last voice performance of Dean Bristow as Robotnik, and he says, "You're going to pay for this!" So I was like, yeah, he must have something to protect him. But, yeah, I mean, feasibly, Eggman is, I guess, smart and not smart at the same time. So, he's come up with some way. He's survived this long doing something. So I was like, there you go. But yeah, we're going to enjoy this great, 80s style, guitar piece. And then you have some other pieces as far as, like, the main themes as well. We'll hear the other ones as we go along. I mean... I'm just thinking as far as the ones we're not going to talk about tonight, so it's like, I'm going to talk about those songs feasibly, but I mean, I think that's, oh, well, okay, except for E102 Gamma's theme, which is the only one that's not a vocalized theme. It's a kind of new wavy, spacey, kind of like jazzy piece with some piano stuff to it by Fumi Kumatani. Fumi Kumatani. I want to get her name right. Who I think also did some music for actually some of the earlier Sonic games, I believe. But she also did some. I think she, yes, I believe. If not, I'll put a correction in the video when it goes to YouTube. But yeah, she's also involved with some pieces of music in this game. Yeah, but Eggman still can't beat him. Yeah, he still can't. Although, I mean, see, it's funny. We were going into Sonic 06 as well. The closest that anybody came to taking care of Sonic was Mephiles. I guess Mephiles was the one who made that almost work by pretty much impaling Sonic's heart. And yeah, that does happen in that game. But, yeah, and that was not because of Robotnik. It was not... Honestly, Mephiles was kind of doing his own thing aside from Robotnik, honestly. So, in that case, yeah, Robotnik's never really gotten to that point of actually defeating Sonic, really. Unless I'm thinking of something else where they kind of show, like, oh, he almost has him. But I think really 06 is the only one. I guess for a reason, feasibly. I mean, you have Guts killing Sonic feasibly, and then not killing him, and then retconning the whole game, but, maybe better writing, I'd been okay with that, or a better game. But, last note, although, let's get into that briefly, there's the Sonic the Hedgehog P06 project on the PC that Sega could have easily ceased and desisted that. It's like, no, we're not, we're not gonna, we look terrible, like, hey, we know this is not a good game. Let the fans work on it and make it better. And holy crap, it is so good. Even of what they've done, and it's this massive undertaking they've done, even the bits of it they put out, it's like, this is the game Sonic 06 is going to be. And another case of benefit to the PC. And the fans picking the ball up. Like, they did all these things for it, and it feels great. It's like, that's kind of the idea of, like, maybe where we could have went or could go with this series if we're going to go 3D again like this. And we'll see what happens with Sonic Rangers, assuming that's even what it's going to be called. But, yeah, for the meantime, We have Sonic, you know, doing the it doesn't matter element of, you know, doing everything he has to do and having a good time with us playing the Sonic sections, which are terrific in this game. Still probably the best of the 3D stuff that plays like this. But with that done, we're going to go to the next character and get a little... Also, in the music, listen to the guitar work here. It's kind of a nod back to Sonic and Knuckles, actually, which is interesting. But His Word by Zebrahead is my canon theme. Oh, you have Sonic? Yeah, and see, that's the other thing, because even as I'm... Okay, we're not totally shitting on Sonic 06 yet, because we haven't played it yet. But, and when I get the PC thing set up, we can also, you know, take a look at the PO6 project, or when we play Sonic 06, get a nice alcoholic beverage going on that one. But, yeah, the music's terrific in that game. And the theme that goes, His World is a terrific song. So, in that case, like, yeah, there's good stuff that came out of it that way, so... There you go, and in that way, like, also the benefit of, like, even a bad game, you understand, like, why do we like Sonic Adventure so much, and Sonic Adventure 2, and what is it then that Sega, mainly recognizing that and saying, like, okay, we gotta do something, all of them falling in the trap later of that, but whatever. Alright, this is the opening cutscene we saw at the beginning. We'll see that again next month, but, meantime, His World is a good track as far as Sonic. For this one, I do like, it doesn't matter, actually, yeah... I'm gonna say what my favorite Sonic theme is. That's a very good one. I'm gonna say for sure.
Select a character.
I might agree with you now that I'm thinking about it more. Oh no. Also, by the way, okay. Well, I'll at least get to show this off. When you finish, you get to see the ending with the character. We're not doing Sonic again. We're playing as Tails. In fact, we're going to the destruction though. And that is Corey Bringus, who is voicing Tails. Who was young when this game came out, and then he went on to become a camera person in movies. If you ever saw the movie End of Watch, with Michael Pena and I'm trying to remember the other actors in it. He did the camera work on that, which is kind of like taking on almost a found footage take on a cop drama. I was kind of on myself, but it was an interesting case, and yeah, he did the camera work for that game. Alright, here we go. So here's how Tails works. This is also the only time Tails is going to play in this style, so, yeah, if you love playing Tails in the old 2D Sonic games, and you want to play as him with flight like this is your only case in the 3D games, and hopefully we can get another case of that. But yeah, like with Sonic, he can, you know, pick up stuff and do rolls, but he has a tail whip. And we're also going to the end of the stage too, but we're racing Sonic, or feasibly someone else, to the end each time. So that's how that's going to work, and we can fly as Tails as it's going to go. But also, this is the other aspect of the story, because if you're seeing the movie Rashomon by Akira Kurosawa, this might look a little familiar because you have multiple... Actually, Rashomon. It is Rashomon. Sorry. I was thinking something else. But, you see the story from multiple perspectives. That's what we're getting now with Tails.
Everything's working great.
Tails is broken. In this game, yeah, no question. But it's amazing to be playing with him for sure. And in the other games, feasibly as well. Actually, Nocturne, who's been on the program a couple times, mentioned that. Because she loves playing as Tails. But anyway...
Uh-oh. What's this?
When we saw Tails as Sonic, we saw this plane flying out of the sky. So what happened? Well... Tails' plane, you know, got something going on, and so he's going down. And he's feasibly going down on Station Square, and yeah. I guess they're not feasibly thinking anything of this, or feasibly he's gonna get himself out of trouble enough. Yeah, I would think the girl from the newsstand over there would be saying, hey, in the news last night, there's a fox who was in a plane, and then he, you know, crashed over, almost hit me, and then he crashed on the beach. You know what? She might say that. We can go take a look at that. But anyway, so yeah, we crashed on the beach. And we're, you know, dazed. And yeah, Tails did survive that. I mean, question of how he survived that. But anyway. So I'll get a hand from Sonic. I love that mouth thing and the eyes going up there. I was like, alright, hey guys. Or, hi friend. So yeah, he's literally giving me a hand. So let's take his hand, and we'll go in and tell him what happened, but we're telling it a little differently, and this is something I love about this game, and no other Sonic game does this, of the 3D stuff. They changed the script based on the character, so it's not... They're kind of changing... The meaning's the same, but they're, like, changing, like, some of the words, and saying, like, what happened anyway? Not like you to crash like that, or something like that, so, like... So they kind of changed that around, I like that. But it's also kind of emphasizing the fact, and other people point this out, so I'll jump on and agree with it, emphasizing the idea of, like, hey, it's Tails' perspective of how this is going. So it's feasibly, he's like, why don't you use my plane, the Tornado? But I guess Tails hears, you can borrow my plane if you want. So it's like, yeah, it's like a different perspective of their mind, or Tails' mind, which is fitting for his stories. But yeah, here's the Chaos Emerald they found.
No way!
And he was using that to test the plane, as we found out before.
They have unlimited mystic powers.
And we, of course, get his nice tails floating like that. I always like that effect right there. Actually, I noticed that effect because when I first bought this game, it was broken, or eventually broke. Although, here's the thing. I think what happened with that is that I think we had Chinese food that night, my family and I. I think maybe some of that got in the disc tray, and it scratched that disc. So what happened was that flowing tail thing, the cutscene would play, and it just would stop. The music would still play, there was no voice, but wouldn't continue. And I think I fixed the disc later and realized, okay, I think that's what it was. But yeah, that was a weird case, so that's how I know those flowing tails are tails. But anyway, here he is. He plays like Sonic as far as like rolling things, but he has that tail whip. He can roll if you run fast. We also have the tail whip as well, which I think was the first time we've seen that. But also flight. Jump twice, you're flying in the air. This does get broken, especially for some of the levels we have with it, but I do love the idea of being able to fly around with tails. I'd love to see this come back in another 3D Sonic game. Sega, please pay attention. Is wrong to say that Tails is my least favorite character in the series, considering he's broken? Well, I mean, I guess as far as, what, from a gameplay perspective? Or you're saying, like, oh, you don't like the character? As far as the perspective of the character, no, it's not wrong to say that. As far as being broken, it's not wrong to say that either feasibly, because, like, well, alright. I guess the idea of, like, how do you like to play Sonic? Is the idea you like to play as far as just running around, and the idea of adding flight into it takes out some of the challenge, but then I think it also goes to the idea of, like, alright, what are you going to do with Tails as a character, as far as gameplay? Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I guess here's my question then. In that case, then, did you like when Tails, when they went Sonic Adventure 2, when he was playing as mech, a mech perspective? Because he didn't necessarily play the way we're playing here. In that case, it wasn't necessarily, it was a different case. Well, let's see what the news lady says. Okay, she doesn't say anything. She's just saying she has all the dirt, but... Alright, anyway, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go get an upgrade for him. It's under here. But I know what you're saying as far as the idea of being Tails being broken that way, although sometimes that can be the fun of it. So, like, hey, I played through this, I guess, if you want to say legitimately, feasibly. But if that's the case, well, sometimes it'd be fun to do that. I'd say yes and no. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing to say, right? I mean, and I get that. By the way, this is the jet anklet. This lets you fly faster. So yeah, I won't bust this game further. Go ahead. And I'll say, I almost wonder if maybe some people noticed that, because it's interesting because it's come up. Like in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you can get Super Tails and then he has the flickies that fly around and float towards enemies, which is actually something then they'd revisit for Sonic Advance 2 with Cream, or the way she uses cheese as a projectile, which busts the bosses completely in that game. But with Tails for that, every other instance of Super Tails doesn't have that anymore, so they're like, well, let's take that out. Or, I guess another thing is maybe this is the other answer to this, tailoring the idea of what Tails is doing as a game element better. Because, like, in Sonic 3, the hardest boss with Tails is Marvel Garden Act 2. And his boss with that's the hardest way to play that boss, because you have to hit him very specifically at the bottom. You have to Robotnik that way. So, in that case, it kind of balances out, but I get the idea of like, wanting to do that more, and the idea of, hey, you're on the ground with Sonic, like, does flight kill that? And I guess, okay, Tails' gameplay here is not too bad on paper. Yeah, it's not. I mean, in some ways it's still, although then again, feasibly, I guess there's something to be said about the fact that Sega didn't go back to this ever again. They said, like, well, no, we don't want to have this. Need to cook more. Okay, gotcha. The idea is, like, hey, do more with this. I get that. But that raises an interesting question. Let's bring this up as a discussion. And not just specific to Sonic.
Well.
Would you say that flight is a game-breaking element in any game? And one other thing about this cutscene, by the way, is that from Tails' perspective, Robotnik is a lot more aggressive and, menacing with it. He says,
Well, if it isn't Sonic and Tails.
But, yeah, I'm curious about that with the flight thing, because that's usually the thought. Like, flight usually will bust a game, particularly a 2D game, or I guess a 3D game in this case. But in that case, I mean, it's an interesting case of, like, when do you have a problem? Just this one. Okay. Well, see, it's funny, because we're going to be fighting the egg driller again? Whatever it's called. It's technically harder with Tails than it is with Sonic, because with Sonic, you can abuse the homing attack. And at the beginning of this, and when it goes on YouTube, so you'll see this, I started to do that. You just keep hitting that A button to hit that, and just kill him in like 2 seconds, or 5 seconds feasibly maybe, if you're going to be more realistic with the number. But with Tails, you can't do that. You can't just fly up and hit him. So in that case, like, oh, you have to wait more. So in that case, it's not necessarily... I mean, okay, it's not that it's fixing the fact of how broken Tails could be viewed so much as just putting a limitation. You're like, okay, I can't fly up and hit him. So like, they didn't design it that way. Okay, the Egg Hornet. I just want to make sure I got that right. So I can't fly up there. You know what? I'll show that off when I hit him the first time. Just show that idea.
All systems, full power.
In that case, you kind of have to roll into him. Well, all right, fine. Or, okay, I can go right through him. I didn't know that. Or just hit him and then, yeah, because it doesn't hurt. So it doesn't hurt him, so I get hurt. So in that case, I guess it balances this way, so this is going to take a little longer. So I guess then what's the... Then, okay, in that case, what would you say is the answer as far as, you know, making Tails better as far as how this plays? I mean, I like how he plays as far as how he feels, but I also know what you're saying as far as saying, like, well, because of flight, you can do certain things. I mean, Windy Valley, the first level we're going to go with him, if you know what you're doing, you can finish that level in under 30 seconds. And I have records on my save file, the completed one, that run it that fast. And it became an interesting case when, because here's the other thing about the Dreamcast version. The Dreamcast version had online leaderboard support, interesting enough. And none of the other versions had, at least, well, okay, no. The 360, PS3, and the Xbox, or 360, PS3, and PC version had it too. But on the Dreamcast, it did have support for it. But people were able to bust that, so feasibly, yeah, they'd have like 1 second or like 1 millisecond on the clock. So it kind of ruined the idea of it. But yeah, you could upload your best times feasibly for certain things for this game using the internet option that's on the menu. And using the 56K modem that's in the Dreamcast. So I get what you're saying when you're saying like, the broken concept of Tails, although it needs to be any character, because they found that for a lot of the other things of that. Alright, so again, we're having the emerald stolen by Eggman.
Chaos could use a little snack.
Who's Chaos?
And see, this is the perspective of Tails. He doesn't know who Chaos is. Sonic fought him, but I was like, well, we knew then, or he knew. But Tails like, who is this?
That's the monster I saw the other day.
Monster?
Or yeah, him getting scared when he hears like, oh, it's a monster. I'd rank these characters, first being Sonic, then Knuckles, then Gamma, then Amy, then Big, and then Tails. As far as the same thing as you're saying, like, broken elements. I'm just curious about that, just for that reason, then.
Increases every...
But I get the idea. I'll say this about Tails for this game. I don't think he's as... I'd say the clunkiest character in this is Big, admittingly. He should get tired more easily. Okay. So you're saying that the flight should be shorter. Alright. Which is interesting, because, in all honesty, it is a shorter flight than it is in the 2D games. He doesn't fly as long, he doesn't stay up in the air, although I know what you're saying, because in this game, when he gets up to a certain height after about 2-3 seconds about, you can feasibly, you know, what is it? You can feasibly just kind of coast if you don't keep holding A, and they'll do that. In fact, I could show that off, actually, at the next level, we'll do that. But, I guess then, maybe the answer is this. It's an in-between, probably, between the only other game that does this, or has Tails play this way, which is Sonic 06, which is... He flies, but then he just drops like a stone going, huh! But then he just drops instantly, and I was like, oh yeah, you're often going to be in a case where you're going to be in trouble that way. You know, let me do a few things. Let me get up to the bridge, because I want to also get the emblem that's over here. I should get the one back in Station Square and go back there, but... So, I'm thinking that's the idea. The ranking is in terms of how enjoyment, or about the enjoyment of the character. Okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, I guess also maybe with Tails, here's the other thing, and I'll say this, I'll agree with this, in particular on that, is that, all of his levels are races, by the way. You know what? Okay, here we go. Let's get up high. This should be able to show this off, I think. Right, there you go. So, in that case, yeah, he gets tired then, but the idea is like, oh, he should drop. Basically, the idea is like, thought is like, oh, I fly there, but as soon as that happens, then I drop, but I don't drop like a rock the way I do in Sonic 06. But I'll say this, yeah, every level of his is a race. I'm gonna go back and get the Earth Stone to get in there. I'll say I would like to see, or I would like to also see levels that are, whoa, no. Alright, yeah, see, that's what I get for, you know, I guess that's my punishment for talking about Tails that way, but anyway, I would love to have seen feasibly other levels like when you play as Sonic where it's kind of open, like, oh, I can kind of go anywhere in that, and then feasibly design that more around the idea of Tails, because what we're going to see is he's mostly going to go through some of the same areas that Sonic does of the stages he goes to, with the exception of the last one. The last one is where it changes it, and feasibly that would have been more of an interesting thing to have seen, along with everything else. So I'll definitely give you that. That being said, I think maybe also because I'm one who loves the way it was on the Genesis, and I guess the idea is like Tails and Knuckles, as well as we'll see, play this way, or in this game like they do on the Genesis, with a couple exceptions. Like, yeah, you can drop off here, and I can just drop down like this. You know what? See, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, see this whole level down there? If I hit that right, I can just go down like that. You know what? We're not going to do that, though. So that's what I'm saying when you can beat this level in like 30 seconds. But we're going to actually not bust Tails then.
You made it!
Well, yeah, you can find a shortcut if you fly, but then the idea is like, wait a minute, how's it going to work? And see, I'm of two minds. On one hand, like, well, alright, I get what you're saying, like, busting this level in half. But then again, I'm also thinking, like, well, I kind of like the idea that you can kind of find out certain things, and that's the other thing about Tails, I guess, as far as a character. So the idea of, like, playing to the idea of, like, hey, it's a different way of playing with Sonic with that same speed, which is the idea, like, okay, I have flight, let me do something with it, and be able to explore that. That's what I mean. Okay, I gotcha. So, I mean, that makes sense, and I do like that you're thinking about that, and providing that perspective. And also, as I said, and when we did Top Gear a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago as it was, feels like it's been more than a couple weeks, but anyway, when we did that, you were saying, like, hey, I'm thinking certain things that maybe not everybody watching is going to say about that. But you know what? That's fine. I mean, I'm the one who's coming in here saying I don't really like many of the versions of this outside of the Dreamcast edition and that PC version with the mod. So, and I know some of that might not be popular. I mean, I say that I like Vector Man 2 more like Vector Man 1. Like, you're saying you're not huge on Son 5. Well, you know what? I don't care. That's fine. Come and say what that is. You explain what it is, and you can do that. You've clearly shown that. I'm fine with that, and I love that perspective. Getting the idea of understanding the guts of gaming. What is it that makes us like a game or not like a game, or like certain aspects of it or not? By the way, yeah, Sonic has catch-up AI to a certain extent, but yeah, we got to him quicker, and we got all the stuff we need to do to get the Emerald.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't. And we got to hear more of that great piece of music, which was a takeoff or remix of a song from Sonic 3D Blast for Green Grove Act 1. And it's a terrific remix. I love that remix so much. Although, actually, there's also been some there's a good remix of this in, actually, the Mario and Sonic Olympic games. Actually, those have amazing remixes, some of the things in that. I actually heard some of the ones today for the first time. I was like, I didn't even know they were in that game, or those games. I'm like, wow, those sound terrific. Green Grove Cove. Yeah, yeah, there's the one in one of the Sonic and all, the Mario Sonic games. Yeah, that's the one, I think. It's funny, I've played a couple of those Mario Sonic Olympic games, but I haven't played as many as I would have thought I would, which is strange, because I think I probably should. I should fix that. We should do one of those at some point. But I gotta buy one, because I don't have any. But alright, so we're going back to Casinopolis, but we have to fly up and hit the button this time. And this is the other change here, because we were going to the casino doing gambling or playing pinball to get rings. I was like, what the hell happened? That took way longer to load off of that than I ever seen. I was really nervous there for a second. I thought the game crashed. I'd never seen that happen, so if that happened, that would have been bad. Yeah, I made it. We made it. Thank God the game didn't crash. Because this game doesn't crash from what I understand. Watch, it's going to happen. But anyway, we're in the trash hole that we were in before. And from what I understand, I think maybe the inside joke about that is the idea that Tails is too young to gamble, but so he can't go in. Although, interesting attention to detail, the GameCube version adds Cream the Rabbit flying over the casino and into it. So feasibly she can go gambling, I guess, even though she's younger. Although, feasibly it's not like Tails is irresponsible. It's like, well, no. Tails is a mechanic, for God's sake. So it's like, he can handle that. Worst level of the game, Casinopolis. Okay, what particular? Is it the Sonic part of it? Is it going through the trash hold as it is? I mean, it is one of the hardest to get the A emblem for all of them, because it's, hold on, it's Sonic, Tails, oh yeah, and Knuckles. So actually, I guess we're gonna get Casinopolis out of the way right now, feasibly. I mean, yeah, it is a little clunky. I will say this, though. The easy way to go for the A rank for Sonic is to go in the trash hold, because you can get tons of rings out of that, and then finish it really quickly. But I get the idea that I like the atmosphere, admittedly, more of Casinopolis than I do the level itself. But, and we'll see that also when we play as Knuckles. But I get the idea of that being a stumbling block. I guess as far as my least favorite, let me think about that.
The Chaos Emerald!
Away from there.
Alright, so we got hit with the purple gas again.
Nighty-night.
Eggman!
He's not wrong about being nighty-night gas, so yeah, we got conked out for the night, and we're, falling asleep on the side of the curb. I guess to answer your question as far as the level I like least, I don't dislike, I guess I would say maybe Ice Cap, only because I think
What happened to the Chaos
I wish there maybe was a little more to some of the areas, a little, but even then, I don't think it's bad.
The emerald count is 2-1 and Eggman
I mean, I like the snowboarding when we get into that. We're going to be doing that next, by the way, so fitting. But, I mean, because one thing, and before you jumped on, when we did Casinopolis, or when we did Ice Cap for Sonic, I was kind of hanging around the area, the first area a little, because like, oh, it's so short, and the piece of music there is so great, you don't get to hear all of it. So, I mean, maybe in that case, like, it seems a little underdeveloped. But before we do that, fly up here, there's an emblem. So I guess I'd say that one, unless there's something else I see as we play along that makes me think, no, that one. But we are going to Ice Cap next to put this in and to do some snowboarding. Which we've seen already before, but again, not from Tails' perspective. In my perspective, or Tails' perspective, it's just going to be just doing snowboarding. Alright, so let's get going over here. Yeah, because when you come over here, that wall pops out, and we can go this way. I do like the idea that the researchers, or like the guys on the explorers there, they're trying to go on this expedition to find everything. They can't find it, but yeah, all these cartoony animals are able to get in no problem. I mean, even Big can find Ice Cap no problem. In fact, he's the, after we do Ice Cap now, he's the other character who goes there. Where it's a little dull, though, that also goes to the idea of what the fishing's like, which, I'll say this, I am tempted when you get to that to use the Dreamcast fishing rod, because I have it, although it does not work the way you expect it to, because you can't do the casting and make it work. But anyway, we're going to go and get the emerald before Sonic will do snowboarding. Sonic will be broken too, but it's more rewarding as far as how he plays. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that might be the idea of like the floatiness of it, the fact you can kind of do that. So I guess, okay, so this is becoming an interesting picture, and I'm like that you're doing this. You basically are saying that when it comes to Tails, it's not necessarily the way he plays, it's not necessarily the way he controls, I guess, am I right about that? Oh, that part am I right about, is the question. But more the idea that it feels like when you bust the game, you don't necessarily feel like you are accomplishing a whole lot. Or you don't feel like you've accomplished a lot, you don't necessarily feel like you've earned that, exactly. Unless you know the secrets. Okay. So, I mean, I get that idea. I mean, I still remember, a couple things. There's been other analysis of this series and other elements of the game. I remember the X-Play show of G4's, which I think is actually back now, from what I understand. But anyway, they said once the idea of Sonic is that you get a great sense, when you play at the really great Sonic games, you get a great sense of accomplishment from without accomplishing much. Although, in some ways, we kind of went over that actually when I did this level before with Sonic, which was the idea that you have the mechanics that are very simple to play the game, and then you can kind of build and show off your skills from the mastery of that. So in that way, it's kind of, you still feel rewarded, even though you have a simple setup of how you're playing it. And same with this one in particular, which might be why some of the other characters get flack for this as far as how I play. But I am hitting the top of this now, where I didn't when we played for Sonic Way. There we go. Whoa! Right past the Emerald. Yeah, it's, Knuckles' line was like, what a wild ride. Also, by the way, that you win is, like, distorted. It's like it's cut out as far as the graphic, which is weird. I never noticed that before. But okay. But I like the idea of thinking about the mechanics of Sonic in this game and just the mechanics of these characters, because it does make you think, like, alright, when you're playing a game, you're thinking to yourself, well, you might, if you like a game, you sometimes take it for granted, like, alright, fine, I'm liking this game, but maybe when do you really sit down to talk about why? And I think that's what the idea of the show has kind of become, and like, first, you kind of helped spearhead that idea, and I want to thank you for that, for sure, because you're bringing up these points, you're bringing up this idea of thinking about what we're playing and why do we react to them in certain ways, and why do we like things and not, and being together in that discussion, and I love that, and I think it's kind of enhancing my enjoyment of this game more in a lot of ways, because I hadn't really thought, maybe I'm just guilty that way, of thinking, like, you know, me not thinking about it a whole lot.
Don't mess with me now. Just hand over the emeralds you have. Quick!
No way.
No way, Knuckles!
Alright, let's take care of, Knuckles here.
Oh no.
And reiterate again, as we did before, the idea that he's really easy to beat, and you hit him and he goes, oh no! Which I do love that. Alright, that's a busted element. And yeah, Knuckles just disappeared all of a sudden.
Whoa! Oh no!
But also the idea that Idris Elba is going to be voicing him in the second film coming out. Which would be interesting. In fact, he did put a tweet out to emphasize that, saying, knock knock. It's like, oh my god, it's a reference to this game, and it was kind of cool that way. Yeah, he is, and, he's got the emeralds. And actually, we're going to get in another case as far as, you know, balancing the difficult Tails feasibly, because we're fighting Chaos 4 again. He's also harder with Tails, sort of. Well, okay, he's harder with Tails because you can't homing attack him. But I believe the idea is that the health bars are different when we play Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Knuckles, you idiot. Yeah. Well, yeah, we say that now. We'll wait till the later games when...
No one makes a fool out of me.
Yeah, unfortunately he did. Although, then we get into the case of Sonic Mania, where... I'm not giving this away. If you haven't played it up to that point, or gotten to that area with Knuckles, the, Lava Reef Act 2 boss, I laughed out loud when I saw what happened, and it shows Knuckles does have a semblance of intelligence. So it's not the idea that, oh yeah, he becomes the, you know, idiotic guy that we're saying he is here. I mean, he's being tricked, we'll see why when we play with him next. But then the later game's like, oh yeah, he's just like kind of the bulky guy who's like not very smart. But it's like, well, hey, he must have been smart to handle some of these things with Sonic in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. And especially Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania fixes that. They right the ship that way, so... Kudos to Sonic Mania for that, and for probably giving me the funniest part of any Sonic game ever. Unless you can think of a better one. Anyway, we're back with Chaos 4 again. Yeah, I believe his health bar is a little lower with Tails. With Knuckles, it's the biggest. Or he has the longest health bar, I think. But if not, I'll put a correction in the video, because I'll have the footage. We're doing Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles tonight. Feasibly. Or we'll do as much as we can to 4.5 hours. I think we can do that. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying as far as being broken around. It's like, yeah, I'm just flying around here, so I don't have to hit the water that way. Although, he's doing the same with Sonic, because I'm just jumping and just doing the homing attack constantly. But you're right, as far as how that is. Yeah, just flying into him, and boom, there he goes. Actually, yeah, I haven't really even used the tail whip, although there's not much reason to use it yet until, soon. And then we will. I do love this track as far as the... I think this is one of the... Well, this and when we fight Chaos 4's Knuckles is the last time we're going to hear it. That also goes to how much I love this soundtrack. I mean, I don't know, have I, you know, gone off saying how amazing the soundtrack is enough or not? I mean, I don't know. Feasibly, that should be like every line of this play is going to be me saying how amazing the music in this game is. Because it is so good. Now, come on. Hit the ground or come back up. There he is. You're going down. You know, okay, use the tail whip, okay. And with that, I guess Tails with his hand there is like doing the Matrix thing of like the come at me guy thing, or come at me bro, feasibly, if you want to do it that way. Although I don't think that was a factor when the Matrix came out, or when this game came out, because for the US it was the same year. So, there you go. Alright, so back with the egg carrier once more, and we gotta take the plane. And by the way, you can't... Okay, here's another benefit I'll also give feasibly to the other versions. You can skip the cutscenes of those. This one you can't. I don't mind it necessarily, but this is literally... This part is the same cutscene we saw for Sonic, so there you go. But short, so there you go.
Behold my floating masterpiece, the egg carrier! But it failed.
And here's a weird case, because they changed the lines and the inflections. They didn't for the 3 lines of Robotnik here, but they... Or 4 lines of his. But they do for every other character after this, so that was weird. But there you go, there's the line you quoted, so... Yeah, absolutely. Keep hitting me with them, and we'll keep going on that.
Hey, we can't let him get away!
No, we can't let him get away with this, can we? No, like, no way, Tails.
You guys go. I have some unfinished business to take care of.
Alright, we'll see you later then.
No problem, Knuckles. We'll take care of everything here.
Come on! Let's get going!
Okay, fine. They don't change Tails' line there, so fair enough. I guess they don't change this either.
What's the matter? What are you waiting for?
Nothing. Just to see if you're saying the same thing. See you later, Knuckles. Yeah, he has his own cross to bear, but so do we. Oh, okay, here's the other difference. Yeah, we told Sonic to wait there. We didn't see what was going on, but yeah, Tails is going into his workshop, and here is the plane. Or, it's Sonic's plane, feasibly, but yeah, we're flying it. Again. Alright. So indeed, we are going to fly high. Or we flying sky high, if you want to talk about Daytona USA. Which, as I mentioned earlier, kind of makes sense, because the original name of Crush 40 was Sons of Angels, which was named after the theme song for Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition for the Saturn. Which is a great track, by the way. If you've never heard that song, it is awesome. Which is saying something for a series that has a lot of great music. Actually, yeah, Jun Sendo did do the guitar work on that song as well. And also another song of his that he did, or him and, I guess Crush 40 was kind of involved, sort of, was Soul on Desert in Sega Rally 2, which is for the Dreamcast as well, which I do have that. I'm not huge on that game compared to Sega Rally Championship, the first one, which I adore. But, yeah, that is a terrific piece of music, and I would recommend that as a listen if you've not heard it. Or you'll hear it when we do Sega Rally 2. And since I have that thing with the feed going, it's not a problem. Again, I don't know if the Dreamcast doesn't do that when you switch discs, or it didn't do that before, but the way I have it with the RetroTink 5X, I can do disc switches, so we can do showcases of games on systems that are not Xbox consoles. And mainly the next one we're going to do is going to be on an Xbox system. There's going to be the Fighting Showcase in November for the Thanksgiving show, like we did the Cheer Showcase last year. In that case, I'm running the 360 for stuff, and I did buy something today for that. I bought Dead or Alive Ultimate. So at that point, we'll be able to show Dead or Alive 1 and 2 through that. But that means that other consoles that I was initially stymied on of saying, like, hey, I can't switch games on disc, otherwise the feed's going to cut. Well, we can do that now. PlayStation, and that was the first thing I checked. I said, can I do that on PlayStation? The answer is, yes, you can. And how does it handle, you know, changes of resolution of things? Fine. So yeah, the Saturn versions of Mega Man X3 and 4 are back on the table. Anything that does something like that is on the table. So we're all set that way. But maybe that's more of a program note and fitting because we're going through Sky Chase 1, which is the same as it was before with Sonic. The only difference is that it's Tails' lives I'm running off of, and I guess Tails is controlling the plane. Well, I guess here's another thing. Thinking about making sense of what we're seeing. We're asking questions that need to be asked, and they do need to be asked. Thank you, like, for starting the trend with this. Sonic, when you're playing as Sonic, is he controlling the plane feasibly if he's on the back, or is it just Tails controlling it the whole way? So technically we were playing as Tails already when we were playing as Sonic, if you really want to look at it that way.
We did it!
Alright, so we did it again, but like before, we are gonna get shot. So, get cannon ready, fire! I always found it weird they don't subtitle that, so you kind of have to listen to it carefully to understand what is he saying. Or it's kind of like the Eggman amusement park things in Sonic Colors, which I hope when Sonic Colors Ultimate comes out in a few weeks, they give subtitle option for those, because I loved, when I understood what they were, I was like, those are really funny. Okay, that's another laugh out loud element. Those Eggman things in Sonic Colors. So that would be the case. Alright, so instead of seeing Sonic, you know, go off and hit in the sand, we have Tails remembering his history. And this is pretty much explaining the story of Sonic 2. Basically, how did Tails meet Sonic? Got a great game, really enjoyed it. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you for stopping by. And the whole episode of this will be up on the YouTube site in a couple of days for your viewing enjoyment. Good to see you, thank you for watching, and take care. Tails is the best. Well, thank you. As far as the character, for sure, this is another argument depending on what we were already making, but as I mentioned, this is the story of Sonic 2, which is Tails saw Sonic run by one day. He said, hey, he's cool, I want to run after him, fantastic. Well, thank you. And so basically he kind of wants to, you know, tag along, and Sonic let him tag along. Hey everybody, I'm coming back to you with this section of Tails' playthrough, because I realized when we were doing the stream last night, this is the part of the video where we had issues with the Twitch stream and feasibly with my capture device. So basically, I'm actually doing this the day after we recorded this. So basically, I'm playing this right now, actually 24 hours after we started the stream, how I'm looking at it. But anyway, I just wanted to at least recover some of the discussions we had and also show off the idea of where we were with Tails before we got the stream back up, because we ran into issues with this last night, but I realized the stream and the video that I went back to was kind of garbled here. So, as you saw before, I was explaining the idea that we went through the story of Sonic 2, although they have it set over in the Mystic Ruins because of the way the assets work. But yeah, Tails is saying, I can't just follow Sonic forever, I want to be my own fox, while also being like him in the ways of that attitude, anyway. But, so what we gotta do is we gotta go to the Mystic Ruins deeper, but jumping into the minecart. And basically, this is not gonna be much of extra stuff for this, but I just need to go back at the Chaos Emerald and run through Sand Hill again. Just going down the left path and we'll be able to find it really quickly.
Wow! There's a Chaos Emerald!
But we have Froggy, who is showing up and is getting hungry.
Hey! Wait up!
We'll definitely understand that when we complete this game feasibly next week. I think, no, we're going to finish it, because as you'll see later in the video, because I'm going to be stitching this to the rest of what we have that's usable, which is most of it, admittingly. I actually stopped this stream, or the video anyway, before I thought I would because of the issues we were having with the stream. But yeah, next week we're going to finish this game feasibly. Or this Saturday coming up. But in the meantime, we got Sand Hill. At the very least, also, this is hopefully going to be me being able to show off me handling Sand Hill better than I did on the stream. Yeah, no, it's not. Never mind. It seems like it's a repeat of Sonic 06's snowboarding sections, which are utterly terrible. Listen to this pretty good and underrated, you know, I guess sort of Middle Eastern themed music, which they actually redid for Team Sonic Racing, which was a surprise when they announced that. I was like, oh wow, they're pulling this back. It's kind of like the snowboarding thing. You just go around, but you're going through gates, and you have to go through them really quickly to keep the multiplier going, but we're doing a really shitty job, as you can see. Whoa. And see, now I'm doing this without the audience. I'm just basically doing the recording of this on my own time, and it'll be stitched to the video, as you'll see in a few minutes. We have to keep going down the hill, though, to find Froggy. Alright, fine. I'm doing better at the end of that, getting a pretty big chain there. There you go. Because you don't have to go through every gate. You have to keep the chain going long enough, and I got 22. So, actually, it did turn out better than how it was on the stream. But because of the technical problems, you didn't see it. But yeah, we caught up with Froggy, but Tikal has other plans for us. I don't know what the oops was from Tails, because we just grabbed the frog, and I guess now we're going back in time. To another world where you can be mine. I'm trying to remember if I had that in the video already, but if it didn't, there it is again.
I thought I was in the desert.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I guess it's the idea of Tails getting, you know, his freak on or whatever it is with the Toad, or with Froggy. I don't know, but anyway, this is where we stopped, so I'm going to just stand here. And yeah, this is where we stopped, and with this, I'll just stitch that next part to the video, and hope you enjoy the rest of what we got, and the rest of it will not have issues. So, hope you enjoy, and I'll see you next week for the rest of the game. But in the meantime, enjoy the rest of last night's playthrough. Okay, I think we're back. I don't know what happened. Assuming you're still seeing this, let me know in chat if you are. It looks like it's still up, or it looks like it's up again. I don't know if Twitch was acting up or my capture device. Something happened with that. Point is that it seems like we're okay. Still going. All right, good. Okay, yeah. All right. Sorry for that delay. I don't know what happened. Usually I get the sense like, oh, it's a Twitch thing, but I think we can keep going, assuming you guys are seeing this and still want to see it. I just want to get somewhere more concrete before we end this, honestly. And this is going to be a fun one when we do the edit on the YouTube site, or when I do it anyway. I'll have to edit specifically. Now, it's times like this that I have to do it for. And it seemed like my internet was fine, as far as like the speed of everything, so it's not that. But anyway, this is the Ancient Echidna race. We are in the past, and there is an upgrade for Tails you can only get here. You can miss it, so I gotta find where it is. It's right here. There we go. Alright, sorry about that, Tails. You're a rhythm badge. Yeah, let's get back in our rhythm, feasibly for this. But yeah, basically now this is the infinite spin attack. Just hold that X button and keep spinning. And sometimes there are rings underneath the ground when you do that. There we go. But there's also... Oh wait, no, you have to get that and you come here and to call, so you can't miss this. So the servers are the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Chaos is power. Power is enriched by the heart.
What were you saying before?
Yeah, good question.
It's something my grandmother taught me.
There's the call again, telling us of the ancient riddle of, I guess of her people.
The servers are the 7 Chaos. Chaos is power. Power enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos.
And as was mentioned, this would be the underpinning of the next 2 Sonic games, specifically.
But the number 7
is lucky.
Is the same as the number of emeralds there are.
That too.
Emeralds? Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before. I'm Tikal. And you are?
He's not gonna get a chance to answer her. Actually, this is the first time we're hearing her name. But, yeah, we are all set, I think. For this, it seems like it's stable. I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that, problem with the stream. But, we are back in business, feasibly. And, fitting, because, yeah, we got out of the dream state or wherever we were going back to the past. Oh, we have those eyes. Here is, Big the Cat coming to get his friend back. Yikes! Yeah, anyway, we're scared by that. I do have that touch. You hear the mushroom from Mushroom Hill in Sonic & Knuckles there when he bounced off the boink. But yeah, there we'll go. That's fine.
Weird. Now where was I?
Yeah, fitting for us, Tails. There you go.
Oh yeah, the Chaos Emerald. Perfect! This will get my Tornado 2 up and raring to go.
Alright, so Tails will be burning the midnight oil to get his plane ready to go. That's the next place we're going to be going. Actually, I think this is the only time we see the interior of this.
Time has come at last.
Well, sort of. No, never mind.
I've ironed out most of the problems. So,
Have you?
Here it goes. Emerald, do your stuff.
Although we didn't see on screen him doing what he was doing. But definitely helps to be positive. Hey, just chat, let me know if you're still here or if you're seeing the show. It seems like it's okay on my end, looking at the screen, because just to give you an idea of this, I also am refreshing the Twitch window just to make sure everything's in line. It looks like it's good, but alright, here we go. Flying out through the waterfall. Okay, so barring that hiccup we had, the idea I was going to do is pretty much finish the Tails and Knuckles parts of this and then stop for next week. I mean, I guess, given this, God willing, I'll keep doing that.
There you are, dead ahead, the egg carrier. There's Sonic.
Okay, now here we are at Red Mountain where Sonic finished, but this is how we saw him. So that's kind of the way this is going. We're basically seeing different aspects of the story from each of the characters' perspectives, which I like. That being said, we are going to be doing, well, we're going to be doing Sky Chase Act 2 one more time, so, yeah. If you have anything else you want to go into while we're doing this, let me know and we can do it. That and also will give me a sense if the chat is working, because I'm not seeing... Yeah, it looks like it's just... Okay, I just haven't gotten anything as far as comments since we started. But, yeah, hit me with what you got while we hit these guys, what we got with our upgraded plane. Yeah, again, I'm sorry for what happened as far as the interruption. I don't know what was going on. It might have been on Twitch's end. I don't know if it was on my end because it was saying something in my device saying can't render at 30 FPS, which is weird because it wasn't saying that at all. And it's not like a time thing because I've done streams longer and that's not happened. And when we did Super RPG a couple weeks ago, I ran that way longer than this without a hitch. I mean, sometimes I guess it just happens. You probably just run into cases of the Twitch servers having a problem. Maybe I'm having a problem because it looked like it was still, you know, stuttering even when I had disconnected. So maybe it's just that my capture software got stuck in a loop or something. But either way, it's taken care of, and we can continue with this game. Oh, me getting hit. Which, by the way, if you do take too much damage, you're gonna die, so don't do that.
Haha! So far, so good.
Hope you know what you're doing.
You bet. Watch this. Transforming now.
Once again with this Sonic get out of the way button. And we are in attack mode. Again, same story as before, just keep going around shooting. Yeah, honestly, right now, not too much else to say, but that will change as we go along. Actually, the other thing I also want to do is I want to try and check the Chow Garden out again. So I can show one of the races. Or maybe I'll do that next week. I'll get a sense as we go along. Yeah, I have to be a little careful because I'm about health now. And honestly, I'm kind of, weirdly enough, not paying as much attention to this, maybe because I've done it before, but also because I just want to make sure the stream isn't going down again. So I'm kind of looking back and forth at my computer screen just to make sure everything is looking good, which it seems like it is so far. So, chat, let me know if that's the case, indeed. While we destroy this boss and feasibly just do it in a couple seconds. I'll try to do it in a couple seconds, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, we got him. Alright. You just keep hitting the A button there and you should be fine. I still got 73% on that one. I wasn't really kind of focused enough. Alright, now back to the egg carrier, but with Tails this time. So, basically, in a lot of ways with Tails' playthrough, we are following Sonic for a good amount of it. So it's going to be really more of a question of, like, what's different.
What now?
We gotta? I think it's we have got a problem. Well, as opposed to gotta. But whatever. But again, Tails didn't remember the landing gear. Yeah, it's the same thing, pretty much, but, yeah, there we go.
This thing is really huge.
No time to gawk, Sonic. We gotta find Amy.
I guess the other feasible thing as far as, like, the voice acting here is that, yeah, Tails is kind of taking charge a little more, but it's from his perspective, which is always an interesting case. Alright, so let's get going.
Don't get any ideas, Sonic.
It's Tails, not Sonic. That's the other thing. Robotnik basically is not paying attention to Tails, and Tails is all of a sudden on the center of that platform.
How about I give you a little sample?
I mean, it's different than saying, get a load of this. So at least there's that.
Whoa! Hey, it transformed! Did you see that?
Now how are we gonna get to the bridge?
I hate it when he doesn't listen to me.
I guess you weren't expecting that, were you?
Well, technically I was expecting that, because we just did it with Sonic about an hour ago, maybe.
I dare you!
Yeah, we'll make it.
Bring it on, Eggman.
Watch you. No, it's just Tails play. We're going to be taking care of it that way.
So, this must be the sky deck, huh?
Yeah, that was weird right there. Just kind of fell out of sight of the cutscene. Alright, we're at Skydeck. God, it feels like it's forever since I've been last at an action stage, even though it was only a couple minutes. But alright, same deal as before, racing Sonic to the end. And we're only going through the first section. Yeah, and Tails is getting a bit nervous with that. Ah! Yeah, it's pretty much the same as before, but just fly around with Tails. And again, it being busted feasibly, but fun busted to me, I would say. But more because I like how Tails runs. You know, let's go a different way. And they do set the, rings up. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, I went into it backwards. Wait, where is it? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I just went right through the railing there. Get back on track. Yeah, he said it's a lot easier to do this part, just fly across. Yeah, I get the idea. It's like right there, boom, the game's busted. Yeah, I think after what had happened before, it's like, yeah, I'm just totally fine with that right now. But, alright, here we go. We're not busting the cannon this time, we're just hitting the capsule.
Yeah!
And we did.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that wasn't. I gotta get off the idea of the feed cutting out. It just seemed like a weird case, and I've rarely gotten into a case where, like, oh, it's cut out this way recently. Well, we make it work on this show.
Yeah! Is that it?
Sonic, we should check out the bridge.
Yeah, let's go up to the bridge and I guess, again, take care of Gamma. Although, that's where things are going to get different. Because remember, Tails took Amy and we left after we beat him. So, we'll see that happen. Thank you, Amy, for at least recognizing the Tails is here.
Not the birdie! That's a Chaos Emerald! No way!
Be gone! All of you! This is all I really need! Gamma!
What is your wish, Master?
He doesn't say Robotonic this time. It actually is on. That was another thing that Sonic Fighters, I believe, listed wrong as well.
Get rid of these pests! Give them all you got!
Aye, aye, Master Robotnik.
I'll leave it up to you, Gamma.
Alright, so yes, Sonic, stand back. We're gonna beat him with Tails this time, and we're gonna do it in style. Now, the rhythm badge we just got. Hold that X button down and just move all around. There you go. Yeah, Tails is dancing across the floor and destroying everything. It's like that song Maniac from the movie Flashdance.
Please stop, Tails!
But just like that, we have Amy getting in the way.
Amy, get out of the way! No! This robot is my friend! He helped me! Don't hurt him! Okay, if you say so, you have your reasons, I guess.
I would think that Tails would say, you know what, screw you, Amy, because he knows how robots and robotics work, but that's not.
Hurry, Tails! Take Amy and get out of here!
What's he looking at? He's looking over in the other direction. That was not where Tails was.
Eggman, and put a stop to his evil ways.
Alright, so with that, we are airlifting Amy out. And yeah, that's another thing we don't have in 3D games like this. We don't have a Tails airlift element going. Yeah, but Gamma's going to get okay feasibly too, and we'll see that next week. Because next week is when we're going to be handling Gamma. Yeah, next week I'm thinking we're going to do Gamma, and we're going to do... And why did it cut the camera back to the egg carrier again? But anyway, next week we're going to be doing Gamma and Amy and Big, and the finale, I think. But now that we're set with this, I think I'm going to finish with Tails, and then we do Knuckles, and we'll be done for the night. As I mentioned, because of what happened before, I'm going to have to be a little clever with the edits. Let's go back to what you were saying, Lekverse, as far as this game, I guess, maybe being designed more for Tails now, or how it's focusing that a bit. Because that's where we're going to get now, again, because Robotnik got knocked off by Sonic, and he crashed into town, and I guess then that would mean this takes place after, you know, Sonic got rid of him. I guess he flew over on the other side and came here.
Eggman, I wonder what happened to Sonic.
Alright, yeah, right now we don't care about Sonic. Because that's something else going on.
I'm finished. Chaos was defeated, and now my egg carrier is ruined. No matter. I will destroy Station Square anyway.
Alright. So he's doing something very suggestive there. Turns out he had a backup plan in case something went down. he has a nuclear missile, and he's going to shoot it down on Station Square. This is where I was talking about with Shadow the Hedgehog when I said it gets dark, or the other game's getting dark, and I'm not against it necessarily. Because I think this game does it decently. I'm going to say, as far as, you know, if they're going to go darker with Sonic, this and Sonic Adventure 2, I think, are the way to go. Where it's not, you know, reveling completely in the idea of, like, oh, wow, look at this. But it is serious enough, so it's like, oh, it has a little more weight. Yeah, so the missile got shot down, or he shot it down in town.
Ah, no, it was a dud.
Alright, so it was not a good missile, or I'm always thinking of The Simpsons when Sideshow Bob did it. It says, like, you could have went for one of those new bombs, but you had to be old-fashioned. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess that's what Eggman did here, so we gotta stop him before he detonates the missile. Actually, this is the last level for Tails, except for, the boss. The final boss that we can have.
I see it! I've gotta get it before Eggman! The fate of Station Square depends on me! Sonic!
Alright, so yeah, this is Tails' moment to shine. The Sonic's not here to help.
Since I started hanging with Sonic. But I can't depend on him forever.
Yeah, and this is what we're getting as far as Tails. This is his growth right here. Now it's up for him to thwart a terrorist attack on the part of Eggman. So let's do it. And also, this will end up being a plot point in Sonic Adventure 2, as, I guess it makes sense, because it is a direct sequel to this. But, yeah, this is a point that they emphasize as well. But, alright.
You think you can keep up with me?
Yeah, let's see. I think we can.
Tails, wait for me!
Alright, so this is Speed Highway. This is Tails' last level, and they changed this significantly, especially the second half of it. Or particularly the second half, I should say. Whoa! Yeah, I got the idea of, like, being able to go nuts on this stage and busting it. But then you have other areas where they kind of tailor it more to what Tails is doing. And also those rings, by the way, when you hit those, your flight gauge gets recovered. So I think that's probably what you're talking about, like, first when you're mentioning the idea that, hey, the way this game works is, you know, too easy with Tails, or it's busting the way the game operates. Yeah, instead of going up by the building, we're going down over the left. Down the highway a little more. Just going back to what you're saying as far as that, I'm of two minds on this in the sense of, yeah, I get what you're saying when you say this game is, you know, going crazy with Tails here, but then again, I also kind of find it a bit of a rush. But then again, that's also the idea of Sonic. Oh, whoa, you saw that, right? I just clipped through. Oh, shit, I went back to the beginning. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, screw that. We're going around the other way. Alright, bye-bye, Overnuts. We don't have time for you. They have speed shoes, which I don't know if they make you fly faster. I don't think they do. Then again, with all the rings here, it's going to make it a lot easier to get there without hitting the ground. I get this is what you're saying as far as, you know, being broken, which is fair enough. Alright, we made it.
That wasn't too bad.
No, it wasn't. Oh, that's weird because it looks like the missile is in the top of the steeple there, but it's just on the side in this case.
Oh no! It's Robotnik! So you beat me to the missile, you little pest.
Mm-hmm.
I will make you all pay for this.
Yeah, he's definitely more, you know, aggressive and more, you know, sinister now. Especially with this line as he comes down with his, next contraption and the final boss for Tails.
You fool. Away, before I make mincemeat out of you.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I can do this.
Yeah, this is gonna be no problem. We're taking this down, no problem, I would say. And hopefully this won't end up like the Egg Viper fight. Alright, this is the Egg Walker. Now this works. You see those, okay, he does the stomp there. When he does that, hit the side of it. As soon as he does that, it comes down, hit him. He'll do that progressively more with each of those points, and he'll stomp more and more. So just keep doing that, and you got him. And avoid the bumps. Whoa.
No way! I can't believe!
There we go. And there's another fight I think is pretty interesting as far as how it sets up. It is a little, sort of one note, but it's a nice cap off to what Tails has got to do. Alright. In that case, I'd hit both of them. Whoa! Okay, good. I just wasn't sure if it hit him. Ow!
Get a load at this! No way! He's not gonna get away with this!
Oh, yes, I am. Ow. Honestly, the hardest part of this boss is the shockwave stuff there, especially he does it 3 times like that. Whoop. Oh, no! Okay, I died. I have not died to that boss actually in a while, so alright, it might end up being just like the Egg Viper. Unfortunately, I was at the end, so alright, let's do this again, and I'll be a little more careful.
Get a load at this! No way!
Alright, yeah, just do the nice dance element going on with Tails. I guess that's what it is. You're doing tail whip. But yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying, like, first as far as being, I guess, feasibly broken. Fun, but still feasibly broken. Whoa. Then again, I'll still take this over how he was in Sonic 06, so I'll count my blessings that way. Yeah, be careful of those bombs, because they kind of just spread out, but...
Get a load at this! No way! Get a load at this! No way!
Now, one more hit.
He's not gonna get away with this!
Oh, okay, yeah, because they put more bombs down. Oh, he's shooting missiles. Okay, that was what was going on. I didn't actually see that. I guess stop now, yeah? I was like, yeah, just stop there. I was like, why is that?
Get a load at this!
And now I gotta hit all 3 of these things quickly. Alright, got him. He's done. That was weird. He kind of just skipped a bit, but alright. So we got him. And that is the end of Tails' run, or Tails' story. And next, we got Knuckles, and then we will be done for the night. And next week we'll finish the rest of the game.
Hey, I did it!
Good job, Tails.
You're the best!
I did it all by myself.
Yes, you did. There you go. That is Tails, and this is him showing his independence from Sonic, but also his admiration of Sonic still. And then we get that reflected in this song, Believe in Myself, by Karen Blake, apparently. It says Karen Brake in the credits, but from what I understand, I think someone was contacting her at some point, curiosity about that, and she said, hey, they translated the name wrong, or they put the name wrong. So, alright, we'll correct the record. Karen Blake, this one's for you. She does the vocals for this song that emphasizes the idea of Tails and his growth, and it is a nice song, for sure. And a nice, you know, idea of you building up Tails as a character, and does it pretty well. And it's really nice instrumentation, like all the music in this game as well. Okay, for a minute I thought I was hearing sound effects off the game that I hadn't heard, but, yeah, apparently not. Well, that was weird with his shadow there. It seemed like it was kind of clipping through his foot. And like with Sonic, he does do the Genesis-style pose in front of the camera. Yeah, going back to your elements of how this was in the 16-bit era. And actually, I think it's Sonic and Tails the only characters to do that. Not Tails. Knuckles does not have that happen. But alright. With that, and after the mishap we had with Tails' playthrough, yeah, we're done with that. So next up is going to be Knuckles, and then after we're done with Knuckles, we will come back next week to finish the rest of the game. Yeah, already I'm having a good time playing this, and it definitely is an interesting case to be doing that, and to have 2 parts for the Supersonic Game Saturday entry for this month. But the rest of them, I think, are going to be just all one night, I think. Just because I think most of the ones I've got on dock are going to be ones that I think I can finish in one night, that aren't nearly as long as this one. But then again, if there's anything you want to see, Chad, as far as any of the Sonic games that we haven't already covered, which are over on the YouTube site, and this will be up there in a couple days as far as part 1 of this, you let me know and we'll make it happen. Because we've got 4 more left, and I'm thinking there are at least 2 slots that are not specifically going to be filled at this point. Because the 2 I'm going to do that I know are set in stone are going to be Sonic 3D Blast for the Sega Saturn and Sonic 2 for the Sega Master System, which is also going to replace or be the official record of the Game Gear video that I did last year, but do not have the recording of. And as far as the other ones, I was thinking Sonic Mania, but I don't know. And then I don't know what I'm going to do as far as the last one. But anything else you want to see Sonic-based, let me know. And actually, no. There was one other one I was going to do. And it is actually a little bit of a change of plans of things. I was saying I was going to be doing Sonic 3 for co-op. I'm going to put that on the back burner. What I'm going to do, though, is to hold that, position out for that for the future. We're going to play Sonic 3 and Knuckles. We're going to play as Knuckles. So that's going to be one of the other playthroughs. So yeah, that means that then we have one empty slot for Super Sonic Game Saturday as far as what you want to do with the night. And we could do a marathon of things with collections, say. So that's not a problem if you want to do it that way. So yeah, in that case, I think I'll do that. I think I'll hold one of them out as viewer choice. And I'll reiterate that next week as well, as far as which one it's going to be and also when you want to see it. So I think that's going to be really the case of how this is going to go, especially when I get an idea of when Super Mario RPG is going to end, which I'll know in 2 weeks because we're doing it again in 2 weeks. And if I can finish it then we can start Kingdom Hearts the week after, or the month after that. So I'll have the RPG set out. And then as far as the other Sonic stuff, then that will be a little easier to gauge. But yeah, I've been enjoying just this entire, initiative of mine this year with the Sonic stuff. And I'm glad to be able to play this game as the August entry. But yeah, I'm honestly just kind of rambling right now, but not really much else to say right now until we get Knuckles in line, as we're enjoying the nice music. I think we are almost at the end. You can see that MPEG, Soft Deck, and ADX logo, and Sega Digital Studio on the screen. That's the end, basically. And there we go. There is Tails with the tornado, so he got that up and running again, because we know he can do that. He did that in Sonic 2. But he's all set, and there we go. There's Emblem 25. Alright, so next on the docket, after the game saves and resets, we're going to run through with Knuckles. That should not take too long. I think that's going to be about an hour, if that. And then we call it for the night. I think next week I'll also pop up the internet thing, and we'll do the Chow Garden then.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, and I didn't show the instruction on Knuckles, but that's fine. But we're also getting our canonical element of Sonic 3 when we're playing as Knuckles, because this actually takes place, or it starts to take place, before any of the other stories there. Because there is Eggman with the egg carrier flying around. And even before Sonic meets Chaos, and before Chaos takes over the city, or tries to take it over. Or at the beginning of the game, anyway. Because Knuckles is on Angel Island. And he's guarding the Master Emerald like he did in Sonic 3 and Sonic Knuckles.
Always guarding the Master Emerald from anything that could harm it. I don't know why I was given this job, why it was my fate. Destined to be here forever.
Yeah, a thread that's tossed aside. Actually, after Sonic Adventure 2, he never has to guard this thing ever again. At least not in the games, anyway, we don't see. Yeah, Chaos came by. I guess Tikal is giving him an assist. If you see that, the fucking traitor. But anyway, here he is. He busted the Master Emerald there.
Oh no! Something's happened to the Master Emerald!
Yeah, it looked like Tikal happened to it. Well, Tikal and Chaos.
Oh, I'll get you for this!
Yeah, but Knuckles is the Guardian for sure, so he's gonna pull his fists out and start punching, and then get stomped on the head.
Hey, no fair!
And now he's gonna...
Wait! What's happening to you? Come back here!
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna listen to you, Tail, or Knuckles.
Like it. Oh no, it's starting to happen. Without the Master Emerald's power, this whole island will fall into the ocean.
Yep, and just like in Sonic 3, with the Master Emerald gone, there is Floating Island, or Angel Island as is, in this CG cutscene here, falling into the water. So yeah, and that way it is definitely canonical for Sonic 3 and Sonic Knuckles that way, but now we gotta take care of this. And this is gonna be part of the change as far as how it goes, because we've been running around like crazy with Sonic and Tails. With Knuckles, we're gonna be kind of doing that, but his aspect is we're doing treasure hunting. We gotta find the pieces of the Master Emerald.
Pieces flew off everywhere. Guess I better start looking anywhere I can.
Alright, so that's why we're in town. And like with Sonic and Knuckles, he does run as expected, but he also jump in the air and hit jump button again, and you can do gliding and climb on walls. We can't really do much of that right now. They don't let you climb on those walls, but keep running around and talk to people. Mysterious meteor shower is seen. Green meteor shooting to the north. Alright, so she thinks that's nice and romantic, but that's our Master Emerald shards. We gotta go find them. The first stage is over here. Also, Knuckles has a punch, so you hit the X button and you can do a triple combo like that. In that case, open the door over here to Speed Highway. And we're in the city that we were at before. Let me tell you, the music here, we briefly heard it before. At Dawn, it is a lovely, 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 lovely track. Might be the best piece of music in the game, and that's saying a lot. Yeah, what we're going to do here is you fly around or glide around, and you can also hit the walls and climb up like such. So it's just like playing the old Sonic games with Knuckles in 3D, and I really like that. Honestly, I think this and Sonic Adventure 2 did it the best as far as how this element of the treasure hunting worked. Which, by the way, when you're going around in this, you fly around, and the little shards at the bottom of the screen there, they change color when you get closer to them, and then you can find them that way. It's definitely better in this game because you're seeing something right there. There's more than one going off on my radar at once. Sonic Adventure 2, for whatever reason, changed it so you can only get the Master Emerald shards in the order the game wants you to get them. And I don't know why the hell they did that. That was a horrible decision, quite frankly, because it means I could be... Yeah, if this was Sonic Adventure 2, and that was the second one, the radar would not go off, even if I was right next to it. So sometimes you'll be going around, you'll not be able to find where it is, but you realize, wait a minute, no, I had to go back somewhere, like, oh, I was already there. Sonic Adventure 1 doesn't do that, thank God. the meantime, we get to enjoy more of this terrific track and go into town. Actually, there's one thing I didn't show off much. Yeah, the cars. They can hit you, so be careful. And that will hurt you. Unlike when you're in the hoverboard. Although this is the part of the game where it is a little prone to slow down, I will say that. It still runs better than Sonic Adventure DX on GameCube did. Parts of that could get down to like 10, 15. And that was insane. And not in a good way. Whoa. Alright, there's the last shard, but I want to let the music play out. So we're going to walk along the side. There we go. Honestly, these levels can be pretty quick if you know what you're doing, and also because of the way the radar works. I mean, if this is running on Sonic Adventure 2 logic, it would take forever. And it would not be nearly as fun. But there we go. We got the first couple shards, and now we gotta go find the next couple. But this is where things are going to get a bit different for Knuckles, because along with that gameplay element, we'll also be running into cases where we're going to see bosses that other characters do not see. Which is nice, and it goes back to what Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3 did, which is have specific areas for the characters. So I go to the hotel, and we're going to see a familiar face. Or not. No, not yet. Okay. I'm thinking ahead. We have to go to the casino. So that means actually every play of Casinopolis is going to be in tonight's show. Alright, so you climb up on the challenge space thing, hit the button by gliding into it. Sometimes it is a little finicky, so you gotta be specific. Alright, got it. Now we're going to see more of Casinopolis, like versus least favorite level. But as I mentioned, I love the atmosphere for sure of this and the music. And usually the other thing I guess about Casinopolis, even with Knuckles, is that, hey, you can finish it really quickly if you know what you're doing. Then again, you can finish all of them really quickly. Alright, let's see. Also, there's this big statue of Sonic and just punch down. That's unique. Alright, now where is it? Oh, right, there's a spring. You usually have to go up to find it. Or to find each of them. And go into some unique areas that are not accessible anywhere else. Or anyone else. But they will lead out to certain areas that are familiar, like the vault here. I also go on the pirate ship where you have like these pirates. You know, let me show those off. Yeah, there they are. Oh, no. Yeah, but yeah, you nice punch and they're dead. That's interesting. I didn't notice that was, you know, hanging in the air on nothing. Alright, now where are these things? Yeah, I'm surprised it's gone this long without getting one. Yeah, basically what you gotta do is it gets closer to red, that means you're gonna find it sooner. Where is it? Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, that. Yeah, it looks like I went through that. I'll look back on the footage just to see what that looked like, but... I did not know that life was up there. Oh, okay. You know what? I don't even know if I remember this part of the level, or even have ever had it in the mouth of that, you know, Sphinx. Or the wine, whatever it is. Alright. Opens the mouth, hit the spring, and get it. Okay, so there we go. That is Casinopolis with Knuckles. And it's the last time we're going to see Casinopolis. Much to luck versus delight, I will imagine. But I will definitely miss that wonderful music. But apparently, the call learned that we're gambling and wants to take us away from that. This is a fitting one, though, for her to bring Knuckles into the past, because, hey,
What world am I?
he's an echidna, just like the echidna tribe that we're going to see. And I guess the Tikal is one, too, yeah?
I don't
think
remember
so.
being here before. But something about it is familiar. This is very strange.
I believe he also has an upgrade that you have to get before you can leave. I think. Or maybe not. I'll have to look around. 'Cause honestly, it's been a while since I played the Knuckles part of this game. Or not, never mind, because we'll just come down here and we'll learn, and meet a new character. This is Tikal's father.
Tikal, the 7 emeralds are essential to our survival. It is for the good of all our people.
How can I make you understand? Attacking other countries, stealing and killing can't be the right path to peace.
Alright, so basically what's going on here is Tikal's father wants to use the Chaos Emeralds to basically wage war around to basically protect the kingdom. Tikal doesn't want that. She also is saying, like, hey, he doesn't understand what the Chaos Emeralds are going to do. And I guess feasibly she knows something underneath all this that we don't yet. And as is usually the case, we're just going to be witnesses to that until later.
Now where am I? Back in Station Square, I see. What's going on here anyway?
Alright, well there is...
I wonder what those guys are doing.
Yeah, what is Sonic doing there?
I wonder what those guys are doing.
Yeah, I guess the idea is they're still, you know, knocked out from the nerve gas of Robotnik's, but it looked like there was something wrong with Sonic there, like, he's having, like, a negative reaction or something. But, well, after Robotnik gassed them, he came to the hotel.
What's he got there? It's gotta be a part of the Master Emerald. Hold on! Come back here!
Yeah, apparently he's going up into the hotel for some reason. So we're gonna follow him and see what's going on. Alright, so apparently rented out this nice dining space.
Knuckles. Oh, this isn't what you're after.
Yeah, actually, Robotnik's not wrong.
You're right.
Because, yeah, Knuckles, I guess, doesn't care about the Chaos Emeralds that much.
The guinea pig to test it. Chaos! Chaos!
Chaos? It's that creature again. The same one I saw in my...
Yeah, we're gonna fight him here. We're gonna fight him in a form that we only fight him with as... or fight him in as Knuckles.
I'm sure of it. He saved me the trouble of looking for him. Now I'll get him good.
Way to go, Chaos!
Ha! Changing shape won't scare me. Fine, give it your best shot.
Alright, let's take care of him. And actually, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is after I... Whoa. Oh yeah, the way he works, by the way, is he'll bounce around like that. And then just glide right into his head. What I was going to say is, I think after this boss, I think I'm actually probably going to stop for the night, honestly. This is about where it's going to end anyway, as far as time-wise. Despite the, the delay I had in the middle there. But I think that this probably will be good. And I think the other thing is about this is that Sonic's campaign is the longest. And Tails is about... Well, it's a bit shorter. But all the other ones are pretty short generally. So I think I can do all of them and the finale for next week. So I think we'll do that. Basically just let him bounce around and glide him in the head. Try to glide him. There we go.
Is that all you got?
Actually, it looks like, yeah, I'm just standing on air. Okay. Yeah, finding something new about this game as I go with this glitch factor. Alright, so Chaos is knocked away.
So what if you won this time? You have yet to see the true powers of Chaos.
As you notice the background there, that's supposed to be like Station Square, like the city.
You hear?
I know something that might. It's about Sonic.
What?
And so this is how Knuckles got tricked.
He's after the pieces of the Master Emerald too.
Although honestly, this time, unlike Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, where he didn't know who Eggman was, now he should know better, given everything that happened in that game, and also because he just sicked Chaos on me. Although, to be fair, also the other thing is that he is kind of a little more contemplative about that, saying, like, what do you mean by that? So he's like, oh yeah, I'll go talk to Sonic, see what's up. In fact, you know what, let's, I think we'll end that way. We'll go and fight Sonic, and then we'll... well, then we'll have to fight Chaos again. Oh wait, we're going back there anyway. You know, I might not have a choice in the matter.
I wonder why Sonic is after the Master Emerald. I'd better work fast and get to the bottom of this.
Alright. Oh wait, there's something else I have to do, because I have to go to... No, he doesn't go to Ice Cap. Oh right, I have to go to Red Mountain. Wait, yeah, right, I have to go to Red Mountain, I think. Actually, you know, I'll tell you where we're going to end now. Because there is an upgrade we do need to get for Knuckles, so we're going to get that first, and then we'll go. Yeah, come in here, get the Dig Claws. Unlike Sonic Adventure 2, though, you have to be standing on the ground in order to use this.
You've got the shovel claw. Now you can dig through dirt and stone. Press the jump and action buttons simultaneously.
Alright, and the way to get out, because that gate closed, is... Gotta defeat the monkey in the cage there. Come over here and hit X and A.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the monkey destruction switch. You walk in front of that after collecting all the rings that are coming out of the ground there. And just throw it next to this. Boom. You switch the switch, it kills them, and we get out. Actually, I think you can dig pretty much anywhere, can't you? Yeah, you can, okay. And sometimes there'll be items on the ground, but it depends on where you go, and you don't always have that. Sonic Adventure 2 makes this a lot easier because when you do this, you can do it when you're in the air. Alright. And yeah, sometimes you find rings. Alright. So I think what we're going to do is, I think we're going to call it for Super Old Game Saturday for tonight.
It's no use. It's no use.
Yeah, okay, it's no use. Alright, so we can't really do much now. You know, let's dig in front of him. I came to look at that. Fine, whatever. You know, let's stand next to him for the end of the show. Alright. Alright, sorry for the you know, the element that happened in the middle with the show going down. But I think that's going to call it for Super Old Game Saturday for tonight. Next week we'll be finishing Sonic Adventure. We'll finish what Knuckles has, and then we're going to do the rest of the characters and do West Story. Or, yeah, West Stories. Well, that's not what they call it, but it's basically what it's going to be. And then the week after that will be Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo, which we might finish. I don't know. We're going to find out.
The Master Emerald.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. That was the other reason I guess it was worth it. Because, yeah, you have idle animation, you know, voices, and you can tell it with the disc grinding, of course. But, yeah, so in that case, we'll just walk around Knuckles so he doesn't do that. But yeah, as I was saying, next week we're finishing this game. Week after that, we might be finishing Super Mario RPG, and then we'll get into September. And we'll go into more about that time. But, thank you for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Sorry for the delays of getting the stream back up. It's not going to be a factor when this goes on the YouTube site, but editing that is going to be a fun time, I'll tell you that right now. Anyway, I'll see you next week for the second part of Sonic Adventure. Until then, have a great night, have a great rest of your weekend, great week coming forward. Keep being awesome. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the rest of Sonic Adventure. Take care.